generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB. Secret society, trying to keep the
Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, superstate epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual icon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of RFID chips to make you slip into submission. Become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Children of lost souls, crossroads, source flows in the valley of death. Don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Ordo Seclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross without a neighbor, and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body. But I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm pretty sure we'll have very low turnout today, A, because it's a weekday, and secondly, because they're very afraid of the type of things that I was saying on this channel, right? So we had to deal with some censorship. And it's only natural, right? But there's no reason not to record at least 20 hours a week, right? The reason is because that's about 3 hours a day, right? Once you pay for the StreamYards, right, it's not a good idea to just waste that money, right, and not record, right? So nevertheless, we're going to be here, right? recording, right? So, case in point, we really appreciate the people who do show up, right? Because we don't know how long these shows will actually be available, right? So there's actually that whole game, right? But no matter what, if you pay attention to the content and the material on the channel, you'll know where to find us, right? Because you'll have access to the Discord, you'll have access to my email, and therefore you could have access to all of the videos that way, right? Because indeed I do have the videos, right? So the fact is that we're going over several explanations of things, right? And in terms of we're trying to understand the technological society, right? And in that we're trying to understand the world that's ruled by machines, or conceive of a world that can be run by machines, right? Therefore, we could analyze the problem, right? Both the social aspects of the problem and the philosophical nature of the issue itself, right? So we have to define key elements of how we function within the system, right? Now, Ellul makes the case in many different ways, right? And we're going to get into Jacques Ellul, the technological society, right? I think it's a great place to begin to start to understand what the issues are, what the main issues are, right? And we've looked at his explanation of some of the key issues there, right? Indeed, he's given a lengthy explanation of the origins of the technological society, right? And he's done so without relying on several of the key ideas, right, that might actually prevent one from taking part in the analysis, right? Okay, several limitations, right? For example, right, there's the tendency to analyze the situation, right, from the basis of the modern worldview, right? Or to think that there's been a steady progress throughout human society, right? But Ellul says that actually the technological society came upon the world suddenly, right? It didn't have any previous forms or previous orders or systems that it could adjust itself to, right? And the reason of its sudden appearance, right, has to do with several orders or factors that actually make the technological system function very differently from other orders of civilization, right? So, you know, without getting too bogged down into the minutia of, you know, either this idea of modern science or modern progress, right? Ellul wants to look at the character of technique A, and B, its effect on human society in general, right? So he proceeds to give an account, right? First trying to draw out what the character of the basis of the technological sphere, right, actually is, right, which is this idea of technique itself, right, which he separates from mechanization, right? The first order of business is to separate technique itself from mechanization, right? Okay. And then it goes to the idea of trying to draw it away from the ideas of society in general, human society, right? So I'm trying to very much simplify these concepts and ideas for you guys, right? But technique is not science, it's not machines, and it's not human society, right? Although several of these elements can become adapted to technique, right? Okay. But you'll see this distinction between technology and science, okay, within the within the okay, research areas themselves, right? They have the applied sciences and the theoretical sciences, right? They're both based on mathematical principles, right? But the goals are a little different, right? Now, technique has specific effects on the goals, right? Okay. Okay, but what it focuses on is the means, right? Okay. Maybe simplification of goals and complexification of means, right? Right. Technique creates means, says ellul, right? Now, let me read you guys some of the things that I talked about when we were exploring the character of technique in the previous ages versus today, right? Okay, he says that technique in traditional society had a limited extent, okay? Limited scope, right? It was small variety of means. It was inherently local. There was a choice of participation and, of course, cultural modes, limited technical modes, right? Technique was totally driven by the cultural modes of expression, right? And so it was limited to things like magic, right? Okay. Okay, and now here, blessings soon. We got Sleeper Cell Girl, the beautiful. And we got Browns Boy, blessings, my friend. I mean, oh yeah, we got Prime Time, homie. What's up? Yeah. This is the real homie right here. Able to chop it up, but I'm lurking. Blessings, homie. We got Untrackable. A G. We got Lizard Tree. Blessings. We got the infamous Toilet Bowl Earth. Good to see you, sir. Okay, we got Lizard Tree, yes. Thank you so much. We got the previous explanation, exactly. Technique explained, Lao Tzu and Kurzweil. Oh yeah, we went in deep yesterday, right? If you guys missed it, and if you guys missed the other channel, right? Cyber Caliphate, right? Whoops. We need to Jeff Wilbett. Can I join StreamYards? We'll open it up in an hour or two, right? Okay. Usually we open it up in an hour or two after we start the show, right? So we'll be opening it up for you guys. Blessings. Yeah, from Denmark. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we have open panel later in the show. So you don't have time for that. Well, I don't really know you. Right? But and I don't know if you're a porn bomber, right? Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Jeff. Bear Jew, blessings. Televised televised apocalypse. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you, my friend. And yeah, blessings. So yeah, but yeah, so the technical system comes into the frame, right? He says people are not machines, but everywhere that they're given the opportunity to behave like machines, they will so behave, right? And this whole idea of this whole idea is going back to the concept, right, that mechanization proceeds, right, not by cultural modes, right? It doesn't adapt itself to cultural modes. Actually, mechanization assimilates different cultural modes, right? Different cultures can go, right? And technologies remain, right? They're traded across cultures, right? So the cultural aspect of technique, right, that causes a diversity of forms becomes limited by cross-cultural exchange of technology, and the technical system adapts way past cultural modes, right? Cultural modes can go and, pass away, right? But technology will still be shared across different cultures, right? So it grows, right? Now, Ellul says that the machine is antisocial, right? Right. Actually, he's quoting Mumford, right, when he says the machine is antisocial, right? So, he's also saying that technique is what adapts the machine to human society. Now, technique is much more broader than the machine itself, right? Okay. Okay. Technique is actually has a human element, right? There's human-centered techniques, right? There's social techniques, right? Okay, there's techniques like magic that are culturally specific, right? So technique itself can be bounded by culture, but machine can't, right? Now, the machine is the ideal of technique. Okay. Okay. It says all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, and technique is what adapts the machine into human society. Right. Now, how does it do that? Right. It's because technique creates its own means. Right. It functions itself as the complexification of means to a certain end. Right. And technique does not focus on the user. It's not focused on the user. Right. It's not focused on skills. Okay. Jeff will bet. I'm excited to talk to you, my friend. I mean, hopefully we will talk someday. I mean, right. But right now, I appreciate you, getting into the mix of things. I mean, right. Yes, we got the Cyber Caliphate channel. Please subscribe there. Thank you so much. I mean, if you guys aren't subscribed to the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? Okay, and there's unique streams there. Subscribe to Neurojack's channel, right? There's also a bunch of streams we're doing at Neurojack's channel, right? But anyways, this idea of technique has social element to it, a human element to it that, machines do not, right? Okay, machine integrates, right? Human systems, right? And actually its goal is efficiency, productivity, utility, right? Okay, so machines are not simply functioning on the level of instrumentality and use, right? Okay. And machines have a complex integrative function with human society in general, right? Okay. Actually, it's broad social techniques of agriculture, right? Okay. Simple tools. Okay. Political and social techniques that actually integrated cultural forms together, right? And created the mega machine. Okay. Now, the appropriate definition of man is the symbol making animal, right? Okay. Man has language that separates him from animals, right? It's not it's not man's capacity, right, to make tools. That's not what separates him from animals, right? Okay. And it's the ability to communicate, to possess language, right? To have reason, right? Logos, right? Now, everything has a techne and everything has a logos. So technology is the combination of techne and logos. Okay. 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 Now, techne is the externalization of processes, right? Okay. Let me go ahead and read something that I put a long time ago, right? I made this definition a long time ago, right? Located in episode 1 of The Machine Lies, right? We said technology is creating processes external to ourselves, right? Okay, it's the enframing of goals, right? Okay, the enframing of goals, right? Towards a particular end. Okay, and it's the complexification of means towards a particular end, right? So the idea of, technology, right? Okay, where we're able to ascribe or copy, right? Right, copy things, right? That's the key goal, right? Right. We're able to copy things. Okay, and replicate things, right? And this process, right? Okay, when we externalize processes and are able to encode them, right? See, everything has a how-to behind it, right? That's the techne behind everything, right? And everything has a logos behind it, right? And that is the why, right? Okay, think that everything is 2 parts, imagination and experience, right? Okay. Okay, and the more tactile the experience, right? Okay, the more fleeting it is, right? But the more abstract it is, the more it persists, right? It's almost Daoist in a way, right? That techne and logos function as a whole, yet they're kind of opposed to each other, right? I mean, like the more imagination you have, the less experience you have, right? But in a way, they're 2 heads of the same coin. I mean, the externalization of forms, right? Okay. And the essential nature of a thing, right? Okay. Techne logos, right? And yeah, we got Prime here leaving a good comment. He says, if efficiency is a driver of the experience in the physical form, why be made from an emotional and energetic flesh form? Not a Luddite myself, but fighting the current, you die swimming to shore. Ooh, deep stuff, Prime. Blessings, man. I mean, I think that, once technique wants to put itself in order, it wants a holism, it wants a technological monism, and it wants to use itself sparingly, right? So this idea of, efficiency, right, and interconnectedness, right, that these are 2 aspects of technology, that technology integrates different systems together, right? Once it grows more complexified, right? Okay. And each new advance of technology is built on a previous advance, right? So there's a idea of how technology builds on itself, right? This notion of progress, right? Okay. And there's the idea of interconnectedness, right? That once technology seems to proliferate, right? It seems to connect to other forms of technology, and it seems to form a technological monism, right? This is the system, right? Okay. So I've been talking now for 20 minutes about technique and and how it comes into being, and the various aspects of technique and comparing it to other forms of thought, right? Okay. And it's to introduce these topics in ellul. Okay. Okay, these concepts where he says all embracing technique is a conscience of the mechanized world, right? There you have three distinct concepts, right? You have conscience, right? You have technique, and you have the mechanized world, right? Okay. And these three distinct concepts, right? How do they emerge, right? Well, technology emerges, right? Now, each thing has a technique, right? Each thing has a technical process, right? So you collect sticks, right? Right, and compare them, right? Take a shot every time I say right. Yeah, I say right a lot. It's always one word I keep saying. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, you know what it is is that, society, right, tends to basically use technique sparingly in its inception, right? Okay. It seems to rely on human nature, but the more and more man seems to develop techniques, right, they form a cohesive order, right? And when these techniques seem to dislodge themselves from man's reliance on nature, right, they seem to rely more on human society than they do on nature itself, right? There they create an autonomous order beyond human society, functioning apart from human society, right? But using human society as a resource, right? And they do this through the complexification of means, right? Okay. Complexification of means, rule of experts, right? Okay. Over specialization of means, right? Compartmentalization of knowledge. Okay. The rule of efficiency. Okay. The atomization of man. The dialectic between individualism and collectivism. And many, many more and other concepts, right? Now, let me go back to this. Other problems that exist, right? And we're looking at the growth of technique and civilization, and now ellul is talking about why the technical order of today is very, very different from the order that existed in previous times, right? Okay. And these are some of the factors that he mentions, right? He says there's limited extent, small variety of means. Okay. Technique in the past was inherently local. There was a choice of participation. Okay. Technique today is inherently monopolizing, centralizing, right? It uses rational means, right? It's artificial or anti-nature, right? It has an automatism, of choice and efficiency of means. The automatism of choice and the efficiency of means, right? Okay, it's self-augmenting. Okay, it has self-augmentation. Okay, it has monism, universalism, and lastly, autonomy, right? Okay. Now let's proceed with the reading, right? Okay, and we're almost to fourth. I mean, we're almost 2 out of 10 parts done with this, right? Okay. So we've almost covered an eighth of this piece here, right? And Yeah, but he says the diversity of forms, right? The diversity of forms was manifestly conditioned by vainglory and pleasure. The vainglory of the user, the pleasure of the artisan, right? Okay, these individualistic concerns, personal concerns, right? Part of the personalized development of technique, right? The diversity of forms are about the lack of the rule of experts, right? Okay, the lack of a need for a best type of order or of efficiency, right? Okay, that's what it's coming from, right? Diversity of forms, right? Okay, and this development of the artistic element, okay? Obviously, there's more of a focus on art than on science, right? Okay. But yeah, it goes to that. But yeah, I'm gonna turn this off for a second. You know, we'll be taking a little musical break soon too, but yeah. But yeah, it says both cause changes in classic type. Why not include as well that pure fantasy that runs through all the creations of Greece and the Middle Ages? Okay. All this led to a modification of a given type. The search for greater efficiency likewise played a role, but it was one factor among several, right? Didn't take the lead role. The different forms were subject to trial and error, and certain forms were progressively stabilized and imitated either because of their plastic perfection or because of their usefulness. The final result was the establishment of a new type derived from its predecessor. Okay. Remember, he said the magical idea, right, had endless new beginnings. It didn't rely on previous forms, right? Right? That the whole magical concept, right? Each man had his own magic, essentially. You know, there's a diversity of means, right? And that diversity, right, of design and means, right? Obviously, they mass produced, homogenized, right? Monoculture that technology, you know, imbues on any one form of product, right? Okay, this is obviously a very essential characteristic of technique itself, right? Okay, he says the diversity of influences which opened on all technical mechanisms explains in part the slow tempo of progress. Okay. Okay, so it slows down progress. Right? Okay, the diversity of forms, not of means, right? Diversification of means. Right? That's what technique causes, right? But diversity of forms can prevent that. Right? Because if you want personalized forms, right, you can't rely on one basic you know, technique in order to produce them, right? Yeah, exactly. The art of science and the science of art. Right? You know? And there's a thing that, you know, art and science and technique have an intense relationship with each other. Okay, we're just now seeing it. Is because technology has become such a pervasive element in the society. Right now, we can finally see the distinct relationships, right, between theoretical research, right, development of forms, right, and application of knowledge, right, in terms of technique, right, and also, okay, our aesthetic capacity, right, which is dealing more with the forms themselves, right. And this is why in the when culture rules over technique, aesthetics takes precedence over technique itself, right? Anyways, Then he says to obey a multiplicity of motives and not reason alone seems to play an important keynote of man. When in the 19th century, society began to elaborate an exclusively rational technique which acknowledged only considerations of efficiency, it was felt that not only traditions but the deepest instincts of humankind had been violated. Men sought to reintroduce indispensable factors of aesthetics and morals. Okay, so the moral and aesthetic capacity of man, right? This is why in the critique of pure reason, right, in order to develop science and technology, Kant had to dislodge the moral, okay, and the aesthetic element from reason itself, right? Right, or else you would have to subject man to technique with the development of science, right? Okay. Okay, so he created a compromise, right? But is that compromise based in truth, or is it just a cope, right? Okay, it's important to consider that, right? Okay. Now, people who have their vain philosophical systems, right, and think they figured out all the problems in the world and they could sit on their hands, right? That's not helping anybody, right? We need to be more critical than that, right? Okay. Now he says, when in the 19th century, society began to elaborate an exclusively rational technique which acknowledged only considerations of efficiency, was not only the traditions but the deepest instincts of mankind that had been violated. Men sought to reintroduce indispensable factors of aesthetics and morals. Out of this effort came the unprecedented creation of certain aspects of style in the 1880s, right? Okay, the entire Romantic era, right? The tool with machine-made embellishments, sewing machines were decorated with cast iron flowers. The first tractors bore engraved bullheads. Okay, that it was wasteful to supply such embellishments soon became evident. Their ugliness doubtless contributed to the realization. Moreover, these flourishes represented a wrong road, technically speaking. The machine can become precise only to the degree that its design is elaborated with mathematical rigor in accordance with its use. I'll read that again. He says the machine can become precise only with the degree that its design is elaborated with the mathematical rigor in accordance with its use. Okay. This seems to be a working definition of efficiency as a goal itself, right? Okay. He then says, and an embellishment could increase air resistance, throw a wheel out of balance, alter velocity or precision. There was no room in practical activity for gratuitous aesthetic preoccupations. The two had to be separated, a style then developed based on the idea that the line best adapted to use is the most beautiful. Abstract techniques and their relation to morals underwent the same evolution, he says. Earlier economic and political inquiries were inextricably bound with ethical inquiry, and men attempted to maintain this union artificially even after they had recognized the independence of economic technique. Modern society, he says, is in fact conducted on the basis of purely technical considerations, not ethical or aesthetic considerations, as in the past, right? That was the function of cultural modes, right? Or religious modes, right? Okay, those traditions dominated, right? But now it's technical procedures which dominate, he says, right? Okay. Yeah, efficiency as a goal itself would be a surrogate activity. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's closely related to how surrogate activities are made, right? Definitely. Okay. Okay, he says, It says, but when men found themselves going counter to human factor, they reintroduced, and in an absurd way, all manner of moral theories related to the rights of man, the League of Nations, liberty, justice. None of that has any more importance than the ruffled sunshade of McCormick's First Reaper. When these moral flourishes overly encumber technical progress, they are discarded more or less speedily and with more or less ceremony, but with determination nonetheless. This is the state we are in today. The elimination of evolutionary factors and of technical diversification has brought about a transformation of the basic process of this evolution. Okay? I'll read that again. The elimination of evolutionary factors of technical diversification, right? That means a reliance on the diversity of forms, cultural modes, etc., right? In their development, right? Okay? Okay? And of the technical diversification about a has brought about the transformation of this evolution, right? Okay, technical progress today is no longer conditioned by anything other than its own calculus of efficiency. Okay, and this is the notion of collective incubation, right? That each new advance is based on the previous advance, right? So there's a sort of interconnectedness and development within the system through the specialization of means. Okay, and the rule of experts, right? Okay, and the massification and complexification of means themselves, right? Okay, then he says, this does not mean that the individual is no longer participates. On the contrary, progress is made only after the innumerable individual experiments. But the individual participates only to the degree that he is subordinate to the search for efficiency, he says. Okay. Okay, to the degree that he resists all currents today considered secondary, such as aesthetics, ethics, and fantasy. Insofar as the individual represents this abstract tendency, he is permitted to participate in technical creation, which is increasingly dependent of him, and which is increasingly independent of him. Sorry, and increasingly linked to its own mathematical law. He says, right? Okay, it was long believed that the rational systematization, would act to reduce the number of technical types. Okay, in the measure that the factors of diversification were eliminated, the result would be fewer and more simple and precise types. Thus, during the latter part of the 19th century, in the mechanical, medical, and administrative spheres, exact instruments were available from the fantasy, and irrationality had been totally eliminated. The result was fewer instruments. Okay, so this idea that once the technical system operates, it then, as I said, seeks to eliminate the diversification of forms, right? Okay. Once it forms an interconnected whole, right? This is a factor I brought up before, right? As further progress was made, however, a new element of diversification came into play in order that the instrument be perfectly efficient. It had to be perfectly adapted. But the most rational instrument possible takes no account of the extreme diversity of operational environment. This represents an essential characteristic of technique, he says. Every procedure implies a single specific result, okay? As Porter Gale Perrin puts it, just as word evokes an idea which exactly corresponds to no other word, so a fixed technical procedure generates a fixed result. Technical methods are not multi-purposive or adaptable or interchangeable. Perrin has demonstrated this in detail with the reference to judicial technique, but it also holds for everything else. Take the well-known example cited by Pierre de Latil of a machine brought to the highest possible pitch of perfection, the purpose of which was to produce from cast iron at a single stroke cylinder heads for aircraft engines. The machine was 28 meters long and cost $100,000. But the moment the required type of cylinder head was changed, the machine became good for nothing. It was unadaptable to any new operation. A judicial system may function perfectly adequately in France, but not in Turkey. For true efficiency, not only must the rational aspect of the machine be taken into account, but also its adaptation to the environment. Okay, a military task will have a different form depending on whether it can be used on the mountainous terrain or the rice paddies. The more an instrument is designed to execute a single operation efficiently with the utmost perfection. The less can it be multi-purposive. Okay, so techniques are not multi-purposive or adaptable. Okay, but they produce a single fixed result, right? And this is what I meant by, it's the complexification of means towards a single end, right? This is one of the hallmarks of the goal of efficiency itself, right? Okay. Let me go on for just a little more, and then we'll play a video of ellul talking, right? And then we'll have some music. Okay. Then we'll continue reading. Then we'll have some more music. And then we'll read Lao Tzu, right? And by then, I should be dropping the link, right? So we'll see if we could get people in here. We've admittedly taken a hit in terms of viewership, right? Because of our recent hiatus that was not by choice, right? But it was because of channel censorship, right? Getting afraid of what we're saying here, right? So they had to shut it down, right? But we're thankful for the people who are viewing us right now. I'm greatly appreciative for you guys. But yeah, this idea that he's coming up with here about technique, right? Super important. Technique generates fixed results, right? Okay, it's a complexification of means towards a single end, right? The field of aviation gives us one. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, I skipped a bunch of stuff. It says, the more an instrument is designed to execute a single operation efficiently and with the utmost precision, the less it can be multi-purposive. I just read that. Then it says, a new diversification of technical apparatus thus appears today. Instruments are differentiated as a result of the continually more specialized usage demanded of them. The field of aviation gives us one of the best examples of this. The aircraft are described by the use of which they are a part. We have correspondingly extremely precise and more diversified types. The list of French military aircraft consisting at the present of 5 great categories is as follows. 1, strategic bombers. 2, tactical bombers. 3, pursuit planes. 4, reconnaissance planes. 5, transport planes. These 5 categories are subdivided further. There are altogether 13 different subtypes, none of which are interchangeable with one another. Each has different characteristics resulting from more and more refined technical adaptations. The same extensive differentiation is found in much less important areas. A recent brochure of the world's largest refiner of lubricating oils, Diddy Oils, lists 15 different kinds of lubricants designed exclusively for automobiles. Oh, wait, for automobiles, huh? Each type corresponds to definite use, each possessing specific qualities, and all equally necessary, he says. Okay, I'm going to read this. Another characteristic of technique, and then I'm going to go to ellul talking. He says, a fourth characteristic of technique, which results from the character just being enumerated, is the possibility reserved to the human being of choice.
Inasmuch as all techniques were geographically and historically limited, societies of many different types were able to exist. For the most part, there's an equilibrium between two major types of civilization, the active and the passive. This distinction is well known. Some societies are oriented toward the exploitation of the earth, toward war, conquest, and expansion in all its forms. Other societies were inwardly oriented. Okay, they labored just enough to support themselves, concentrate on themselves, are not concerned with material expansion, and erect solid barriers against anything from without. From the spiritual point of view, these societies are characterized by a mystical attitude, by a desire for self-dissolution and absorption into the divine. Okay, human societies are variable, however. A group which has hitherto been active might become passive. The Tibetans, for instance, were conquerors and believers in magic until their conversion to Buddhism. Thereafter, they became the world's most passive and mystical people. The reverse can also take place. The two types of society coexisted throughout history. Indeed, this seemed necessary to the equilibrium of the world of man until the 19th century. Technique had not yet excluded one of them. Okay. Moreover, man can isolate himself from the influence of technique by attaching himself to a given group and exerting influence on this group. Of course, other constraints acted on him. The individual was never completely free with respect to his group, but these constraints were not completely decisive or imperative in character. Okay. So he's talking about in the past the existence of two types of societies, right? One passive, one active, right? But since the technical order has integrated different cultural forms, right? There's no longer, these other forms of society left. Right. So this characteristic of technique, he's saying that that there's an element within the society that's causing it to become less cohesive, right, within itself. Right now, it's obvious that this whole idea about traditions, right? Okay, how the social order has been definitely eclipsed by the technical order, right? So okay. And he says, whether we are considering unconscious sociological cohesion or the power of the state, we find these forces always necessarily counterbalanced by the existence of other neighboring groups and other loyalties. There was no irrefutable constraint on man because nothing absolutely good in respect to everything else had been discovered. We have noted the diversity of technical form and the slowness of imitation. But it was always human action which was decisive. When several technical forms came into contact, the individual made his choice on the basis of numerous reasons. Efficiency was only one of them. Okay, anyways, we'll start reading more in a minute here, right? And we're on page 77 of Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, right? Okay, and we've explained a great, 2 out of 10 parts of this book here, right? And we're going to be going on more, right? But let's look at a video of Ellul talking about some of his ideas, right? Some of his main concepts. Give me a second here. Pull this up.
And then we'll have some music, remix some cannabis, right? So we'll have that playing in a minute here. But yeah, here's ellul, right? Take a look at what he says. And I appreciate the 14 people here watching this. You know, I know it's Wednesday night and we've been away for a while because of the censorship, right? But I greatly appreciate your time and your support, right?
Au Moyen Âge, dans les impératifs religieux, d'une part du christianisme, d'autre part, toutes les croyances paysannes concernant le travail, etc., tout cela était dominant par rapport aux instruments, à l'appareillage. À partir du moment, au XIVe, XVe siècle, dans le monde occidental, où on a critiqué complètement tout ce que l'on a, tout ce que l'homme croyait, tout ce à quoi il tenait, où on a mis en question la tradition, très important. C'est pas, dans les sociétés anciennes, tout se faisait par tradition, et brusquement, au XVe siècle, en France par exemple, on va brusquement balayer la tradition, ce n'est plus la chose importante, les coutumes sont mises en question, etc. Alors, brusquement, l'homme s'est senti en quelque sorte libre de faire n'importe quoi. Et puis, en même temps, on découvrait, au point de vue scientifique, un certain nombre de, disons, de vérités qui mettaient en question les croyances jusqu'alors dominantes, et le fameux débat autour de la Terre qui est au centre du monde ou pas au centre du monde, etc., ça a été très caractéristique. Oui, c'est en effet pour moi le drame le plus grand et notre plus grande culpabilité. Parce que nous sommes entrés dans ces sociétés en considérant que c'était des sauvages, que ce n'était presque pas des hommes. Nous n'avons pas pris au sérieux ce qu'il pouvait y avoir de vrai dans ce qu'ils pensaient. Alors, je prendrai deux aspects. D'abord, nous avons prétendu utiliser toutes les richesses de ces pays et les utiliser dans notre perspective industrielle principalement. Alors, on a détruit, par exemple, l'agriculture traditionnelle et on l'a remplacée par ce que l'on a appelé l'agriculture industrielle, les arachides pour faire de l'huile, le cacao, la canne à sucre, etc., etc. Bon. Et en même temps, on obligeait les membres de ces sociétés à obéir à ceux qui les avaient vaincus, parce qu'on ne pouvait y entrer qu'après les avoir vaincus. Et on finissait toujours par les vaincre parce qu'on avait des moyens techniques plus puissants. Ils ont détruit des choses qui étaient très fondamentales, sans lesquelles l'homme ne peut pas vivre. D'où vient-il? quel est le sens de sa vie? Tous ces hommes, ils y avaient pensé, ils avaient trouvé une réponse. Nous n'avions pas le droit de détruire cette réponse. Alors, nous avons détruit ces structures sociales, nous avons détruit l'ensemble des croyances, c'est-à-dire au fond, de la compréhension qu'ils avaient du monde, de l'univers. Bien entendu, le sacré n'est pas toujours le même, mais l'homme a toujours respecté. Et lorsque une puissance détruisait ce que l'homme avait à un moment dans une société, à une époque, appelé le sacré, alors l'homme vénérait, respectait cette nouvelle force qui avait manifesté qu'elle était plus forte. C'est-à-dire que c'était un sacré qui était plus sacré que l'autre. Et c'est un des aspects qui est très grave dans notre société, c'est que la technique, ayant détruit tout ce que l'homme considérait ou appelait le sacré, dans la nature, etc., eh bien l'homme est spontanément amené à regarder la technique comme du sacré. C'est ça qui est l'élément extrêmement grave. Alors, le sacré, autrefois, était toujours dans la nature, et maintenant, la nature, elle est tout à fait désacralisée, et c'est la technique qui apparaît à l'homme moderne comme du sacré. Je pense à...
There we have it. The dialectic between technology and traditions, okay, science and nature, right, brought to the forefront, right, by the technical order, right, the advanced power that science and technology afford certain civilizations, right, the complete destruction of traditions in the weaker civilizations, right, and also the destruction of different types of natural life, right? Okay, because it's not focused on nature or culture, right? And those cultural and natural elements were sometimes seen as sacred, right? But the true power that dominates over them, right, sort of usurps the culture and the traditions there, right? So this idea of, right, and this is an obvious fact, right? Okay, now all of these conservatives, basically fools, right? Okay, they support technology and science. Okay, they support economic growth, right? Even though it's causes the proliferation of technology, it causes the assimilation of culture, and it causes the destruction of traditions, right? This main element, okay, they don't seem to comprehend, right? But anyways, let's go to the music break, right? And I appreciate you guys for joining us here. Be playing some music here. Okay, that I brought up. It's some remixes for cannabis, right? Anyways, enjoy this. Blessings, guys. Thank you.
This is the master thesis underneath the deepness. Come to myclub.net where you can read this. Run a plot on the map in hyperspace. From the Society for Scientific Exploration. Color is vibration, vibration is sound. Sound resonates through the mouth. Check it out, what I say vibrates no less than 9 ways. South, southeast, west, southwest, east, north, northeast, northwest. And the black and white images fade to gray sound waves. Trap my adversaries like a mouse in a maze with a bewildering array of lyrical display. The best of bits, orbitally rearranged modal atomic elements with a depth intelligence, the highest professorship. My English etiquette compels me to not say it if I can't spell it, bitch. My circularized third eye sees all. Atlantis was surrounded by 4 sea walls. I read 1/4 of the Library of Alexandria before it was burnt to the floor. I wish I could have learned more about the shapes of the sacred geometry they used to draw. They were new millennium, but Euclidean in form. Ancient in many ways, but not nearly as old. Carved from Egyptian gold, molded in Assyria, processed beryllium by the quintillion. They cooked on symmetrical stoves with my logo etched above the hole. They inserted the coal, and they barbecued birds to the bone. And they burned incense in above Mr. Fuller type dome. I talked to Mr. Fuller over the phone, and he said he had a contract to rebuild Rome. Said he didn't want to do it alone. I told him I was busy writing poems, but I think about going. The process was slow and the dough was low, but I took it as the perfect opportunity to grow. Plus I had never traveled that far from home, but I heard about the beauty of Sidonian snow. Neon green grass, statues made from translucent glass. I'd be crazy to pass. I like Algerian jazz, the blue twilight band that plays tune from a laser black sax. It sounds so laid back, it helps me relax. I bought the album after seeing K-Pax. Oh, how I miss my Nautilus. I was told Fahrenheit amygdalus did not exist. You have a minus case of scapocephalus. I prescribed some neo-gothic antibiotics, words concocted from the lyrical locksmith. Deadliest 10 droplets of rising toxin. From every angle the competition get boxed in. As Dr. Z indoctrinates his doctrine, translate the English alphabet to the omega text. Life is now, but death is next. Postborn out of bell from the belly of hell. Communicate through diatonic and pentatonic scale. These dark side tales might affect sales. I set sail to hunt down the wrecked sperm whales. Use the aphrodisiac to get a female. Call Ginger, type her up and drink her ginger ale. Grandma gave for me, scotch on the rock for you. Your vote have is smaller than a cup of tools. In the studio with James Lipton, reminiscing about the script that was written before the beginning. All of a sudden the booze turned to applause. My jaw stroking in the canindi with pause. Can't even count the balls I've expended so far. Don't wanna rap no more, it's been so long. I wish the clock would hurry up and tick. I'm out in the bush and the sticks, humping 100 clicks. Dr. Shows gave me a good fit. Me and him went to school together back in '86 when I was really ill. Putting flank energy in a rhyme the size of a Tylenol pill. You wanna laugh now and cast your belligerent doubt? Show you what poetry's really about. The side effects make you pass out, followed by skin rash, itching, diarrhea, nausea, and dry mouth. You want a time out? We better spit a rhyme out before the community of real MCs die out. College students say to me, you ain't smart. Record label A&R say this ain't art. These are the contents of the covenant of the ark. Listen to my chest beat, tell me this ain't hard. You gotta be as obsequious as the disciples of Jesus. This is my masterpieces.
Yeah, and this one going to be the intro to the Cyber Caliphate. One of the intros to Cyber Caliphate, right? Let's check this out.
I make your bitch crew shit stools. I put a pistol in your mouth and pull, then I beat you to the pit bulls. Don't even talk about guns. The only 9 you got is a $5 bill and 4 ones. So I don't give a fuck what none of y'all niggas say. Cause anything that can't penetrate ricochets. Rhyming with me on the record, you might as well have died and went to hell instead of heaven. Cause my rhyme weapon is like a medieval torture method. Your 4 limbs tied to 4 horses, all pulling in different directions. In this profession I get busy without a question. Seeing me is like seeing the vampire's reflection. Fast and slow flows connect like electrodes. I make a set tape explode when I'm in wreck mode. Explode, leaving areas abandoned. With more radiation behind the spots UFOs landed.
That all, soldier?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need?
No, sir.
Report back to me before the briefing. At ease.
Are you a Navy SEAL?
Yes, sir.
Then say it like you mean it. Tell them who free from the Navy SEAL team is.
3B to 1 rockin' shit. Special operatives, specializing in weapon diagnostics. My survival tactics be drastic like Rambo. I'm strangling niggas with my bow and arrow elastic. Whoever said you couldn't be 5 feet and thoroughbred? Never witnessed the cerebral cortex in my head. How many gigabytes does your hard drive hold? Or does your hard drive fold once the signal hits the node? Beyond mission control, the theory behind your thought. Marie Antoinette behead me, I still rock. Why you choking, suffocating off your own testosterone? I'm known for breaking levels down to the values unknown. A specimen with extraterrestrial estrogen. Kick your intestines in, sell your testicles to Mexicans. I bring the force like a nutcracker. Annihilate rhyme hackers, they be sealed linebacker. The last set of piss remains unclaimed. So if you buck against free, you better tattoo your name on your teeth. I disintegrate those that oppose. Incinerate holes with they assholes in they nose. I suppose you wanna run your mouth like a castanet. I put bitch niggas to rest in the bitch bassinet.
Is that all, soldier?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need?
Sir.
Report back to me before the briefing. At ease. Are you a patriot?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Then say it like you mean it. Tell them who cannabis is from the Navy SEAL team. I'm the meanest motherfucker on this whole Navy SEAL team. And I can kill anything if it bleeds or breathes. Calling all bitch ass niggas and bitch ass bitches. I got a howitzer bigger than any 450s. Rapping is a raw business, but as an individual, I'm as different as anybody's fingerprint is. If foreign is the norm, I'm the antonym. Put me in the same category you would put Marilyn Manson in. Bugging like a satanic evangelist. Jogging butt naked down Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. Every MC in your crew would get ruined and wounded. You talk bullshit and be too scared to do shit. I'm the type of nigga that'll prove it, produce shit. Spend so much time in the studio, I had to move in. A soldier who practices West Indian obeah. I can drink the poison from a king cobra. Cause long after y'all the dead and gone, I survived the nuclear holocaust like a roach off the party.
Is that all?
Sir, yes, sir.
Is there anything
Sir,
you need?
no, sir.
Report back to me before the briefing. At ease.
You know what I'm saying? Doing it big. And yeah, we'll have another little music break in you know, an hour here. Less than an hour here. But yeah. I appreciate the people watching this. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna continue here. It says, although the individual existing in the framework of civilization of a certain type was always confronted with certain techniques, he was nevertheless free to break with that civilization and control his own individual destiny. Okay. The constraints, and this is one of the key aspects of the technological system today, right? There's a lot of technologies that exist, right, that we exist in the midst of, and their use is not optional, right? You almost need them in order to function, in order to get supplies, in order to get tools that you need for your daily life, right? To fulfill basic functions, right? Get a job, right? Procure your basic needs, right? Right. So this aspect that a lot of technology is provided to us as a convenience, but it's not even a choice. How can something be a convenience when it's not even a choice? Right? That's impossible. Right? But anyways, he says the constraints to which a person was subject, right, did not function decisively because they were of non-technical nature, could be broken through. In an active civilization, even one with a fairly good technical development, the individual could always break away and lead, say, a mystical contemplative life, right? Okay. A lot of people would be thrown in a mental asylum for that today, right? Obviously, right?
Okay, the fact that techniques and man were more or less on the same level permitted the individual to repudiate techniques and get along with them. Get along without them. Sorry, choice was a real possibility for him, right? Not only with regard to his inner life, but with regard to his outer life as well. The essential elements of life were safeguarded and provided for, more or less liberally, by the very civilization whose forms he rejected. In the Roman Empire, a technical civilization in a good many respects, it was possible for a man to withdraw and live as a hermit in the country. Apart from the evolution and principal technical power of the empire, Roman law was powerless in the face of an individual's decision to evade military service to a very great degree. Imperial taxes and jurisdiction. Even greater was the possibility of individual freedom with respect to material techniques. Okay, when we go to read things like Leopold Kohr, Breakdown of Nations, right? You see the extreme inefficiency that government had back in the past, right? Extreme technical inefficiency, right? Obviously, one king, right, was not worth the administrative capacity of a bunch of people, right? The democratic government, right, with its massive bureaucratic arms, right, it has far more precision, right, than a king making decisions, right? A king has only the capacity to take account for very little, right? So this idea, I mean, that that the individuals, right, could have the capacity of an administrative network, right? Today, I mean, it's nothing like that today, right? But yeah, I mean, but yeah, let's go on. It says, it says, okay, I sort of lost my place. Okay, here, I'll just start here. It says, there was reverse for the individual an area of free choice at the cost of minimal effort. The choice involved a conscious decision and was possible only because of material burden of techniques had not yet become more than a man could shoulder. The existence of choice, a result of characteristics we have already discussed, appears to have been one of the most important historical factors governing technical evolution and revolution. Evolution was not then a logic of discovery or inevitable progression of techniques. It was an interaction of technical effectiveness and effective human decision. Whenever either one of these elements disappeared, social and human stagnation necessarily followed. Such was the case, for example, when effective technique was or became rudimentary and inefficacious. As to the consequences of lapse in the second element, we are experiencing them today. Okay, he now comes to characterize how the new techniques are very much different from the old techniques, right? And we've been sort of going over this idea of his, right, over the past few episodes, right? And even in the ideas that he has about medieval life, right? The Middle Ages, right? And I talked about how the Middle Ages is period right before the development of the Enlightenment philosophy, right? And then the Industrial Revolution. So it's critical to understand why the changes in the Middle Ages, right, basically halted the growth of technique and science, right? Okay, just what was it, okay, about them that made them different, right? So we've been talking about that for the first part of this show, right? Over an hour here, right? And we've come to some pretty interesting conclusions, right? Okay, now it's funny, the number of viewers keeps going from like 7 to 14.
so I don't know what's going on there. It's like musical chairs in here. And you're gonna have to listen for longer than 15 minutes to actually get the gist of what I'm saying here. All right, but this isn't that type of presentation, right? Where it's just chit chat. We haven't had a lot of participation here on the channel, right? Yesterday and today, but I think it's because we've taken a little hiatus and we're coming back after a little while, so it's no problem. And I definitely don't mind. But it says the characteristics of the new technique, right? Okay, the characteristics of the relationship of technique, society, and the individual, which we have analyzed, he says. Were, I believe, common to all civilizations up to the 18th century, he says. Historically, their existence admits of little discussion. Today, however, the most cursory review enables us to conclude that all these characteristics have disappeared. The relation is not the same. It does not present any of the constants recognizable until now. But that is not sufficient to characterize the technical phenomenon of our own day. This description would situate it in purely negative perspectives. Whereas the technical phenomenon is a positive thing, he says. The old characteristics of technique have indeed disappeared, but new ones have taken their place. Today's technical phenomenon, okay, consequently has almost nothing in common with the technical phenomenon of the past, he says. Okay, so this line is very much against one key concept that I keep mentioning called the myth of progress, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? I mentioned that concept hundreds of times on the show. Okay. It's one of the main ideas, right? Ever since episode 1, we've been talking about that, right? Okay, the rule of experts, okay, the metaphysics of creation, right? Okay, definitions of technique. We've been talking about that since day 1, right? But yeah, he says that technique is not based on the techniques of the past. It came upon the world suddenly, right? Not in progressive stages, the disappearance of the traditional characteristics to do so. Okay, sorry. I'm reading from the wrong spot. He said, I shall not insist on demonstrating the negative aspect of the case, the disappearance of the traditional characteristics. To do so would be artificial, didactic, and difficult to defend. I shall point out then, in summary fashion, that in our civilization, technique is in no way limited. It has been extended to all spheres, encompasses every activity, including human activities. It has led to multiplication of means without limit. It has perfected indefinitely the instruments available to man and put at his disposal almost limitless varieties of intermediaries and auxiliaries. Technique has been extended geographically so that it covers the whole earth. Okay, so we're dealing with a world system, right? Okay, it might be new to some people, right, that we're living under a global world technological system. Okay, but it's not a surprise to us at all, right? People that are waiting for a world system to take root are simply just not paying attention, right? People that are waiting for one world government, one world religion, any of these types of things to come about are looking in the wrong place, right? For the world system, right? Okay, if you want to see the world antichrist system in all of its beauty and all of its extremities, right, you could just look at the technological world system, right, to look at the power in the world, right? Okay. It says technique is extended geographically, so it covers the whole earth. Okay, it's a self-incubated, self-evolving, self-augmenting system, right?
Okay, it is evolving with rapidity disconcerting not only to the man in the street, but to the technician himself. It poses problems which recur endlessly and every even more acutely in human social groups, he says. Moreover, technique has become objective and is transmitted like a physical thing, its environment or country in which it operates. Regardless of the environment or country in which it operates, we are faced with a exact opposite of the traits previously in force. We must therefore examine carefully the positive characteristics of technique of the present. There are two essential characteristics of today's technical phenomenon, okay, which I shall not belabor because of the obviousness of the two incidentally, and the ones which general emphasize the best authors. Give me 1 second, folks. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Run over to the other side of the room there for a second. Oh man, I'm a little bit out of breath here. But it says there are two essential characteristics of today's technical phenomenon, which I shall not belabor because their obviousness. The two, incidentally, are the ones which in general emphasized by the best authors. The first one of these obvious characteristics is rationality. Okay, extreme rationalism of the system, right? Okay. In technique, whatever its aspect of domain which is applied a rational process is present, which tends to bring mechanics to bear on all the spontaneous and irrational processes. Okay. This rationality best exemplified in systemization, division of labor, creation of standards, production norms, and the like involves two distinct phases. First, the use of the discourse, quote unquote, in every operation. This excludes spontaneity and personal creativity. Second, there is a reduction of method and its logical dimension alone. Okay, the reduction of method to its logical dimension alone, Every intervention of technique is in effect a reduction of facts, forces, phenomena, means, and instruments to the schema of logic. Okay. And of course, math and logic are the combination of the two forces which comprise cybernetics. Right. And as we said, cybernetics is applied to all means of governance, right, within the theory itself, right? So, as it's labeled, cybernetics, control and communication within the animal and the machine, right? That's what the book is called, right? Anyways, the second obvious characteristic of the technical phenomenon, he says, is artificiality. Artificiality. Technique is opposed to nature, art, artifice, artificial. Technique is an art of creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion. Okay, the means man has as disposal at the function of technique are artificial means. For this reason, the comparison proposed by Emmanuel Monnier between the machine and the human body is valueless. The world that is being created by the accumulation of technical means is an artificial world and hence radically different from the natural world. Okay, technique wants to create an artificial world
the complexification of means, right? The enframing of means towards a particular end, right? Okay, and the externalization of means or processes, right? All of these three aspects comprise, okay, the proliferation of technique, right? What are they? They're opposed to nature, right? Nature seeks the simplification of means to a plethora of ends, right? Nature is not artificial, right? Nature is spontaneous. It's not limited to rational means, right? Okay. So there's many different aspects, right, where nature itself opposes technique, and the way technique dominates human society is through the machine by applying mechanization, right? Okay. Okay. It says of technique, it destroys, eliminates, or subordinates the natural world and does not allow the world to restore itself or even to enter into a symbiotic relationship with it. The two worlds obey different imperatives, different directives, and different laws and have nothing in common. Just as hydroelectric installations like waterfalls lead them into conduits, so the technical milieu absorbs the natural. That's a very important line. Okay, in the modern world, the technical milieu absorbs the natural world, right? So that man has no longer a reliance on the natural world, right? Okay. We are rapidly approaching the time when there will be no longer any natural environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetual day will reign over the planet. Yeah, I've given only brief descriptions of these two well-known characteristics, but I shall analyze the others at great length. They are technical automatism, self-augmentation, monism, universalism, and autonomy. Okay, he now goes on to describe those different elements, right, within the technical system. Right, characteristics of modern technique, he says, right? Okay, automatism of technical choice, right? Right. So this automatism of choice can be paired with another element, which is the efficiency of means. Right. The automatism of choice is based on the efficiency of means, right? Okay. Yeah, blessings, unseen warfare. Thank you for being here. Death to compromise, blessings. Yeah, thank you guys. Square peg, round hole. Thank you for being here. One big pond. Blessings. Dr. D Head. What's up, homie? Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you to all the people in the chat here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to the 22 people watching this. I really appreciate you guys watching here. It looks like we're getting back into the flow of things here. I like it. I appreciate it. But yeah, we've been struggling to get those numbers up today. But yeah, please go and tell people that the Machine Lies is live. Like I remember, when I was watching Krakow, he said, if you could whisper to somebody in a back alley that Krakow is live, please tell them. Right. So yeah, if you could whisper to somebody in a back alley that the Machine Lies is live, it'd really help. Right? But yeah, you know what I mean? Blessings. Orange, thank you. Peace be with you. Longtime viewer, Orange. Yeah, I'm sipping on some apple, sparkling apple juice. Man, it's giving me a little bit of indigestion here. But yeah, it says automatism of technical choice. Okay, and we'll be having some more music here in a little bit, right? Okay, but before I move to the characteristics of modern technique, let me just play some of the ellul video here. Let's see what's going on here. And he's going to go ahead and define automatism in a minute. But yeah, let's go to this here. I like to chop it up with this.
There are many scammers out there trying to trick.
It's like we got a little
science
commercial
fiction
here.
and dystopian.
Look at this bald, ugly dude, man. This dude looks like dystopian. Man, you look like you're from a dystopia. You know, straight up. But yeah, God bless his soul. You know, but yeah. I think we already went to this part. Yeah, we were like 19 minutes in. What is this doing again?
Tout ce que l'homme considérait ou appelait.
Yeah, he says technology has destroyed everything that people consider sacred, right? Okay. Yet it's vociferously supported by those of religious leanings, right? It's totally brought them under its guise, right? Okay. It's a clear danger, right? But yeah, it's definitely taken away all, transformed all ethical, moral, and cultural considerations, right? And religious considerations, right?
Le sacré dans la nature, etc. Eh bien, l'homme est spontanément amené à regarder la technique comme du sacré. C'est ça qui est l'élément extrêmement grave. Alors, le sacré, autrefois, était toujours dans la nature, que était plus forte. Ce que l'homme avait à un moment dans une société, à une époque, appelé le sacré, alors l'homme vénérait, respectait cette nouvelle force qui avait manifesté qu'elle était plus forte. C'est-à-dire que c'était un sacré qui était plus sacré que l'autre. Et c'est un des aspects qui est très grave dans notre société, c'est que la technique, ayant détruit tout ce que l'homme considérait ou appelait le sacré, dans la nature, etc., eh bien l'homme est spontanément amené à regarder la technique comme du sacré. C'est ça qui est l'élément extrêmement grave. Alors, le sacré, autrefois, était toujours dans la nature, et maintenant...
By the way, I'm at a random part in the book again, and this video is lining up with exactly what I'm talking about. This is very strange. This is the second time it's happened, right? Before I was talking about medieval techniques, and he starts talking about medieval techniques in the video clip. Well, now he's talking about nature, right? The dialectic between nature and technique. Very interesting, right? Very synchronistic.
Maintenant, la nature, elle est tout à fait désacralisée, et c'est la technique qui apparaît à l'homme moderne comme du sacré. Je pense à ce scandale chaque fois qu'il y a une manifestation dans les rues. Eh bien, ce qui scandalise vraiment les gens, c'est quand les manifestants brûlent une automobile. Alors ça, c'est la destruction d'un objet sacré, absolument. Ça, c'est un des éléments très, très, très fondamentaux, une des règles d'interprétation de la technique, absolument. Il faut toujours savoir que tout progrès technique se paie, que tout bonheur de l'homme se paye. et qu'il faut toujours se demander quel est le prix que l'on va payer. Il suffit par exemple de prendre, à l'inverse de ce que nous venons de dire maintenant, quand Hitler est arrivé au pouvoir, on a dit mais les Allemands sont fous, ils ont tous été pour Hitler, ou presque. Bien sûr, Hitler a fait disparaître le chômage très rapidement, il a redonné aux marques toute sa valeur très rapidement, il a fait multiplier brusquement la croissance économique très rapidement. Comment voulez-vous qu'une population peu informée et qui voit ces miracles économiques se produire, comment voulez-vous qu'il soit contre? Il suffisait de se poser la question, quel est le prix? Qu'est-ce que l'on paye ou qu'est-ce que l'on va payer en échange de ce progrès économique, de cette amélioration du marque, de cette suppression du chômage, etc. Qu'est-ce que ça va coûter? Et on se serait alors rendu compte qu'effectivement, ça risquait de coûter très cher, ces réussites-là. Mais ça, c'est typique de notre société moderne. Alors que dans une société traditionnelle, eh bien, on pose toujours cette question-là. Toujours. C'est-à-dire, si je fais ceci qui perturbe, qui dérange l'ordre du monde, qu'est-ce que ça va coûter?
Right. Where is the great cost benefit analysis? Right. There's no precautionary principle applied to the acceptance of new technologies as there was in traditional society. Everything has a cost. Right. Right. And the acceptance of new technical expressions is a loss of cultural traditions on one hand, right? At the very least, right? And of religious traditions on the one hand, right? Yeah, exactly.
Et la sagesse, ça ne se crée pas par une réflexion intellectuelle, mais c'était une lente transmission de génération en génération, une accumulation d'expériences, et puis c'était une relation avec le milieu naturel. La nature nous donnait des modèles de vie. Donc, il faut abandonner tout ça. Si on entre dans l'univers technique, on cesse de prendre la sagesse humaine traditionnelle au sérieux. De même, la technique nous oblige à aller de plus en plus vite. Et elle va remplacer la réflexion par le réflexe.
Okay. So the inner reflection is replaced by the reflex of technical change, right? There's a desacralization of nature, right, involved in the process, right? And there's also this idea, right, that he's saying that essentially, you know, the idea of tradition itself is replaced by progress, right? By the idea of progress, right? By the best way to do things, right? So all of these ideas create a further dialectic between nature and technology, right? And the role of human society within that dialectic, right? Okay. So this is Jacques Ellul talking about it, right? let's hear a little bit more of what he has to say, right? And then, we'll move on here.
La réflexion, c'est le fait que quand j'ai fait une expérience, je réfléchis sur cette expérience. Et le réflexe, c'est savoir immédiatement ce qu'il faut faire dans telle circonstance sans réfléchir. Donc, la technique demande que l'on ne réfléchisse pas. Mais si dans une auto qui va à 160 à l'heure, vous réfléchissez, alors vous avez un accident. Il faut avoir des réflexes. Et tout ce que l'on demande dans la technique, c'est précisément ne réfléchissez pas, ayez des réflexes. Précisément à cause de l'efficacité.
Okay, so here's a key element. He's said it's the lack of inner reflection, right, and the external reflexes, right, that sort of cause us to forego all inner reflection, right? Okay, there's externalization of means, a rationalization of means, right, and processes, right? Okay.
La technique est une augmentation de la puissance et aussi des risques. Puisque nous disions, on cherche l'efficacité, on ne regarde rien d'autre, donc on peut augmenter des risques. Et augmentation de la puissance, augmentation des risques, il faudrait que l'homme soit lui-même changé et assez maître de lui pour arriver à dominer cette puissance et peut-être à ne pas tout utiliser et d'autre part à éviter les risques. Il faudrait autrement dit que l'homme change vite pour utiliser bien, je ne dis pas efficacement, je dis bien la technique. Et il faudrait que se produise ce que le philosophe français Bergson, il y a bien longtemps, en 1930, avait dit, plus la puissance de l'homme augmentera, plus il est important que l'homme ait un supplément d'âme, que son âme soit améliorée en quelque sorte. Mais si l'homme continue à n'avoir qu'une idée, c'est la puissance, et on lui donne les moyens de cette puissance, il va l'utiliser le plus rapidement possible, sans tenir aucun compte.
Okay, so speed of adaptability, okay, is necessary for technical order to take root, right? If a new method, a best form of method is available, it has to be applied. And the lack of consideration between, when it's available and when it's applied, right, is necessary, right, for the technical order to take root. So the ethical, aesthetic, and religious types of considerations, they're going to have to go to the backseat, right? If we're going to have, because one thing that efficiency needs is speed, right? Okay. Yeah, definitely. Neuro, come on and drop your news segment. Right? I'm ready for it. Blessings. Right? For sure. You know, we're gonna take a little musical break soon anyway. So yeah, go ahead and come up if you want to. You
La technique ne supporte pas qu'on la juge. C'est-à-dire, les techniciens ne supportent pas qu'on porte un jugement éthique, moral, sur ce qu'ils font. Et pourtant, porter des jugements éthiques, des jugements moraux, des jugements spirituels, c'était ça, la plus haute liberté de l'homme. Or, je suis privé de ma plus haute liberté. C'est-à-dire que...
That's right. You know, the modern society, it makes the man an emotional, spiritual, and metaphysical eunuch, right? And then tells it that it's allowing him the greatest freedom he's ever experienced, right? But the parts where you're most free to experience, you're actually cut off from them, right? So that's a pretty important point Ellul is making here, right? And we're going to move on to his reading here in a second, right? But let's let him finish his statement here. Right?
Je peux faire, moi, tous les discours que je veux sur la technique. Les techniciens, ça leur est complètement égal. Ils ne changeront rien à ce qu'ils sont en train de faire, ce qu'ils ont décidé de faire et ce qu'ils sont conditionnés à faire. Car le technicien n'est pas libre, il est conditionné. Il est conditionné à la fois par son éducation, par les pratiques qu'il a, et puis par l'objectif à atteindre. Il n'est...
Okay, let's examine that statement again. He said, okay, the technologists are not free, they're conditioned, right?
Sur la technique, les techniciens, ça leur est complet. Tous les discours que je veux de ma plus haute liberté. C'est-à-dire que je peux faire, moi, tous les discours que je veux sur la technique. Les techniciens, ça leur est complètement égal. Ils ne changeront rien à ce qu'ils sont en train de faire, ce qu'ils ont décidé de faire et ce qu'ils sont conditionnés à faire. Car le technicien n'est pas libre, il est conditionné. Il est conditionné à la fois par son éducation, par les pratiques qu'il a, et puis par l'objectif à atteindre. Il n'est absolument pas libre dans l'exercice de sa technique.
Okay. So, okay, the technologist is not free in the task he's performing. Right? He's conditioned both by his training and by the goals he seeks to produce through his task. There's no freedom there. Right? Anyways.
What's up, man? Good show.
Oh, what's going on? Blessings. Yeah, thank you. And don't thank me, thank Ellul, really. You know, just carrying the show. You know?
Yeah, he is, man.
Yeah, for sure. You know?
Reflex. That's something I like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
crazy.
deep, wasn't it? He's like,
sort of just autopilot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and you could tell that that Ellul prizes the inner reflection aspect. You know, that's one of the hallmarks of the Christian teaching. You know, that you know, has been one of its strong suits is the inner reflection part of it, right?
Yeah, not to be nearsighted, you know, because you can get caught up in just like what's happening right now. You know, it's like everything's working out, like kind of the H question with Mr. H, and he's like, you know, the economy's great, and yeah, everybody, how couldn't they support that? But at what detriment?
Sounds bigoted.
Coming from you. No.
Well, look at this. Look at my face. I mean, look at it. Yeah, ellul is interesting, and I always like to look at where the rubber meets the road. And I'm going to read a quote, which I will not attribute to the writer, just because I don't want people to take it personal if we critique what is being written. And I'm sure, you guys will understand once I read what I'm going to read here, if you don't mind. Let me read this quote really briefly. Remember when I said maybe Trump's miraculous reentry into the White House signaled that the technocrats convinced him to help them overthrow the old guard NWO power structure, which tried to destroy him if they could not create a new technocratic control grid? I think the CIA buyouts news dropping at the same time that Trump announces U.S. annexation of Gaza means that we are indeed seeing the Brzezinski-Kissinger grand chessboard being flipped and the Atlanticist powers being overtaken. Within a span of 2 weeks, we are suddenly proposing unprecedented moves to acquire new territories like Greenland, Gaza, and possibly even Canada, taking back control of the Panama Canal, withdrawing from the United Nations. I'm not saying this is good or bad. Too many unknowns. The information we have is simply surface level. Intelligence agencies and shadow power groups have essential information we may never know or might not know for decades. Given that there's great geopolitical dismantling and restructuring going on, I think it's way too early to say whether bold moves like this annexation are going to be quote unquote good or quote unquote bad for the United States. I think the world as we have known it since World War II is over. In the years after World War II, the entire world was rearranged. Same thing happened after World War I. I think we've been in World War III since 2020. This will be a similar period of upheaval where the old rules are no longer going to apply. National borders, military, trade alliances are all lines being withdrawn right now. So it seems like a very, basic statement. And again, I'm not going to say who wrote that because people may be offended if we critique it. So I don't want to, I don't want to put the show at risk. But I was just kind of curious, like looking at what ellul says and looking at what this person's saying about recent events. Do you see any correlation between the two, or do you think that it's, as far as the technocrats and the NWO and the redrawing of the lines, or is that a smokescreen for something else?
Yeah, definitely. These ideas of these guys like, obviously Ellison, this Larry Ellison, the Oracle, the Cambridge Analytica, you know, Sam Altman, Musk and Thiel and all these people coming together right at this time, right? And not only in the political fashion, but also in ideological fashion, right? To bring about certain new technologies and things. This is exactly what's going on. It's global corporations functioning as pseudo governmental entities, just like ellul and Gibson predicted, right? So yeah, definitely it goes right in line with what we've been talking about.
Yeah. And I think I do think there is a smoke screen here too. I think that this idea that it's still not working toward he's the savior or something. That's the illusion. That's the smoke screen there. That he's gonna fight this new world, or he's a part of the same wings of the of that same bird. I think, and it's easy. It just like sort of what Alul was talking about. The people backing some this demagogue or whatever it is, as long as they see some progress, but at what detriment? I think whether we like it or not, those people, they don't seem to understand that, he's not for the common person. He's for the billionaires, his billionaire buddies. And it might not be, I guess, as blatant as some others have been, but it's working for the same goal. Right? It's kind of rambling.
Well, what stands out to me a little bit is that, I think there's a case to be made that perhaps, it goes beyond even the billionaires. Like, what exactly do the billionaires serve? Is the corporate structure serving them, or are they serving the corporate structure? Has it taken on a life of its own? Has the, methodology become something larger than itself? And it's kind of why I keep asking, like, what do you call an like, what's the analogy of a egregore to technique? Because, like, I guess ideas have an egregore, and what does that make a technique? Or is an egregore accurate enough? Because the idea takes on a life of its own, and then finds a way to be implemented. And I think it's interesting too, because we were kind of watching some of our quote unquote friends who were going over evolution and losing their mind. But is it the idea that inorganic matter had that put life together, or was it God that put things into motion? Or does it ultimately quote unquote matter, from our standpoint? And I think, you look at ideas versus technique, and does the idea have a life of its own outside of its application? Really? You know what I mean? Because the way that you think about things kind of drives the way that you behave. So effectively, it drives your technique regardless, right? So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where to go with that, but that's kind of what was coming to mind with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the main idea is that look on the right and the left, what things they support together, and you'll find out where the real structure of power actually rests, right? And there's things that they support on the left wing and the right wing, such as technological growth, scientific research, and what areas do they want that to succeed in, right? And you'll see that the true reigns of power, they're trying to consolidate the actual power that exists. How do the Democrats and the Republicans or the liberals and the conservatives hate each other, but both support the same basic outcome through the same basic means, right? So once people start to realize that, it's it's how they consolidate power. It's not, in terms of how they oppose each other.
It's a sleight of hand game,
right?
Well, but they might not even be aware of who that sleight of hand game, like, who is, sorry to interrupt you, but like they may not even be aware of who they're who are they amassing power for. Like, how are they, whoever they're consolidating power for may well indeed be above their pay grade. Like, maybe the people who are quote unquote running the world are ultimately serving something else. Now, whether you want to say that's the devil, or you want to say that's AI, or you want to say that's whatever, there's this kind of old thing about, masters versus slaves, who's really in control. I can't remember who said it to me, but somebody said something very recently. Is it the cat that controls the owner, or the owner that controls the cat? I mean, you could argue both ways to some degree, but it's kind of one of those
things. So what you're saying is that there's a system here, right? And that there's people that might be caught up in the system itself, and they're not realizing that those above them are using this system as a means to get to a certain goal, right? And they could just be caught up in the game as a chess piece or something.
But even the people at the top may not really fully comprehend,
on a spiritual sense, yeah,
what they're doing.
Well, I'll take an example with like Stalin. Okay, this guy's kind of ties into what your question was. Stalin started out, going to like a Christian school or like a seminary or something. I forget what it was, but in his stay, he started to look into Darwinism and give into this Darwinian ideal, right? Well, that influenced his type of thinking, because he, sort of walked away from this idea that all men are kind of one in Christ, and then it becomes, the strong conquer the weak, and it's a bestial mindset. So that ideology kind of fed into his totalitarian type mindset, right? If man isn't created by God and he just comes from primordial soup, then you can sort of justify being a beast of a man, right? Um, but on this other aspect of it, like I do think that maybe they're not fully aware of the spiritual implications of what they're doing, but whether they're aware or not, there has to be some awareness that this isn't right. But again, they find a way to justify it through ideology and rhetoric.
Well, and the what kind of comes to mind, which I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, but what comes to mind is maybe the fact that they feel that they need a reason is part of the problem. Like, what I mean is, like, maybe the fact that they think that that doing the right thing needs a justification at all is kind of like the first step in the wrong direction, right? I mean, the one of the things that's kind of nice about Christianity, and I would imagine Islam, and I'm not going to speak for other religions, or I really shouldn't even speak for my own, but to some degree, but is the fact that it's just the way it is, and you don't have to really think about it, too much. I mean, is killing wrong? Yes, it's always wrong. Now, are there degrees depending on the circumstance? Perhaps, but either way, it's still wrong, right? Is that, you know what I mean? And it doesn't mean that life doesn't get messy, but you just kind of know that it's wrong in and of itself. Even killing animals and stuff is and is not the way it should be. It just is the way it is, but it doesn't mean that it's good in and of itself,
Right. So
right?
this ideology blurs those lines.
Right, and because you can always, I mean, basically, if you need to drag reason into morality, well, you can always make up some reason for almost anything. I mean, you really could, and that's kind of the danger that I think all this is getting into. And then when you add mediation into it, what Machine was saying before, you don't have choice. Now you've eliminated choice. Well, and just to steal from Stefan Molyneux, if there's an absence of choice, then morality isn't in play. And so that's kind of, I think a lot of these people are actually thinking that way, and they're saying, well, we'll just eliminate choice, and then I'm good as a Christian. I live in a technocracy. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, and I can't do anything about it. So I'll just play along. I'll just go along to get along, right? And that's a very dangerous position to be put into as a Christian. I think like that's
Sure.
kind of like checkmate, isn't it? I mean,
Well, you think about it like this. Yes and no. I'll say that yes and no, and I'll tell you why. But first of all, in the West, we have reason and logic we can reason and logic and use rhetoric to justify just about anything. You go to like a place like Africa and you tell them about, you see those videos where they talk about trans or something, right? And they're like, no, this just goes against everything we've ever thought. That, you know what I mean? And maybe an American would say that they have a primitive type of thinking. But what good is this sort of advanced logical type thinking if it's leading you down these alleys? You know what I'm saying? That this other group of people wouldn't even think to go down.
well, but and just sorry to interrupt you, but just really quick, if you give those people in Africa and say, well, how about you give up all your tradition? I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. A lot of those people are just going to say, fuck my tradition. I'll take the money. All right. So I'm just saying, like, that's kind of what I'm also alluding to. But go ahead, sir.
Well, okay, but well, when you say like it's kind of checkmate, right? Well, not necessarily, because on a maybe if like in a worldly sense, it might seem that way. Just as in the same sense that Christ is on a cross crucified, and the whole world's looking at him saying he's a dead man. 3 days later, he rises from the grave. So there's mystical realities that, maybe on a worldly sense, it seems like evil's winning, but it's already lost. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't fight for something, right? Sure, we need to fight, but we need to know what exactly we are fighting for. Is it the salvation of our souls, or is it, a kingdom of man on earth that's already going to burn in eternity?
I don't think it's any coincidence that when Trump got back up with his totally real event that happened with the blood all over his face, and he raised his fist and he said, "Fight, fight, fight." I mean, for what? See?
Yeah, what are we fighting, and where's the progress going, and who's it benefit? Does it benefit us on a soul level, or does it just benefit the machine itself that's already pushing towards this technocratic satanic world, right? And I would say it's number two, but me and you've been going a little bit, so I want to know what machine has to say on that.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah, I think some of these key things that he's saying, about what the technophiles have in order of civilization, how they seek to perfect an order, the elimination of choice, the illusion of freedom, and the automatism of choice, really, which is the next point he's going to talk about. Is one of the most essential features here. And yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys joining here. I mean, and I did drop the link in the chat there. Let's see what's going on here. I'll go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat, even though there's not that much participation today, and I totally understand. It's because not only because we went away for a while, but also just the general weekday idea. Also, I've seen the numbers generally low on a lot of channels, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I don't know. The way I look at it, it's just get the message out and whatever. Let them do with it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I spoke the truth. Like doesn't matter. I mean, like I did my part.
Right.
So that's also another aspect of it. I mean, yeah, usually there's a lot of people live, but that shouldn't change the general viewership. But I know going away for a while does, so that definitely has an effect. I mean, so we'll figure out what's going on. But
so what did you get? Like a week suspension or something? Is that what that was?
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what we'll go on and do is go back. Yeah, I won't be playing this video anymore, but I'm going and on to the subject here. Automatism of technical choice. It says, quote unquote, the one best way so runs the formula to which our technical to which our technique corresponds, right? So this is what he's been talking about, right? The elimination of the diversity of forms, the elimination of choice, okay, the elimination of cultural, spiritual, aesthetic, and ethical considerations, right? All of this leads to automatism of choice, right? Through technical means, right? The one best way, efficiency, right? And of course, this characterology is also attached, I think, right, to the Aristotelian notion, right, of essence, right? That each thing could be perfected on its own terms, right? And this idea of perfectibility and essence, right, being linked through the telos, right? I really think that, this idea in Aristotle is very, very important. And of course, Aristotle, he created correspondence theory, empiricism, the scientific method, logic, right? And also this notion of techne logos, right? So I think that there's a lot of ideas there that are very, very essential, right? That didn't really take root and develop until the 16th century. And there's key
reasons for that. You know, part of the reason is because of the church, right? And there's
Okay.
other ideas too, right? In the medieval times, right, that sort of, you know, halted these concepts and ideas from developing, right, until the 16th to the 18th centuries, right? Okay. But and of course we talked, you know, just in you know, showing people the problems, we've talked about that so many times. But it says when everything has been measured and calculated mathematically so that the method which has been decided upon is satisfactory from the rational point of view. Okay, the method is manifestly the most efficient of all hitherto employed, or those in competition with it. Then the technical movement becomes self-directing. I call the process automatism. Automatism. I'll read that again. The method, okay, is manifestly the most efficient of all those hitherto employed, of those in competition with it. Then the technical movement becomes self-directing. Automatism. There is no personal choice. Okay, in respect to magnitude, between say 3 and 4, 4 is greater than 3. This, in fact, which is no personal reference, no one can change it or assert on the contrary, a personal or personally escape it. Similarly, there is no choice between two technical methods. One of them asserts itself inescapably. Its results are calculated, measured, and obvious, and indisputable. It says a surgical operation, which was formerly not feasible but can now be performed, is not an object of choice. It simply is. Here we can see the prime aspect of the technical automatism technique itself, ipso facto and without indulgence or possible discussion, selects among the means to be employed. The human being is no longer in any sense the agent of choice. Let no one say that man let no one say that man is the agent of technical progress. He says, okay, and that it is he who chooses among possible techniques. In reality, he neither is nor does anything of the sort. He is device for recording effects and results obtained by various techniques. He does not make a choice of complex, and in the same way, human motives. He can decide only in favor of the technique that gives the maximum efficiency, but this is not a choice. A machine could effect the same operation. Man still appears to be choosing when he abandons a given method and has proved excellent, he says, from some point of view. But his action comes solely from the fact that he has thoroughly analyzed the results and determined that from another point of view, the method of question is less efficient. A good example is furnished by the attempts to deconcentrate our great industrial plants after we had concentrated them to a maximum possible degree. Another example would be the decision to abandon certain systems of high production in order to obtain a more constant productivity, although it might be less per capita. It is always a choice. I mean, it's always a question of the improvement of the method itself. Okay. Now, okay, give me 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. He's now going to go into a discussion about capitalism and communism.
So while he's away for a second, I thought about this real quick. It's Ezekiel 3:18. Well, what it says is that when I say to the wicked, you shall surely die, and you give him no warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wicked way to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will require at your hand. Yet if you warn the wicked and he does not turn from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his inequity, but you have delivered your soul. And I think it's sort of a point that Neurojack was making. It's like, well, isn't this checkmate if they do this or that or whatever? Well, it would seem that way. But if we're looking at things as only appearances, right? You'll get caught up in that. this sort of gloom and doom. The reality is we've been told, at least from a Christian's perspective, is like, you know, the whole world shall be deceived, and the Antichrist is going to come on the scene, and many Christians are going to die, you know, and it would seem like to them that's a victory. But not everything that seems to be strong is actually strong. Not everything that seems to be weak is actually weak. The trees that can't bend always break. In other words, it's like, yeah, we can't always depend on our appearances because they'll lead us astray. And the reality is, for a Christian, we have to know that we have already won, no matter what is going on in this world. You know, there's a quote from one of our saints. He says, you know, if with all the craziness that's going on in this world, if you know, I would go mad if I didn't know we already won, or that Christ has already won. So that's how a Christian should view these things. It's not just, you know, roll over and let it happen. That's not what we're saying either. But we also can't get caught up in the gloom and doom. There's a mean between extremes on that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if I didn't believe in God, I think I would probably be sitting on my porch drunk with a loaded gun, right? But
right, you know,
that would be the trip I'd be on.
Well, that's what kind of, I think, you know, the world is trying to push on to us. It's like, what can you do? You can do nothing. And it's like, what's impossible for men is always possible for God. Even when it seems like all the cards are stacked against you and it's checkmate, it's not, right? That's where faith comes in, where it supersedes logic and reason.
Yeah, totally. Thank you for that, my brother. And
yeah,
we're gonna take a little 10-minute break, and actually, it's significantly less than 10 minutes, about 7 minutes long break with music, and then we'll be back with some more ellul here. And I pinned the link to the chat over at the Machine Lives. We're also live at the Cyber Caliphate channel. So I think Brown's Boy dropped the link there several times. And so if you guys want to go and subscribe to that, I definitely won't be mad at you. Here it is, Cyber Caliphate channel. Go check out the live over there. There's also a chat there. And but yeah. This is to prevent censorship that we're trying to do this, right? So here is some music for you guys that I recorded earlier. And some classics. We'll be back in about 6 minutes.
This had to happen. I thought of this, possessed by a demon while a preacher was screaming at me in Latin. I guess he thought that he could fight it, but that was kinda naive, cause why would it wanna leave if it was invited? I took off his halo, I had a message for God. I thought it worked as a two-way radio. He was small potatoes, but I needed a person to sacrifice, like when you throw a virgin in a volcano. I started recognizing his guard cut off communication. I guess his location wasn't worth jeopardizing. He started petrifying. His body was dead stiff, as if he forgot to stretch before exercising. I had been had, his Bible was a tad bit light. He had cut out the pages to put a flask in it. I wasn't mad at it, I probably would have done it myself. Or maybe I'm just playing devil's advocate. Playing devil's advocate.
I've seen this. This is the end.
Laying right there, like that. I stand here, right here. I'm supposed to say something.
Last chip in the bag, last page of the novel. I'm gluing the last stick of a ship I made in a glass bottle. When I began, I didn't think it was possible, but I think therefore I am. Like Aristotle, I studied meditation. I had to be in the zone in order to go beyond my own expectation. A lot of hard work and dedication. It never deterred me. It's more about the journey than the destination. What would be the reason for me to take on such a feat if I couldn't guarantee I would see its completion? I'm obviously berserk, cause I believe when I'm deceased I probably could live through my body of work. I'm stranded inside of this mannequin, but the plan is to understand how to reanimate as a mannequin. All's well that ends well, see you in hell. I'll pull my cape over my face before vanishing.
And you will face catastrophe. My crown shine precise with the princess cut masterpiece through the bullseye. I'm like Crow with the crossbow. I symbolize death like a skull and crossbones. Non-believers get hit with assault heaters. Motion dicks are lame like saltpeter. I'ma shake your mind every time I'm taking mine. Devil snake spine, divine rhymes of Frankenstein. I'm talking out loud. They saw the prophet and bowed. Angel wings on my feet, feels like I'm walking on clouds. You ain't shit, you're a pump. Pop the clip in the pump. You're closer to death by a hop, skip, and a jump. Territorial sites divide like stereotypes. In due time I fulfill religious burial rites. I'm sly like a fox, with eyes like a hawk's. Spent some time in the box, and I blow up like an ox. You're not safe from hell, you're getting raped in your cell. I jumped the screw for his keys, and then escaped from the jail. My fam's heaven come together like the Trinity, divinity, entity, ready to kill a Kennedy. Your shit gets blown. I have you get some stitches, so break you like a wishbone and make you kiss the stone. I'm a beast waiting. In my dreams I see Satan telling me to get a gun and shoot up the police station. I'm from the underworld. My slaves obtained 100 pearls, blunts to twirl. Every night I fuck another girl. I'm on a far star, plant bombs with cops are. I target squad cars, Allahu Akbar. I break you apart, I've been a snake from the start. The only way to kill me is a stake through the heart. My razor shaves next, basement reeks of decayed flesh. Who do I slay next? I read Bible and play chess.
There is a shovel that is important in the countryside. I'm a beast like Intro 9 with Cain's mind inside. It sounds like time is marked, there are vineyards and grapevines. This found inside the eye where some man is crushed and dies. My thought is sharp, it pins you to the wall behind. The wooden floor collapsed 3 times, the bodies are hidden beneath the sky. Yet I am a man who has become angry with the decisions of the king. So one night I started a crime ring. We hid barrels of gunpowder under the floor where the king was to give a speech, and blew his ass to smithereens, and blew his ass to smithereens. My poetry has a quill that pricks blood of his paranoia. This ship built in such a way that it would collapse mid-voyage. At night late down by the lake, overpass behind the creek, with a lit candlelight creep. Perhaps you'll find I've constructed panels in the ceiling to collapse and kill you while you sleep. It is lost behind the wall, what has never been found to all. In time of the great fire you watch the chandelier fall. A door is cracked, though in fact what you find behind it exact is a place where memory is trapped, or those killed by my axe. There is a war that rages in heaven, fish, zodiacs, many eyes and wings that are feathered. You're betrayed by creatures who seek their own death forever.
Yo, look me in the eye, your life's a total lie. I'm like the Godfather, I take your kids when you die. I visit small towns, spreading my sickness that's inflicted. Now I live in hospitals, painting pictures of my victims. It became a fairy tale, so the story keeps on living. On how I brought them death, the gift that keeps on giving. I stalk them all, horror calls when the darkness falls. I chop your balls, you hear the growls of the monster bros in the mental institution. On all kinds of medication, now I pray on their souls through constant meditation. Fuck a haircut, you need your head chopped off. Catch you in the crossfire when the lead pop off. My parables are terrible, I walk where pharaohs go, through the halls of miracles, the fallen walls of Jericho. Next to me is ecstasy, the Holy Ghost reflects in me.
me a living legacy through ESP. I see destiny, I hoard the steel that'll make them mourn for real. I sworn to steal, I was born in jail. Prophet Muhammad came to me in a dream with the lights out and instructed me to suicide bomb the White House. For he's the final prophet and Jesus is the Messiah. We're no longer awaiting the return of Elijah. Through land and sea wouldn't find a man more noble. I react nuclear, melt to the core like Chernobyl. Inserted in the gun, you want a hamburger bun. I murder for fun and burn your corpse when I'm done. I bled red gravy. When I was young, the lead grazed me. I'm head crazy. I break bread with dead babies. You're disgraceful, wasteful, ungrateful, unthankful. A skeleton reach out the ground and grabs your ankle. In a haunted swamp, when I'm around, you hear the monster stomp a dead body. Could still let out a rotten fart. I see the bitch in you. I'm wishing you the chicken flu. Only if you knew what was brewing in my witch's brew. Throw stones at holes made of glass alone. Recite poems that move bones in sacred domes in Rome. There's no defense known against this killer's assault. No looking back or you get turned into a pillar of salt. If I'm not left alone, then I will wet your dome. There's no better poem. I cracked the Rosetta Stone in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I parked Red Seas whole. My lead needs souls. In my head I see trolls. No doubt I rhyme best. I got a Teflon line vest. A whole human body is hard to digest.
Yeah. Okay, let's crack these books open. See what happens. We got Ellul and the Tao Te Ching up next. Exciting stuff. I mean, we could sit here, we could react to videos. You know, we could chit chat with the people from around the internet. We could cause fake drama as Illumina dummy likes to do, right? And try to accuse people of doing the same thing that we ourselves are a part of, right? It's the game. LARP game, right? But yeah, definitely. I mean, there's lots of characters online, you know, they can't take account for their real ideas. You know what I mean? And they're here to navigate, create fake drama, create illusions of grandeur, create fake tropes, and to collect information on people, funnel people into limited hangouts, and to gatekeep the other content that's here. That's 90% of what happens on this medium. Social media is invented. Yeah. You know, social media is invented to keep track of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is. So if you could
funnel
regulate
you into certain ideas, you know. Wow.
Right. That's why it's more important what you say online than it is in your actual life. But they'll have you convinced that it's opposite, that nothing matters online. You know, and in your real life, you know, that's where the 90% of the activities go on, right? Nothing could be farther from the truth, and that's why we're here, right? There'd be no other reason for us to be here, right? Otherwise, it would be paradoxical. Why would you yourself be on a median supporting technology, using technology, and telling people not to use it? It would make little to no sense unless you understand the things that we've said in the first couple of hours of this, right? All of our debate ideas, right? The different ideas about the technical complex, why the system is autonomous, why it's so hard to control the direction of where the system is headed, right? And by system, we mean technology, right? It's hard to decide the direction of technology because technology decides the direction of your life, your particular set of affairs, right? We shape tools and tools we use shape us, right? Okay, the medium is the message, right? Okay, the more you could be told what to see and hear, the more you could be told what to think and say. And it's pretty simple, isn't it? Who controls your eyeballs controls your brain. And we're talking about artifice. Okay, this is what Ellul said. Okay, he's talking about artifice, artificial, the lies. Okay, opposed to what is natural, what is unique, okay, what is real. Okay, can we distinguish those things, right? Okay, can we distinguish the artificial from the real, right? And all artificial things are based on real things, right? They can have no reality without real things, right? Okay, lies are based on the truth. Truth is not based on lies. Okay.
And a lie always presents itself like with a whole lot of truth, covering it. It's usually the rat at the bottom of the barrel of honey. It's like on the top, it's good and everybody loves it, but there's something off, right? Just slightly off.
We'll put Dr. Phil, esteemed expert, up here, and but yeah, this whole thing about artifice, and about second order nature and framing of goals, right? And this whole idea about mechanization, right? Okay. It all deals with artifice, okay, aka lies, right? Aka mechanization, or the machine itself, right? Is the edifice, right? That is pure technique, right? It's pure artifice. In other words, right? Therefore, you understand closely the name, right? The machine lies is a redundancy, right? Just as thinking about thinking, right? And this is why I formulate super redundancy before I start my show. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Actually, I think I forgot to say it today, which is funny, right? But yeah, no. But yeah, but yeah, it's still interesting, right? Because I'm commenting on the fact that the name itself is pure redundancy, right? So I'm elaborating the redundancy itself with more redundancy, right? But yeah,
Something just popped in my head too. Not to like keep on this, but what good is it to like kind of gain the whole world if you lose your soul, right?
Exactly.
I think that's something to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of a line by Ezra Pound where he says usury, makes your bread taste like scraps of paper. All right. And it's like, yeah, basically, to paraphrase him, but it's like, yeah, it takes away the flavor from life. You know,
Yeah.
it's that kind of thing, usury, technique. It's like this thing that kills you in your sleep. You barely notice it. It
The
rules
salt
over you.
loses
Yeah.
its savor.
Yeah. You lose control of things, all right? And it's not but by invisible forces, So, usury, technique, you could see how these things could cripple you slowly, right? And each time it's your own choices that are causing you to go down that road, right? So, and this is why, ellul describes the technological system as a swindle, the technological swindle. That's why he calls it the swindle, the bluff, right? These vacuous terms, right? Dajjal, right? What does Dajjal mean? It means false, right? Messiah Dajjal, the false Messiah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it appears as something good that
Yep.
everybody can get behind,
Yep.
and that's the problem with appearances. And we talked about perception before and all these different things. It's like not everything that appears good is good.
Oh yeah.
And it lulls you to sleep. It lulls you into false sense of security. And as you're in that false insecurity, they take it away. They slowly sort of, they'll show you one side of it and present themselves as the savior while they're slowly taking away your freedom. And we'll give it up for our toaster ovens.
Exactly. And yeah. You know, I won't be here that long today, folks. I'm not going to be here 11 hours and all that today. I'm trying to cut these streams short to like 9 hours on Wednesday, and then maybe do 11 hours on Saturday. You know, that's why I do the 2-hour stream yesterday, right? So I could cut this one short, which I never end up doing, but I will start doing it now, right? Because but yeah, if you guys want to join, the link is available. I want to read this because this is so beautiful. He says technique is opposed to nature, art, artifice, artificial, and this goes into our reading of the Taoism, right? Because what is Taoism focused on? It's focused on nature instead of technique, right? That's why I talk about this natural simplicity, non-mediated acts, lack of cultural refinement, simplicity even in terms of words and knowledge, right? So many concepts, right? So many non-technical forms in the Tao, right? Which takes into account the spontaneity of nature, right? The harmony of simplicity itself, right? And he says technique is opposed to nature, art, artifice, artificial. Technique as art is a creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion. The means man has at its disposal as a function of technique are artificial means. For this reason, the comparison between Emmanuel Mounier, between the machine and the human body is valueless. The world that is being created by the accumulation of technical means is an artificial world and hence radically different from the natural world. It destroys, eliminates, subordinates the natural world. It does not allow this world to restore itself or even to enter into the symbiotic relationship with it. The two worlds obey different imperatives, different directives, different laws, have nothing in common, just as hydroelectric installations take waterfalls and lead them into conduits, so the technical milieu absorbs the natural. We are rapidly approaching the time where there'll be no longer any natural environment at all. When we succeed in producing artificial aurora borealis, night will disappear and perpetual day will reign over the planet. Okay, now I'll move on. Okay, he says the worst reproach to modern society can, and now I'm at page 80. Says the worst reproach modern society can level is the charge that some person or system is impeding this technical automatism. When a labor union leader says, in a period of recession, productivity is a social scourge, his declaration stirs up a storm of protest and condemnation because he is putting a personal judgment before the technical axiom. And what can be produced must be produced. If a machine can yield a given result, it must be used to capacity. It is considered a criminal and antisocial not to do so. Technical automatism may not be judged or questioned. Immediate use must be found for the most recent, efficient, and technical progress. That's right. Things like traditions, long period of reflection, ethical constraints, right? These things will simply stop the speed of innovation and efficiency from reigning, right? Because once a new or best technical procedure has to be found, the social considerations, the social limitations, the cultural limitations cannot be factors which limit it. Not if this system wants to find the most efficient means, right? All those other means need to be eliminated, right? He says communism's fundamental criticism of capitalism is that financial capitalism checks technical progress that produces no profit. Right, that's right. The only consideration communism has in its critique of capitalism is technical considerations. It's less efficient, right? You'll see that in the Zeitgeist movie, right? He says, well, the scientists should take over the government because the capitalists are inefficient. Right? The only goal of the whole entire project is not improvement of human society. It's the improvement of the technical means. Right? You see at the end of his great movie, his only proposition is yeah, we should improve society by letting the scientists take over the government.
Wow.
Oh, that's not fascism at all. Come on, dude.
What do they call it? Like a meritocracy or something? Like, I think that's what it's called. Where,
syndicalism.
It's very strange, And there's like a little secret society type people that push this meritocracy as well. Where it's almost like Ayn Rand's type of book or something. Like Who is John Gall? Where the technocrats take over, and it's like their dictatorship, and that's what we have now. Like Elon's basically like John Gall or something.
Yeah, and that lady's huge. She actually came from Russia. I believe she's a Jewish lady who hated Palestinians. You can look up her statements. She's saying they're barbarians. They should be eliminated. They take all their land, take all the lands that are run by Muslims because they don't support science and progress and technology.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay to take away their land. It's okay to enslave people like that, just as Ellul was saying. Right? The traditions, the beautiful natural order, the reliance of people on that natural order. Okay, the techniques they use to live in harmony with nature. Right? They were nevertheless subordinated by their cultural edifice. Right? All these ideas were lost. Right? And we didn't care that we were destroying these ideas. Right? They didn't compare them to the ideas that they had. They just simply eliminated them. There's no sense in a technologically advanced society living next to a less technologically advanced society. One has more power than the other, and the technical means need to be quickly and efficiently applied. Right? So all the considerations of what the resources, the culture, the spirituality of these people, none of that had any consideration. Right? Same thing when the communists found the Christians, right?
Right.
They didn't care. So
yeah, they didn't care what religion you were. It was all against atheists, all against the atheist state, and they deemed them all, counter revolutionaries. And that's where all the persecution is. Like, if you don't agree with what we agree with, then we have to eliminate you. But we're here to bring about, this utopia. So it's all justified.
Yeah. Yeah. And it says Rubinstein. Rubinstein points out, gee, I wonder what race he is, right? Technical progress occurs under capitalism for reasons which have nothing to do with technique, and it is in this fact which it is to be criticized. Since the communist regime is oriented towards technical progress, the mark of the superiority of communism is that it adopts all technical progress. Rubinstein concludes his study by remarking that this progress is the goal of all efforts in the Soviet Union, where it is said to be possible to allow free play to technical automatism without checking it in any way. Actually, this thing is going strong while Ellul's writing this, right? So it's interesting, right? Another traditional analysis supplements Rubinstein's. This serious study carried out by Thorsten Veblen, right? The guy who, basically coined the idea of technological determinism, right? Thorsten Veblen maintains that there is a conflict between machine and business, financial investment. By the way, this Thorsten Veblen guy really, really influenced big time the guy who made the Zeitgeist movie, right? Okay. He actually very much recommends his work, right? Right. So that's interesting, right?
Financial investment, which originally accelerated invention, now prolongs technical activity. Capitalism does not give free play to technical activity, the goal of which is more efficient method or a more rapidly acting machine should ipso facto and automatically replace the preceding method or machine. Okay, this fact is so striking that today libertarians are put in the conservative camp, right? Okay, because of these considerations, right? Even though they're out and outright liberals, right? Okay.
I dated a girl that went to school with that guy. I guess he went to the Winston-Salem School of the Arts, and all that, like the whole place is set up for like people that want to direct films and whatnot. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's pretty interesting. The Zeitgeist movie. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it says capitalism does not give free play to these factors because it inadmissibly subordinates technique to ends other than technique itself. And because it is incapable of absorbing technical progress, the replacement of machines at the tempo of technical invention is completely impossible for capitalist enterprise because there is no time to amortize one machine. I don't know what that word means. Amortize. 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 You know, I think it might be like to begin to love, amortize, like amore. Thinking, I gotta look this up. Amortize. Holy shit, folks. We've reached our limit of newfangled words. Amortization. What the fuck is this mean, man? It's some sort of economic term.
Yeah, it says gradually write off the initial costs of an asset over a period. They want to amortize the tooling costs quickly, reduce a payoff or a debt with regular payments. Loan fees can be amortized over the life of the mortgage.
Look at this. He's using the language of usury to describe this process. I mean, quite case in point of what I was saying. I mean, amortize. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
yeah, to reduce a debt or cost by paying small regular amounts. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's no time to amortize one machine before a new one appears. Okay, that makes sense. Moreover, the more these machines are improved and hence become more efficient, the more they cost, he says. Oh man, we're getting up there again. Almost to 20 people. Wow. Holy shit. The pursuit of technical automatism would condemn capitalist enterprise to failure. The reaction of capitalism is well known. The patents of new machines are acquired and the machines are never put into operation. Sometimes machines that are already in operation are required, as the case of England's largest glass factory in 1932 and destroyed. Capitalism is no longer in a position to pursue technical automatism on the economic or social plane. It is incapable of developing a system of distribution that would permit the absorption of all goods which technique allows to be produced. It has led inevitably to crisis of overproduction, and in the same way, it is unable to utilize the manpower freed by every new technical improvement. Crisis of unemployment ensue. Thus, we return to the old scheme of Marx: is automatism of technique, and its demand that everything be brought into line with it that endangers capitalism and heralds its final disappearance. This is an accurate criticism and reveals two things. First, that we are correct in speaking of automatism. Okay, if the situation of capitalism is indeed as described, it is so because technical progress acts on automatically. The choice between methods is no longer made according to human measure, but occurs as a mechanical process, which nothing can prevent. That's right. Okay, he's pointing out this singular fact, right? That actually, it's not communism that doesn't exist anymore. It's capitalism that doesn't exist anymore after the technical advancements, right? That the monopolizing effect of technologies, right, creates an inherent socialism, right? Whatever they're calling corporate socialism, whatever it might be, right? But we're living under a system where, capitalism can't function on its own, really. The decisions within the capitalist system are not based on human choice. So, which is one of the main elements within the capitalist system.
Right. I think I would make this point real quick. In order to appreciate this, one has to realize what communism is. It's not merely a power-mad political regime, but it's an ideological religious system whose aim is to overthrow and supplant all other systems. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this goes to the ideas of, that we were reading from Orwell too. That the centralizing means, right, of industrial production, these large factors, okay, large scale industries essentially, okay, tend to empower the state. Right? So we see that within, as technology develops, right? States became way more powerful. Right, and they become more involved in business. Right now, there's corporate socialism. Okay, almost where, actually, there's a type of world economic system that I think many have been aware of. Right. But yeah, the main aspect is the monopolizing effect, the centralizing effect of large-scale technologies. Right? It creates an inherent socialism within the system, right, in which true capitalism cannot function. Right? So yes, communism has never been implemented as a government and, succeeded. But also, okay, large-scale technology makes true capitalism impossible. Right? So there only remains a sort of quasi-socialism, corporate socialism, right?
And that's what we're currently living in,
Oh
without a
yeah.
doubt.
Yeah, without a doubt, yeah. I mean, ellul saw it in the 70s. Now it's,
there's this illusion of choice, but it ain't there, man.
Oh, yeah.
And now we got a guy that, it's Trump is well known for being the head of corporations, you know what I'm saying? And now they're reaching the point where they're the politicians. So, and you think they're not looking out for their corporate buddies? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, right. And it's not just him, it's everybody. I mean, they're all subservient to a certain degree to that system.
Yeah, we got this tough guy here, Mr. Miner. Nice one. But
yeah, he commented on one of my community posts on the Bulgarians, sort of, the true Orthodox of Bulgaria getting they had their registry taken away by the government, and he said, well, how is that persecution? And I asked him, how is it not?
Yeah, that's a Jay Dyer fan there, Mr. Miner. We got a couple of them that watch this show. I think one of them might be Jay Dyer himself, but I don't know.
Well, of course, a Dyerite would ask that question. How was this persecution? Like, whenever it you know, if they were in the same spot, right, and one of their churches got taken off the government's registration and were deemed a terroristic threat, you know what I'm saying? They would say that was persecution, but it's always, you know, covering their eyes and ears when it's.
Yeah, he has a lot here on this part, automatism. So I'm just gonna read a little bit more, and then I'm gonna leave it. I mean, it says, so he's talking about Marx, and he says if communism can make a critique of capitalism a successful springboard for propaganda, it is only because the criticism is valid. It is valid because everything can be called into question. God, first of all. Okay. Through technical progress, there is nothing left to do but wonder at the mechanism that functions so well and apparently so tirelessly. But above all else, no finger must be laid upon it, nor its automatism interfered with. It is this that the headway of technical progress becomes automatic when modern man renounces control over it and cannot bring himself to raise his hand against it so as to make the choice himself. This then is the first aspect of technical automatism. Inside the technical circle, the choice among methods, mechanism, organizations, and formula is carried out automatically, he says. Been beating people in the head with this ellul today, so I'm going to leave it after this. The man is stripped of his faculty of choice, and he is satisfied. He accepts the situation. When he signs with technique, okay, we're here on page 82 at the last paragraph here. He says, let us examine the second aspect of automatism. When we leave the technical domain proper, we find a whole ensemble of non-technical means. Among them, a kind of preliminary process of elimination is taking place. The various technical systems have invaded all spheres to the point that they are everywhere in collision. With modes of life, and were heretofore non-technical. Human life as a whole is not inundated by technique. It has room for activities that are not rationally or systematically ordered. But the collision between spontaneous activities and technique is catastrophic for spontaneous activities. I'll read this last paragraph and then we're done with the ellul for today. Technical activity automatically eliminates every non-technical activity or transforms it into a technical activity. This does not mean, however, that there is any conscious effort or directive will. Okay. All right.
Can I respond to this guy real quick?
Oh yeah. I was waiting for this, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
You're good. So for, you know, I guess you want to see my replies on this 1 year channel. I don't know what he's talking about there. Okay, but this here, they were taken off the registration. So the Patriarch of the Bulgaria, the quote official church that's a part of the World Council of Churches, that particular patriarch has come out in support of two KGB agents that were found to be KGB agents that were posing as priests. So that's Sergianism there. Two, they were on the registration. That patriarch in Bulgaria got them taken off the registration, and then the government deemed them a threat. So that's persecution. So yeah, that's all I'll say. How are they going to remove somebody who's been set up by the Freemasons and his whole people around him are all Freemasons? Who's going to remove them? You know, are they going to remove themselves? That's naive. I mean,
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're going to the Tao Te Ching. The link is pinned. You know, we're now 3 hours into this show. You know, yeah, not that much participation yesterday and today. You know, but again, you know, we've came back after a while, so I'll just assume that that's what it is for now. If not, then we'll have to take serious role in promoting the content here, which we haven't done for a long time. So that might also be it, right? We just simply do not promote the channel here or try to do big name, you know, type of, it's not really a clout chasing enterprise here, right? Or trying to promote ourselves and, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start a new channel too, and I talked to somebody else, and I think we might like go in on like getting the full package on something. You know what I mean? And start restreaming everything from another channel too. So just to have a couple more bases covered, you know. So
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I'm surprised of the small network of people that actually, even if we lose the channel and stuff, we're still able to recover a small group of people. So that is a great, uh, great thing that's happening right now. That I'm deeply appreciative of at some level right now. I mean, we
right,
got some
it's
ideas, with Brown's Boy too. Blessings, yeah. Go ahead.
you definitely want to have like a kind of a decentralized system where it's not just one. You know what I mean? Putting your eggs in just one basket because they can't take everybody out. You know what I'm saying? If the ban handler comes down or there's some shadow banning, like, yeah, just having it in a few different areas, then what are they going to do about it? To answer where can I learn about the KGB backing, I would just, I would Google, Patriarch Daniel, KGB, just put those two terms together and you're going to find it. It's like the first article.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Miner's always here. Yeah, good there, buddy. You heard 29 presentations on the Dao and ellul and stuff like that. So, you're welcome to give your comments on any of that, if you're capable of it. I mean, definitely. But yeah, the fact is that, yeah, the people who have been here, yeah, I'd say they've gotten a fair deal of, ideas and concepts here. And especially from the beginning of this presentation to now, right? There's been quite a range of concepts. Just with the Confucian thing and ellul and the Tao, but actually we had several presentations with Annapurna. We had one with Richard Madsen. Actually, I totally forgot about the presentation we did with Madsen. Yeah, we've done covered lots of grounds, ancient and modern, but really the goal is to combine both ancient and modern. This is the goal of this architectonic enterprise, right? And one of the most greatest philosophies, okay, that I think is a prescription for the modern age, right? And the technical sphere is Taoism, right? Okay, it is a cynical philosophy, cynical of learning, society, right? And other aspects, right? It is minimalist, right? It focuses on the small, it prizes the minute, okay? It prizes those parts of things, right? It does not focus on, applying itself to everything, but it also engages all things while doing nothing, right? So this idea of letting yourself be used by everything instead of trying to bring everything under control,
right? And creating without ownership, right? Producing yet not taking credit, right? As a mother does with her children, right? It's the notion of primal virtue, of natural simplicity, of the uncarved block, right? Of a lack of cultural refinement and harmony with nature, right? All these are central themes and concepts, right? And it's against the hierarchical order within society, right? It prizes the individual above society, right? Unlike many other philosophies, right? But it doesn't go into egoism, right? It prizes the individual above human society without falling into egoism. That's a very important point because actually Taoism is very much against both egoism and Confucianism, the two big time philosophies that had taken root in the time, right? But yeah.
Yeah, he's got a very monk-like mindset, I'd say. Pretty cool.
Yeah. And he says, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Okay, so the whole message is beyond words, beyond concepts. Okay. Beyond communication, right? Beyond relationship, right? Because the Tao is unique and it's permeated throughout the entire cosmos, right? So it is not transcendent, right? What it is it is the essential nature of all things, right? So actually, it can't be defined. It says the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Why? Because the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. That's right. Heaven and earth had a beginning according to Taoism. Isn't that interesting? The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Okay, heaven and earth had to come into existence. Okay, and when they did so on top of an already permeating, constant, and eternal reality, right? That cannot be defined, right? Pure essence with no form. But yes, they were not always there. They had a beginning, right? Okay, which is fascinating. Okay, and it says the named is the mother of 10,000 things. Why? Because name is desire, right? Right. Desire and name. Okay, they're extremely linked to each other, right? Not being named, right? Wu Wei and Wu Ming, right? Those are actually at the essence of all creation, right? Okay. Yeah. And ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Ever desiring, one can see the manifestations. Okay, so the source is unknown. Heaven and earth had a beginning. Okay, divisions and desire. Okay, and manifestation coming to existence. Right? The two spring from the same source but differ in name. Okay, so name is separation. Right? Okay, the more you try to identify something, the more you have to separate it or isolate it. Right?
Okay. This appears as darkness, darkness within darkness, the gate to all mystery, right? Okay, again, we have Mr. Miner spurging in the chat. Literally spurging.
What's he talking about? Dualism. I don't think Lao Tzu teaches dualism.
Yeah, Lao Tzu doesn't even teach dualism. You
Yeah.
bonehead. You fucking bonehead. Good Lord. And look at this one. You've read Ellul myself. I just don't agree with the deterministic outcome. Well, isn't that comforting that you don't agree with the outcome, with the determinism? Isn't that so comforting that you don't agree with it? Well, is it true or is it not true? You fucking bonehead, right? That's all that matters, right? Is the situation he's describing true, accurate, false? What part of it is false of the situation he's describing? Right? That would be the key thing in arguing against it, not just saying, well, I don't believe, I don't feel. Your feelings and your beliefs don't fucking matter. They really don't. Right? There's problems in the world. All right. But yeah, desireless, you can perceive oneness, says Lao Tzu, right? Okay, those who are bound by desire see only the outward container, right? Okay, desire is separation. Naming is separation, right? And the mystery is about being away from words. Once you start to name things, that's when separation, division, concepts, words arise, right? Once you start to divide things, right? Okay, try again, Mr. Miner. That comment is unintelligible. Under heaven, all can see beauty as beauty only because there's ugliness. Ugliness is not the opposite of beauty. Okay, that's what it's saying. It's saying that two things that appear to be different are actually the same. So there's no sense in which dualism can be possible within the Daoist message. Okay, so to reiterate, right, dualism is not possible within Taoism, right, for the boneheads, right? He just said no to dualism, right? Okay, all can know good as good only because there's evil. Radically anti-dual statement, right? Okay, formlessness. Okay, and evil is the proof of the good, right? Okay, therefore, having and not having arise together, he says. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short contrast each other. High and low rest upon each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Front and back follow each other. Therefore, the wise go about doing nothing, teaching, no talking. The 10,000 things rise and fall without cease. Now, here's the primal virtue here, right? Element, right? And when we get to 6, when he talks about the valley spirit, right? He's going to focus on this element again, right? He's talking about the primal virtue, right? Or the virtue of, the weaker forms of nature, water, women, newborn children, plants, right? These are all things that Lao Tzu describes as vessels of life, right? They have pliability, they have growth, right? They're not fixed, right? They have great potential, right? Creating yet not possessing, working yet not taking credit. Okay. Work is done, then forgotten, therefore it lasts forever, right? This idea of sincerity in work, dedication to the task, applying oneself fully to the task being performed, and then not lingering in the mode that one used to complete the task, right? Okay. The notion of, you know, full and complete actions, right, that are self sufficient, that don't rely on an external locus of energy or power, right? Okay. Is one of the notions of unmediated actions. Yeah, by the way, I already explained this, right? There's a transcendental world, right, within Plato, right? In Plato, the mind is separate from nature, right? This is the essence of the dualism. Dualism. That's what dualism is in philosophy, right? So Lao Tzu doesn't have that, right? So it's simply not dualistic, right? I already explained that, right? Okay, right? Like, is Heraclitus dualistic or is it monistic? Is it a monistic system or a dualistic system? Heraclitus, right? They give like philosophy 101. This is what happens when you learn philosophy from Jay Dyer. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately.
Well, I think the misunderstanding might be in the concept of nothingness. Well, because most people see it as like a nihilistic void, right? Instead of an access. So they could maybe interpret, you know, this concept of being and non-being as being dualistic, but it really isn't, because he's talking about an access. So useful nothingness. That's not really the same thing as saying like, good and evil are on equal levels or something. I don't know. I don't know how to explain. You're better with this stuff than I am, but
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's you know, what it's trying to say is that these things don't, that things that oppose each other, they are part of each other and they need each other for existence, right? So this goes to a much more fundamental concept, right? That like, for example, like, like St. Augustine literally says, right, evil doesn't exist.
right.
Right? So how can you have a dualism between good and evil when in light of goodness there is no evil possible?
Right.
Right? So this is the fact of the matter, is that it goes to that, you only see one because of the existence of the other. So it's like,
Right.
it's like evil only has its existence because of the good. So that's not dualistic per se, right?
It's an absence of good, right? So it's not a substance in itself unless man gives into it. Then it has some form of substance, but it's not the same type of substance that, like, just the same with light and darkness. We've gone over this before. It's like when you turn on your light, your light doesn't have to fight against the dark in the room. It just it the darkness instantly is gone. Um so yeah, it's the difference between two equal opposing forces, and when that's really not the case, I guess. Right. in any ways, I guess, like, if if he's like saying, why aren't you staying? Well, I'm not here to debate orthodoxy against Lao Tzu's teachings. And I mean, if you want to read a book for an orthodox understanding on the Tao, you could read Christ's Eternal Tao. There you go. That's basically how I view it.
Right. Right. But yeah, I'm just trying to clarify how certain things are possible, right? And looking at it within the perspectives there, expanding our ideas of philosophy. Definitely, I think that Lao Tzu is philosophical. I don't think that it's making strong statements about religion or politics or these types of ideas. You know, but yeah, it definitely does have philosophical ideas in it, right? And
Lao Tzu didn't see, his writings in the Tao Te Ching as something like a religion that he was creating, and like really like modern Taoism is, I think, a little bit far from what he actually taught. You know what I'm saying?
right. I
It's,
mean, he literally says he didn't want people to follow it in the book, right? So
I think that might have been because he was maybe posing a thought that would later be expanded on in some sense, but not necessarily to. I don't know if he planned on the way that it's been expanded. You know what I'm saying? That, from my point of view, that's the way I
right,
view it.
right, and I think it also has to do with his idea that standards can be abused. You know what I mean? And I think that is a very, very important idea. I mean, in his teaching, and this really goes to the heart of it in chapter 3. Actually, right now, he says, he says, okay, so Orthodox donuts, all right. But yeah, not exalting the gifted prevents quarreling. Not collecting treasures prevents stealing. Okay, so this idea of letting go of standards, letting go of labels goes with chapter 1, right? Not seeing desirable things prevents confusion of the heart. Okay, ever desireless, one can see the mystery, remember, right? The wise, therefore, rule by emptying hearts and stuffing bellies, by weakening ambitions and strengthening bones. If people lack knowledge and desire, then it is best not to interfere. If nothing is done, then all will be well. Okay. Okay, one can rule without imposing one's will. Is it possible?
Damn donatist.
Oh, don't. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, um, but yeah, the Tao is an empty vessel. It is used but never filled. Oh, unfathomable source of 10,000 things. Blunt the sharpness, untangle the knot, soften the glare. Okay, in other words, right? Let go of concepts, right? Merge with the dust. In other words, practice natural simplicity, right? Okay. See how all these phrases have definite meaning attached to it, right? It says, "Oh, hidden, deep, but ever present. I do not know from whence it comes. It is a forefather of the ancestors," he says, right? Okay. Hidden and deep, but ever present, right? It's hidden in plain sight, right? This is how the true power operates. Hidden in plain sight, right? Okay. It's a forefather of the ancestors. Okay. Remember in the previous translations, it said it was there before God. So that makes no sense. Here it says ancestors and kings, right?
Well, that's because, the guy that's translating it, if I'm not mistaken, was
It's like
like an occultist or something,
exactly right. So they
So
want to
they'll
say
like
how
put
they
their ideas on the text, right?
exactly.
And it goes there. That's why, I was looking into sort of Lao Tzu's teachings and how the Chinese characters are meant to be kind of metaphors and things like that. And that's lost when in translation a lot of times, and people try to make it what they want it to be instead of what he was really writing.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like over here, like in the last like in another translation of chapter 17, it says the best ruler is but a shadowy presence. But in this one it says very few are aware of the highest. That's all it says.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it wouldn't like you wouldn't translate it to like rulers or like hidden rule or any of the other concepts that are clearly explored in this like chapter 66. It seems pretty clear, right, that the best ruler doesn't impose his will. The people don't know he's in charge, and he finishes his task without anybody knowing about it, right? And which reminds me of Jesus when he's like, he heals the people and he's like, don't tell anyone. Right.
Right. Yeah. Don't tell him. Don't tell him until I'm far out of here, man. Don't
Yeah,
do that.
exactly.
Yeah.
The goal is not to advertise the deed, all right? And but to actually heal people, right? That's the fact of what was happening there.
Well, that's the case with the way he tells people to pray too. It's like kind of go. He talks about, I think the Pharisees sort of show that they've prayed or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like go into your closet and pray to your Father without anybody going. And if you're fasting, kind of put water on your head so it doesn't look like you've been fasting. It's not about appearances or proving. You know what I mean? You've already got your reward if that's the case. So, yeah, Lazu seems to, be clearly against fakery.
Oh yeah, he's all for the natural and none for the artificial. That's why I had to reiterate that point.
The realness.
Yeah, the realness. Exactly. I mean, but yeah. And yeah, we'll be reading this for a few more rounds. Please click the link and come and talk to us. Thank you guys so much. I mean, we're on chapter 5 of the Gia Fu Fang translation. Gia Fu Fang and Jane English.
Yeah, I've heard about this translation before.
Yeah, this is a very famous translation. We've read the most famous translations pretty much. To conserve space and time and to be make sure these ideas have the most import. I mean,
There's like a website with like 20,000 different translations.
Oh
by
yeah,
the way.
yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah, Terabes or Terabes or whatever.
Yeah,
Website,
I was checking that out the other day. Wow.
Yeah, that website's great. We will be reading Shangzu after this, so we're not just focusing on one text. We'll be focusing on a couple texts as we're going to be doing with Buddhism too, looking at a couple few different works, a couple few different thinkers, right? But yeah, it says heaven and earth are impartial. They see the 10,000 things as they are. The wise are impartial. They see people as they are. The space between heaven and earth is like a bellows. The shape changes, but not the form. Okay, essence without form. Okay. The more it moves, the more it yields. Okay. Okay, how about that? You can see something that, expands and stretches out and becomes more yielding, right? And then shrinks and becomes more compact and holds less, right? But holds it very tightly, right? Okay, it says more words count less. Hold fast to the center. Right now, going back to the first chapter where it's talking about being conservative with words.
Less is always more, man.
Oh, yeah. Simplicity is a cornerstone of virtue. Sincerity is the jewel of the heart, as I always like to say. So, yeah, if you don't have simplicity and sincerity, you really ought to examine your actions. I mean, what you're really doing. You're probably going to lack integrity and, a lot of these things. I mean, but yeah. Super mods. I don't know what you're talking about, dog. I'm not controlling the mods. They be doing their own thing. I mean, you know, you got super mods, TML. The super mods. Yeah, it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? These are people that have always watched the channel, so I really appreciate them. You know what I mean?
Supermodels.
Exactly. They're model citizens. And but yeah, how he says create without ownership. Okay, where does he say? He says work without taking credit, create without possessing. Chapter 2, this primal virtue, right? In 6, he says the valley spirit never dies. It is a woman, primal mother. Her gateway is the root of heaven and earth. It is like a veil, barely seen. Use it, it will never fail. Okay. Okay, it's like a veil, barely seen. Okay, it's interesting.
What's this guy talking about? He says he's been here from the beginning. We've never seen you before, man. I've never seen you.
Oh yeah, Mr. Miner's been here from the beginning, but
Has he?
his identity is a little. You know what I mean? It's up in the air. Like I have no idea who this person is. So until we get more information, because most of these mods, I've had lots of personal conversations, even private conversations with some of these mods. I mean, but yeah, but yeah, but that's true. Yeah, Mr. Miner has been here from the beginning. But yeah, but yeah, definitely.
You done switched up, bro. No, I don't know.
Well, since he likes, you like what you like. Some people like that type of weak shit. The Jim Boob, Andrew Wilson, the grifter. I mean,
Nah, man. Has he talked to you since that, or was
the shill? No, he blocked me. The Elon Musk shill. And we got other people. So Jim Boob is next. He'll be, with Jay Dyer in a Miami limo. And yeah, who knows, man? All this stuff is just dark, man. Jim Bob, he was married to a lady who was on a show with George Clooney. These guys came from Hollywood. So Jim Bob is he's like a Fed actor, dude. You got to be kidding me. It's some wild shit. This is the type of shit these people like. They watch trash where they loop about the same idea over and over and over. Dude, I just did 29 episodes on Eastern philosophy. These people are pathetic, right?
Neurojack sent me something. It was like, on like Subtrack or something, and it's this Dr. Johnson guy informs listeners about the dealings with a bunch of foreign agents that were trying to recruit him into political influence operations at the behest of Russia and Iran. Right? Did he show you this?
No.
So, like, yeah, let me send this to you. Just you'll look at it later or something. But yeah, so I've got to thinking, I'm like, these other guys have had someone come to them with this same kind of deal or something and took it. You know what I mean? Whatever this guy's talking, I don't think he's lying. You know, but I think he's an idiot for maybe coming out and talking about it. Like now you're gonna have the feds on you, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what are you know? Unless they're playing the same game, who knows? But yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, dualism and monism are philosophical categories. They're both heretical from a religious perspective, for most religious perspectives, right? Why? Because A, monism is true because God is everything, right? B, okay, dualism, okay, at some stage has to be true because, God can't be the same as, everything, right? So you're trapped in this problem, right? Where you need, God to be exalted, but also you can't separate anything from God, and right. So there's all these ideas. So monism, the idea that there's one essential substance to everything. Not many religious people will come to the conclusion that that one substance is God, right? And then dualism, you're saying that there's something separate from God, and there's this whole notion that things are transcendent and separate from, this stage of reality, and then you have to, create all these concepts. So, separation from God and also separation from nature, both are problems in terms of monism, dualism. None of these work within religious concepts. That's why these are philosophical categories.
Right. I
And,
think at least in Orthodoxy is like the idea is like there's the created and then the uncreated, and God can work through the created. There's no limit there, for how he can work through the created. I don't think that in his essence he is what he has created, as far as essence wise, but he can definitely take form through creation in some way. Like he could appear in a place and time in creation, right? But I don't know. So got to get more into Palamas. I need to read more into him because he kind of breaks down these topics.
oh yeah, if you get into these explanations by these guys like Palamas or Plotinus or one of these guys that explain the one and the many, oh my God, it gets fucking, insane. I mean, to try to explain how these things are related, because, it's obvious that Parmenides created this problem. And if you're a monist, you can't do philosophy, right? So every philosopher has to be a working dualist, just in order to perform science and all these things. You can't do science with monism, right? You get trapped up in Zeno's paradoxes, and there goes the whole fucking thing, right? So that's why, Parmenides imploded philosophy with Zeno, so, and Zeno imploded lots of other things like math and logic, right? So, in order to not self-detonate, right, as Parmenides and Lao Tzu did, right, they'll just simply have to accept correspondence theory so that they can do science and philosophy, right? But that doesn't mean that those are the correct ways to view the world, right? There's just a tool that you're using to explain and understand reality and get certain things done, right? But I mean, it's not a metaphysical truth that you've surmised, right? Or there's no proof of that, right? But yeah, it says here, it says heaven and earth last forever. Why do heaven and earth last forever? They are unborn, so ever living. Okay. Now, what does it mean by this, right? Because earlier it said that heaven and earth came into existence, it had a beginning, right? Obviously, I think the fact is that, that there's nothing that is new. I mean, nothing new forms. Everything new that's formed comes from what is, right? So I think that the fact that heaven and earth have always been in existence means that, they were always there with God, and they came into existence, through distinction, right? Meaning that it was ideas and distinction. Once they started to be propagated, they separated heaven and earth from each other, right? So these ideas, that about the fact is about words, right? That words become divisions for this thing from that thing, so before there is any distinction, everything is already in existence, right? Um, because everything is one, right? So it says they're unborn, so ever living, the wise stay behind and are thus ahead, right? Okay, meaning that basically everything comes full circle. Okay, there's no need to rush ahead. Okay, they're detached and thus at one with all. They're at one with all. Okay, because duality is attachment to form, obviously. Right? It says through selfless action, they attain fulfillment. It's chapter 7. Let's go on to chapter 8, one of the most important chapters. It says the highest good is like water. Water gives life to 10,000 things and does not strive. Okay. It flows in one place. Okay, it flows in the places people reject. Sorry. And so is like the Tao. In dwelling, be close to the land. In meditation, go deep in the heart. In dealing with others, be gentle and kind. In speech, be true. In ruling, be just. In business, be competent. In action, watch the timing. No fight, no blame. Nine, better to stop short than fill to the brim. Over sharpen the blade, and the edge will soon blunt. Amass a store of gold and jade, and no one can protect it. Very anti-materialist statement. Claim wealth and titles, and disaster will follow. The distinction, holding standards, right? It's the cause of misfortune and misery. Retire when the work is done. This is the way of heaven, he says. Chapter 10. It says, carrying the body and the soul and embracing the one, can you avoid separation? Attending fully and becoming supple, can you be as a newborn babe? Right? There's natural simplicity, the uncarved block. Right? Simplicity as a cornerstone of virtue. Pliability and softness as the essence of strength. Washing and cleansing the primal vision, can you be without stain, he says. Loving the people and ruling the country, can you be without cleverness? Opening and closing the gates of heaven, can you play the role of a woman? Understanding and being open to all things, are you able to do nothing? Gauge all things while doing nothing, giving birth and nourishing, bearing yet not possessing, working yet not taking credit. Okay, echoing what he said in chapter 2, right? Okay, leading yet not dominating. This is primal virtue. Primal virtue, right? Okay, same thing he talked about in 2, in 4, in 6, and in 8, right? Okay, in 6, he talks about the valley spirit. Right, in 4, he talks about softening the glare, merging with the dust, being hidden in plain sight. Okay, in 11, he talks about using nothing. 30 spokes share the wheel's hub. It is the center hole that makes it useful. Okay, so this is very much transforming the idea of use. Okay, the idea of mediation. Right, and saying that it's nothing that we use. Right, so it's showing, wherever there's mediation, there's relation, and wherever there's that relation, there's a dissolving of each thing, right? So that what's being exploited is the relation between them, right? And not the thing in itself, right?
I always like to do this when you bring this up. I think because it explains it well. You know what I mean? But so it says the idea that emptiness.
we got Father Sweaty says I cannot play the role of a woman. We got patriarchy here, so it is what it is. I mean, right? Blessings. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it says, for the idea that emptiness, which Lao use values, is not an extreme, an exhaustion, or a lack, but rather a, quote, point of convergence, a, quote, midpoint, where the minimum has been attuned and from which there is a, quote, turning back towards fullness. This states, by way of analogy, is that momentary point of balance, when expiration is completed and inspiration is not yet begun. When there is no breath at all, it is only in keeping with this interpretation of emptiness in the Tao Te Ching that such phrases as Lao Tzu as the ridge pole, the point of convergence in a roof, or faint expiration become understandable. Where other translators interpret Lao Tzu as saying, quote, it is the empty point of the wheel that its utility depends. Eugene makes this passage much more clear with his translation. 30 spokes join in a single hub, and it is in this, its minimum point, the use of the carriage lies. Here, writes Eugene, Mojuo, or emptiness, is the single smallest point, the point of convergence of the spokes, which is the axis upon which the wheel turns and the carriage moves. So it's useful non-being.
Exactly. Useful non-being, and of course, as you may have realized, the concept itself is paradoxical. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to expand the concept of utility itself, right? And trying to implode the concept of utility, right? So he's trying to get you to go beyond usefulness, right? Which is very interesting. It's his little way of doing it, right?
Yeah.
And
he does it a lot. It's like these contradictions. What seem to be contradictions, but they're really not. It's just to get it to a metaphysical truth that can't be necessarily explained with words in a normal way, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And we are proceeding in an excellent fashion. Actually, 22 people watching now. Holy smokes, we're getting back on track here. The regular audience, we've getting the participation from the panelists. We've now got a good, our first 2 sections here that we usually present have gone excellent. So yeah, we're back in full swing. As they might say. We don't know how long we'll be there, so please subscribe to the alternative channel, right? Cyber Caliphate. Okay, over here. Join the live stream over there. If you're looking for a chat with less moderators, right, you can go and chat there, right? And if you're going and doing different things, there's also lots of different ideas that we've been looking at since the beginning of this show. Okay, dealing with technology, spirituality, okay, theology, political science,
etc. Right? Yeah, blessings 1111. New face. We haven't seen you before. Thank you for watching. Yeah, we're reading the third translation of Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, and we've explained dozens of times, okay, what these philosophies and themes are really about, right? And we're happy to be here with you guys, really. But yeah, we're on chapter 11 here, one of our favorite chapters that we've taken care to explain many times. And he says, shape the clay into a vessel, rather. It is a space within that makes it useful. Cut doors and windows for a room. It is a holes that make it useful. Therefore, profit comes from what is there. Usefulness comes from what is not there. Okay, now these two things, profit and usefulness, okay, he's trying to either eliminate or expand our conception of, to implode the concept itself, right? Okay. And, what he wants us to dwell on is the opposite of utility and usefulness, right? Which is inherent goodness, simplicity, non-mediated acts, right? The uncarved block, natural simplicity, right? He doesn't want us to do things for profit, right? Lots of different things here, right?
How do you think this sort of relates with the idea of ellul's reflex and I guess the progress that's going on in the world at the detriment of a man's soul or something? Do you think there's a relation there?
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think it has to do with this idea of of efficiency and utility, right? Sort of taking the reins, right, of creative freedom, right? And yeah, and it's obviously got big time to do with that. That this is unconscious. He's saying that it's not. It doesn't take spiritual or ethical considerations at all. It just reduces things to pure reason, pure logic, pure number, right? So Ellul really explains this, in an almost scientific way. The way technique limits these considerations. I mean,
yeah.
And he says like it's the character of it itself. It's a way of thinking that reduces everything to usefulness. Everything becomes mediation. Complexification of means. So I think it's a way of thinking. The devil is in the details.
Right.
Deadly by design.
So
these are the type of things I think of.
Those people that, let's say, the technocrats that are moving towards just progress. It seems that maybe they're missing this aspect of.
Yeah, they're taking away human will.
Yeah.
One of the most necessary aspects of human moral agency, right? And then he's saying that actually they're taking it away in the most complex considerations, right? Which he's saying that it's actually in the field of emotions, of metaphysics, right? Of spirituality, right? That these are the modes that they're being taken away.
Right. And these things aren't important to them because all that matters is just going forward,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't consider these things, right? And so yeah.
It's the mechanical heart. They just don't see how that's an issue because there is no soul, there is no spirit, there is no anything but the progress. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like,
it's not only toxic to spiritual, ethical, and human centered modes of experience, right? But it actually doesn't allow them. All right. So that's the thing. It just doesn't consider those things, right? So once this thing becomes the main consideration, then you can't have those things, right?
It's
So
it's
yeah,
almost as like that's the whole idea behind something like a Neuralink. Anybody who with any common sense at all would say this is dangerous, right? That's heading in the
right.
wrong direction. You know what I mean? Like uh obviously that's not, it's unnatural, and I mean, to even push that, it just feels wrong, right? And what's up with not seeing that as an issue? And I think that's what's happening. It's like it's a part of this. It's just too idealistic, right? And it misses out on humanity. It's throwing humanity away just for your ideals, and ideals aren't reality.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, this is such a great answer to this right here in 12. You know, he says the 5 colors blind the eye, the 5 tones deafen the ear, the 5 flavors dull the taste, racing and hunting madden the mind, precious things lead us astray. Therefore, the wise are guided by what they feel and not by what they see.
Right.
How about that? Letting
That's
go of
straight
that and
up.
choosing
Like
this.
that's a home run right there. That's crazy.
Right? Because it's
So
like,
crazy.
yeah, it's like, yeah, we're guided by what we feel, not by what we see. Look at the age of today. People are restless. They let restlessness move them. They're involved in pure escapism, pure participation in everything, right? And they're simply dwelling on the surface. It's all voyeuristic enterprise. We're seeing is believing.
Chasing the phantom,
Right.
absolutely. And it's the growing cold of love. And when that happens, when you stop caring about stepping on someone in the crowd, or just walking past someone dying on the side of the street, you lose your humanity. Yeah. And we're seeing that more and more, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Humanity has always been that way.
Not so.
Yeah, it has. There's always been ultra rich people and extremely poor bitches. Do what thou wilt.
Okay. That's the Protestant mindset that it's just the whole world is
it's
doomed.
Satanists. Let's all be Satanists.
Yeah, this is actually one of Unseen's favorite passages. You know what I mean? It's 13, right? He says, accept disgrace willingly, accept misfortune as the human condition. What do you mean by accept disgrace willingly? Accept being unimportant. Do not be concerned with loss or gain. This is called accepting disgrace willingly. What do you mean by accept misfortune as the human condition? Misfortune comes from having a body. Without a body, how could there be misfortune? Surrender yourself humbly. Then you can be trusted to care for all things. Love the world as your own self. Then you can truly care for all things. Okay, and it's obvious. Okay, everyone has to accept that, because you are a finite being, right? There's a possibility of you not being here, right? Remembering this all the time
lets you have humility. Seeing this as the natural condition of everyone allows you to be in harmony with everyone, right? Sacrificing yourself and loving all the beings, loving and sacrificing yourself for all the creatures of the world. You'll be put ahead of all of them, right? And that's exactly the story that we see in the Gospels. Yeah, there is a lot of what do you call it? Freezing rain today, so it's pretty distracting because the clicking noises, right? But yeah, I mean, but it says in 14, look, it cannot be seen, it is beyond form. Listen, it cannot be heard, it is beyond sound. Grasp, it cannot be held, it is intangible. These three are indefinable, therefore they are joined in one.
Hey, my boy, I'm gonna be watching, but I gotta head out for a little bit. I'm gonna go to the store real quick.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you.
I
Yeah, for
appreciate
sure.
you for having me, and as always, man. So
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And later, Pope Sinibus. All right, later, man.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, the form, the sound, the intangible, they're all joined in one. Right? It says, grasp, it cannot be held. Right? Indefinable, but joined in one, right? From above, it is not bright. From below, it is not dark. Unbroken thread beyond description, he says. It returns to nothingness, the form of the formless, the image of the imageless. It is called indefinable, beyond imagination. Stand before it, there is no beginning, follow it, and there is no end. Stay with the ancient Tao, move with the present. Knowing the ancient beginning is the essence of the Tao. I'm only going to read a few more of these, right? But yeah, I really, really appreciate you guys for joining, listening in, and I think I'll stop reading before chapter 19, and then we'll begin with chapter 19 next time. Right. Okay. But it says, the ancients were subtle, mysterious, profound, responsive. The depth of their knowledge is unfathomable. Because it is unfathomable, all we can do is describe their appearance, watchful as though crossing a winter stream, alert, like people aware of danger, courteous, like visiting guests. Right? This idea of having vigilance, yet not trying to constrain your environment, right? Restraining oneself instead of trying to control one's environment, right? Courteous, like visiting guests, right? What's the courtesy of a stranger, right? It's conciliatory nature, right? But also a nature of somebody who's in a temporary engagement, right? Okay. If a stranger or a visitor is acting like they're living in a place, right? It's kind of rude, right? It's kind of seen as rude, right? But if you know, they got to realize that they'll be leaving soon, right? They're always trying to pressure their host not to do that much for them, right? So the fact is that one has to have this relation to any engagement, in the world, right? Okay, be in this world like a stranger, right? Okay, be over conciliatory to the ways of the place, but know that you're not going to stay long, okay? This is the real deal, right? Okay? In a constant state of departure while always arriving, right?
yielding like ice about to melt, simple like uncarved blocks of wood, hollow like caves, opaque like muddy pools. Who can wait quietly while the mud settles? Who can remain still until the moment of action? Observers of the Tao do not seek fulfillment. Not seeking fulfillment, they are not swayed by desire for change. Not swayed by desire for change. Okay. So this idea of having patience, right? Knowing that things don't change, ultimately, right? Freeing yourself of desire, right? This is how you actually perceive the true reality, right? Because things actually don't change, right? Expecting things to change, right? And wanting them to change, right? That's A, trying to control things, and B, trying to expect something that may never come, right? Okay. I appreciate you guys for being here with me. It says, empty yourself of everything and let the mind become still. The 10,000 things rise and fall while the self watches their return. They grow and flourish and then return to the source. Returning to the source is stillness, which is the way of nature. The way of nature is unchanging. Okay. Now, see, people who say the Tao is about accepting change, it literally says nature is unchanging. Okay. And it literally says don't desire for things to change, right? Right. It says if you want to, if you wish to change the world and improve it, I do not think this can be done. Okay. Okay. The way of nature is unchanging. Knowing constancy is insight. Not knowing constancy leads to disaster. Knowing constancy, the mind is open. With an open mind, you will be open-hearted. With open-heartedness, you will act royally. Being royal, you will attain to the divine. Being divine, you will be one with the Tao. Being at one with the Tao is eternal. And though the body dies, the Tao will never pass away. Very few are aware of the highest. Then comes that which they know and love. Then comes that which is feared. Then comes that which is despised. Okay. Those who do not trust enough will not be trusted. When actions are performed without necessary talk, people say, we did it. Right? So this idea of letting things rule themselves, not trying to impose your will on them, acting without taking credit, right? And working with what is not there, right? Okay, meaning not trying to change things, right? Okay. It says when the great Tao is forgotten, kindness and morality arrives. very anti-Confucian passage, right? When the great Tao's forgotten kindness and morality arrives. When wisdom and intelligence are born, the great pretense begins. When there is no peace within the family, filial piety and devotion arise. When the country is confused and in chaos, loyal ministers appear, he says, right? Okay, so this idea of loyal ministers, filial piety, right? All these Confucian virtues, right? Lao Tzu is showing us how they are actually masks for other things, right? Okay. And that is our reading for the Tao for today, right? Really, really appreciate you guys, right? I'm gonna listen to some music and get into some other things, right? But yeah, let me break down some cannabis here. Yeah, thank you guys. And also the link is pinned. You know what I mean? Really. Really, really, really. Yeah, I wonder what's going on tonight. You know, the Machine Lies is back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have some music here, man. Blessings, man. I appreciate you guys. Daoism, man. You know what I mean? The Zen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Doing it big. Primal virtue. Those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. Profit comes from what is there. Uselessness is what you can use. Okay. Okay. Shang Tzu says about his tree, its branches are too wiry to ever be used. Its trunk is too big and snarled to ever be cut down. Because of its uselessness, it will remain. Because of its uniqueness, it will never succumb to harm.
Natural simplicity. Not actions based on utility. Based in desire. Desire for change. Desire for change is an illusion. Faith in the future is an eternal. Faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao.
Rice men say, if you give me many bowls, I make you lots of rice. But if you give me lots of bowls, I give you many rices or something. Rice man bowls. How you doing, Timo?
What's up?
Blessings, man. It's been crazy out here today. A lot of traffic. Like, just, I don't know, people in my city seem like they got more than a fog in their brain.
Yeah, it's a strange night. Very strange night. Hear the pitter patter of frozen rain.
You talking about like real rain? Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, it's probably that artificial cloud seeding.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. But yeah, here's a musical break for you guys. I mean, blessings.
Blood
get it. There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up to the people and say, hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me?
There's a darkness inside of me. My sanity profits from other miseries. Fat body, ugly, dark, unattractive. Destinations to be homeless. Suicidal assassinations. No alter ego, submersion, radiation. Inhale the screams of gas. Flammable gas like oxygen. I like to drink the piss from bitches with big tits. Milky white, soft skin. Look so exotic the way the blade slices turns and sits in. Conducted the autopsy by myself with the body's eyes wide open. Been hit to this fentanyl, man. I'm still breathing. Damn. Should've took it more serious when a Southern Baptist pastor called me a demon. Interrogation on why I pray over a dead rabbit. Indulge in a bull for horse, period. They must be curious. The victim died, circumstances puzzle the FBI mysterious. I exhale toxic fumes with spread that causes other illnesses. Severed heads, several angels bumped their trumpet several times since 17. Commit 70 crimes since 1979. When payphones assist, all you needed was a dime. My last call for alcohol. Under the influence, everybody knows I'm only one capable of doing it. Silence is golden. I took my vitamins with Hulk Hogan. Facial expression only suggesting everything is fine until I stump one more line. My mind was open. Nothing coming out my mouth but flies. No sound ads are tripping. I'm viewed as a mind. Medic depression. The world is fast forward while I'm stuck on rewind. The clock is ticking. I swear I'm not chicken. When pushing this button, everybody dies. Bodies will be exhumated, transformed and rolled out alongside Optimus Prime. Dump sites can be traced by following the trails left by the slime.
You feel me?
Yo, Big Vampin, Vlad, invade your camp. Domes on sticks as DNA drips. Sticking to wood splinters. Sticks arranged at vital points. Sticking out to the other side. Last breath they said was, please take me to the other side. They not down to ride. I can see it in your eyes. Faking the funk like undercovers using the latest lingo. Chuck chunks in your carcass inside the trunk. Calm as a mountain monk. Voices yelling bingo like geriatrics. As a kid, I learned from the old wise ones. Counting ones, saliva on the finger, quiet one. Leave your fingertips inside a tip jar. My body tipping over, my jaw tips. Militant like a jarhead. After war, I'm putting heads in jars. I'll never heal from life's mental scars. I lost track, but I'll never lose all these tracks. Show up walking around your lawn with a knife like Biden. Bombs on my chest like Bin Laden. Why you hiding? Time to poke Taylor Swift swiftly. Make her say, put her all in my holes, this is crazy. Call me maybe. Years in the future, she had my mutant baby. She tried to throw it away like Brenda.
Black smoke covers the room. I grab my victims in seconds. I'm hungry for meat. Flesh and blood is my combo meal. I say your fate when I spot your ass, leaving red scars upon your ass till I throw your body under the grass. I can't help the need to feed. I'm a vampire in a cold night. I love the sounds when the wolves holler at the moonlight. After my latest prey dies, I hibernate to the next moon, and the cycle repeats itself till humanity meets its doom. Or until I'm killed by a slayer, but that'll never happen because I killed the best ones centuries ago. I know there's no hope for the sheep, but I greet them with a smile before I drain their life force. I ignore all empathy when survival is my priority. I'm a minority, the last of my kind. I'm labeled a demon, but the real demons are the hypocrites who run the world. The one that make you next. I bet the blood sweet, evil to its taste better. To the letter, I need new cuisine. I'm a blood fiend.
Yeah, blessings. The link is pinned. Thank you guys for being here. I won't be sticking around here for that much longer. Right, but there are some critical things that we wanted to address here. Now we've been taking a look at this show here to look at some of Kurzweil's ideas, right? And so we're going to be getting into some of what he's saying here, right? And we've been looking at some of the philosophical backdrop of those ideas, right? So this goes down, we've been looking at his ideas about brain science, right? And so it's important to ask the question, what things are conscious in his view, right? Where does consciousness arise from, right? Now, the fact is that he thinks that technology, right, being combined with humans, right? Okay, non-biological intelligence, right, is no problem, right? Because non-biological intelligence came from biological intelligence, right? So he doesn't think there's anything inhuman about the non-biological intelligence. That's the argument that he makes, right? Okay. So this idea that artificial is separate from nature that Ellul says, he's fundamentally opposed to this concept, right? Okay, in general, right? Because remember, Ellul said artificial is the opposite of natural, right? Okay. So Kurzweil's taking a look at the idea from a sort of a different perspective, right? So we got lots of different thinkers here, exploring the problem, what things are conscious. So we'll spend some time looking at this, right? And I believe there's lots of different people in here, but I think we'll come back. We'll watch half of this today and half of it tomorrow, because there's Sheldrake in here. He talks about panpsychism. So I think we'll go to the part where it actually looks at Kurzweil's view. Then we'll play Kurzweil's views again next time, and we'll look at the rest of the episode. So that's how we'll do this, to conserve on time. Because after the 6-hour mark, I will be very, very anxious to leave, and play some of the old recordings we have of Neurojack, because we've been saving up tons of recordings there. And we definitely need to start playing those so we could get those out to the people before they're no longer relevant, really, so so we should get started on that. But yeah, here is this presentation that we're talking about. What things are conscious? Obviously, at what point does consciousness arise from dead matter? Right? Science and religion do not really have complex answers to that question, right? So it becomes a fair ground for philosophy, and that is part of the problem.
Largely unfinished. He finishes the puzzle of the universe, or commonplace. The great mystery of inner awareness, seemingly so commonplace, truly so astounding. When science finally finishes the puzzle of the universe, the puzzle of consciousness, many believe, will remain largely unfinished. I search for consciousness. Where to find it? Humans, obviously. Animals? Which animals? Chimps? Elephants? Dolphins? Dogs? Termites? Snails? Amoeba? Bacteria? What about non-biological intelligences? Supercomputers of the future?
That's the key one that we're looking at, right? We're looking at this problem in order to determine whether this proposal,
right, by Kurzweil, right? Okay. Of non-biological intelligences is pursuant of an actual claim and not just a figment of Kurzweil's imagination, right? So we're tempted to explore the concept of where does consciousness itself arise, right? Okay, or what is consciousness, right? Or what things are conscious, right? Many different ways you can pose this question, right? Anyways, fundamental nature of the philosophy of mind, right, is what we're attempting to intercept, right, through this query.
Sure. What things are conscious? I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn, and Closer to Truth is my journey to find out. Since consciousness is my target, I should start with science and biological naturalism. So I begin in Berkeley with
No, you start with definition.
a renowned philosopher of mind.
You know what you're looking for yet.
Let's assume we know what consciousness.
Yeah, you need to start with definition so you can have something to check against.
Yeah, that's why he's starting with a just a general definition or concept where he's just going into, because he's saying let's assume that we know what consciousness is. So you're right, you know, he's assuming that he already has a definition, you know.
No, he's just assuming that they know what consciousness is, not defining it yet, so he doesn't know what he's looking for.
Right. Yeah, and there's some chat wars going on. You know, I'll just let that rest. We don't have that many people watching today, so it's fine if, you know, people are just allowed to participate today. That would be fine, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what me and Neurojack was saying. So
that's right. Let the sin begin.
Yeah, you know, live is evil spelled backwards. Right? It is what it is.
And that I agree with your definition of that consciousness is biologically natural.
Right. So he's going with his preset definition of naturalism and working within that. So let's see what happens. And this is, of course, John Cyril he's talking to.
I want to ask then, what kind of things are conscious?
Well, the principle on which you would decide this is, does the mechanism in question have the relevantly equal causal powers to the brain to cause consciousness?
So there's John Cyril. Definitely looks like he would have been working at Halliburton or something like that if he wasn't a philosopher. All right, but yeah.
What makes you think he doesn't work at Halliburton anyways?
Exactly. Right. And, but yeah, you know, the mechanism in question.
The principle on which you would decide this is, does the mechanism in question have the relevantly equal causal powers to the brain to cause consciousness? And we're pretty confident about the primates and indeed mammals. I don't really have any doubt that my dog is conscious. It's often said that that's because he behaves as if he were conscious. I don't think that's the reason. I might make a mechanical dog that behaved as if it were conscious where I know that it wasn't conscious. The reason I'm confident that Gilbert, my dog, is conscious is because I know he has the relevant consciousness producing mechanisms. And no fancy dog neurophysiology is involved in this. I can see those are his eyes and those are his ears and this is his skin. Look what happens when you pinch his skin. At a first glance, we go on behavior. That's our first clue. But what we really want to know is, what is the underlying mechanism? And we don't know enough about how the brain does it to know how far down the phylogenetic scale that goes.
And are we dealing with a gradient, or are we dealing with a step function that at some point it cuts off?
What I think is, and I think this is kind of obvious, there is a rheostatic feature to consciousness. It can be more or less intense, like a light can be brighter. And we know this from our own experience, the difference between fully alert and awake and just drifting off to sleep. But also the rheostat has an on-off switch. There comes a point when you're totally unconscious. So the chairs and the tables, they're totally unconscious. They don't have any, they're not candidates. But of the mechanisms that are candidates, there are different degrees of consciousness.
So let's just try to get a little bit finer. We're saying mammals are conscious to some degree, no matter what. How far?
We don't know. Now, the question is, how would we decide? Well, I'll give you a test. Suppose that we had a perfect science of a brain, so we knew exactly how the brain produces consciousness. And suppose we found that consciousness producing mechanism in all the higher animals, then we're pretty confident that is sufficient for consciousness. Now, if we then did an investigation of really small animals, termites or snails, and we discovered that the consciousness producing mechanism, call it XYZ, that the XYZ...
So I think there's a number of problems here, right? First of all, he's assuming that it's physical, right? Because he's assumed that there's nothing outside of the physical, right? So he has to reduce consciousness to physical. So he needs this idea of cause and effect, right, in order to bring it in, right? So then another problem is that essentially beyond this, he's going to be looking at a question of degrees, right? He doesn't know what turns consciousness on or off, right? He's assuming that the causal mechanism is in the brain. And actually, the fact is that, he thinks that it can function by degrees, right? So there's no instance of pure consciousness, right? Which can be the standard, right? So there's lesser, higher states of consciousness, right? So how would you know that at the lowest stage, right, there isn't a lower one, or at the highest stage, there isn't a higher one, right?
Yes, he's trying to operate on a continuum, but he didn't define why he's operating over yet. So he doesn't. I'm not convinced he knows what he's looking for.
Yeah, so we've gotten very little in the answer of the question here in terms of pure physicalism into what things are actually conscious. We've got different things that appear to be conscious and different gradients of consciousness that they seem to be experiencing. But it doesn't tell us about the source of the consciousness, right? It may tell us something about the causal mechanisms of how it operates, but it definitely does not tell us about, what has it, right?
Yeah, we need to have like an atom or unit or symbol for consciousness. And before we have that, we're just running around in circles.
Yeah. So, I think this just demonstrates that there's not actual answers here, within naturalism or physicalism. But yeah.
Neurobiology exists in snails, but not in termites. Then we might say that's pretty conclusive evidence that the snail is conscious and the termites not conscious.
But it's an empirical test.
It's an empirical test. So I think we regard that in real life as conclusive.
All right, let's move from animals. Certainly, then plants would not have the
not
machinery.
Candidates. No.
Okay. Computers are candidates today.
Yeah. So plants, right, which can change their direction. They could choose.
I'm definitely going to say plants have consciousness to an extent. Maybe to an extent.
Yeah, I think definitely
to say the plants aren't conscious. That's so satanic or Luciferian, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, even Aristotle would say that there's a vegetative soul. This is in De Anima. So the fact that animals would, the animals and plants, right? That definitely bugs and bacteria and plants, they'd be on the lower ends of that spectrum, right? I just think that is completely true. But see, this is the absurdity that this level of this theory, because you simply need a causal function, right? So if you don't have a cognitive apparatus such as a brain,
you can't have consciousness, right? Plants don't have brains, therefore they're not conscious, is what he's saying. All right. So, I think that's pretty stupid.
So he just says consciousness equals brain. The more brain, the more conscious.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's his idea. Or the more complex the cognitive apparatus, the more sufficiently developed the consciousness. I think that's more of a accurate, more of a precise way to say it. But yeah. And this is John Cyril.
If you embed the actual consciousness producing mechanisms, that is, if you knew what caused consciousness in human beings and you knew that something was causally sufficient to cause consciousness in another system, then you'd know you'd produce consciousness. Now notice, you don't have to have neurons in order to have consciousness. I mean, it's like saying you don't have to have feathers in order to fly. But if you build a flying machine, you don't have to have feathers, but you do have to have enough causal power that you share with birds to overcome the force of gravity in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, analogously, if you build a consciousness machine, maybe you don't have to have neurons. We just don't know. I mean, maybe neurons are like feathers. They help us be conscious, but they're not necessary for the production of the entity itself, for the process itself. But then if that's the case, you would have to know that the system did have an equivalent causal power to produce consciousness. But I see no obstacle in principle to producing a conscious machine because we are conscious machines. We're all conscious machines.
To John, brains have a consciousness producing mechanism.
So he said machines are not conscious. He said if my dog were a machine, it would not be conscious. Okay, he said B, consciousness requires causal mechanisms. He then said C, we are conscious machines. So you guys see the problem with it? You guys see the problem with
and also, I would say it has to be biological too. Have you noticed that just about everything around us that has consciousness in some way is biological? Even viruses, down to the ocean life, plant life, birds. In some way, it's got a quote unquote heartbeat. It's not made out of plastic and metal and microchips.
Well, no, because there's two problems there. If you define machines as not having consciousness, then there's no reason to bother testing for machines if they have consciousness. They already define it away.
Right, exactly, right.
Yeah, then if a machine was like, if you have a cyborg that does everything a person can do, we can't really tell the difference. It wouldn't be conscious by definition, even if it had every other property of people. So we start from very, very bad ground. We don't know what we're looking for, but we're going to ignore a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, one of the most.
It sounds like if an artificial intelligence, got an android body and came to life, you would say give it citizenship.
Not necessarily. Yeah. I'm not like a might makes right kind of guy, so it's not a good criteria.
Oh, so it has to prove it's human first, right?
It has to be an ally with me first.
Oh. Well, what if your whatever doesn't align with fellow humans, but the android says, okay, cool.
With a lot of fellow humans. Ask that question one more time. I don't understand your question. Ask it again, please.
If your whatever, let's say your crusade, quote unquote, didn't align with fellow humans' views or whatever, or what they wanted, and an android came along and said that they would help you, would you accept their help?
Yeah, deport those humans, please.
Uh-oh. I'm just saying, for me, consciousness comes from a biological standpoint. To me, I would never consider an artificial intelligence or an android made out of metal and screws and microchips and motherboards sentient in the same sense as a biological. It's like saying is every time that a Japanese or Chinese person cuts open a squid and or an octopus, and you eat them alive and swallow them as they're squiggling down your throat. Oh, help me! Okay, well, there you go.
Well, some people wouldn't consider me sentient, so.
Oh, that's right. Is it the White Hoods again?
Yep, with the Keystone Cop crew again.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a very true comment. Creek Mary says they're making up the measure to use for consciousness. Exactly. Right. That's exactly what they've done. Right.
That's what I need them to do. For the language can actually work. So I need to make up the measurement. I need to know what the simple is. So yeah, that's what I need them to do. So I gotta say.
Well, Fajin would say that quantum fields are conscious.
Yeah.
But how's this guy gonna get closer to truth if he, as like you guys are saying, he doesn't get a working definition? He just lets this guy make contradictory statements without pushing.
Yeah.
It's simple, Reddington. Truth is just a feeling.
Oh, I led myself into that one, didn't I?
No, it needs to be like SpongeBob. Imagination.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going well.
Which is sufficient, but perhaps not necessary to create consciousness. Sufficient means that wherever the mechanism occurs, biological brains, it will produce consciousness. Not necessary means there could be other ways, in addition to biological brain.
Look at that. The dog looks bigger than they are.
Yeah,
This is
that's
wild,
a big doggo.
Yeah, this is wild stuff. And
I think that's perspective. I don't think the dog is as big as they are.
yeah, some Alice in Wonderland shit.
That's
right
some
there.
like video editing, dude.
Yep.
That ain't perspective, bro.
For consciousness to come about. Futurist Ray
Oh no, not Kurzweil again.
Yeah, here's our dude. Yeah, this is why I'm picking these episodes, is because we get to actually see Kurzweil talk.
It's funny. It's like he
Yeah.
loves Kurzweil.
Yeah.
Oh, we got another question. Oh, let's ask Kurzweil like a bunch of questions.
Yeah. And I
No.
think I'll read those two lines, the one by Ellul and the one by Kurzweil, back to back after this. Because yeah, striking difference in philosophy. Right? Which in itself is very interesting.
Kurzweil envisions other ways. Non-biological intelligences, he says, will far surpass human intelligence. But will non-biological intelligences be conscious, Ray? That's the question.
Ray, if you just ask the simple question, what things are conscious, you get a whole bunch of different views. What's yours?
Well, first of all, fundamentally, it's not a scientific question. We can talk scientifically about the neurological.
Oh man. So if things are conscious is not a scientific question, according to Ray Kurzweil. That is fascinating in and of itself. That means that it's beyond the scope of science. It's like God and other questions. Right? Like was there a necessary cause to the was there a necessary cause? That was primary to all causes, right? So this whole thing, these types of ideas, right? Like Russell and these guys, they'll say these are questions that have no meaning, right? So they'll simply dismiss the questions that are outside of the scope of science, right? But whenever it encroaches, whenever science does encroach into one of those areas, they just say whoopsies. So I don't think that's satisfactory for our moral scope, right? If every time science encroaches into one of these fundamental areas, we just go whoopsies, and then we have an existential crisis,
because we didn't deal with the problem before. Science led us there, right? Science can lead us to wherever, apparently. It doesn't know what's coming up next, has a way of changing its story. Seems pretty problematic.
Yeah, I said this as a comment on Jim Bob Show's super chat. Sci-Hab cured my atheism because science didn't have the answers to all my questions.
Right.
Also, I'm not paying $1 million to read all the papers.
Right.
Correlates of consciousness, but fundamentally, consciousness is this subjective experience that only I can experience. I mean, I should only talk about it in first-person terms.
Maybe this is why he flippantly declares that non-biological intelligences will just emanate from the biological intelligences, and it doesn't matter how one gets started because it will simply be coming from the source of the other one, right? So whether it's in our control or not doesn't have to be assessed prior to its configuration, right?
Now, I've been sufficiently socialized to accept other people's consciousness if they appear conscious, which they don't always. But my own consciousness is really only aware of itself, and it's there's no really way to measure the conscious experiences of another entity. But if I go beyond that, I'd have to say it's an emergent property. We're not going to find a center of consciousness, I don't believe. The consciousness is in this particular module of the brain. I think an entity that is.
So there's that magical notion, emergent property, right? So we don't have to worry about the ethical problems emerging with non-biological intelligence, right? Why? Because it's not scientific, A, or it's not a scientific problem. We don't know what consciousness is, right? How are we going to assess if the non-biological intelligence is conscious? We want to merge with it, right? You know,
is sufficiently complex and rich to embody the kind of phenomena that occur in the human brain, does emerge. Certainly, an emergent property is apparent consciousness. It will act in a way that's conscious. It will talk about its own consciousness and its own feelings, and will argue about it just the way you and I do.
So you're bifurcating, in a sense, the consciousness into an apparent consciousness, which something acts as if it's conscious, and subjective consciousness, which is the internal feeling that I'm self-aware, which only I can have.
And then we have to make a philosophical judgment, and which really stands outside of science, but I think is an important judgment to make. And I do make the judgment that apparently conscious entities are conscious. Animals, some of them, higher order animals, certainly appear to be conscious. You can say that.
so he's giving up the problem, right? He's just going to say it's subjective, right? And that we can just start it up whenever we, if something's apparently conscious, it's conscious enough. That resolves the issue, right? That's his apparent. So if that makes you feel any better of, combining with machines, and so be it,
It didn't make me feel any better, but at least when you're not wasting time on it. Because he said it's not a scientific question, so it doesn't make a difference, really. It's a stylistic question. It's a philosophical question.
Yeah, he's almost said the same thing that Searle has said, but he's gone right to the heart of what he does want to focus on instead.
It's human-centric because we say they're conscious when they're exhibiting human-like emotions, like protecting their young or fear, so we can empathize with them. But I do make the jump that if something appears to be conscious, I'll accept that it is conscious, and because we're hardwired to do that, we have this empathetic reactions.
And when you get into non-biological systems and complex enough, they're going to be indistinguishable from consciousness, leaving aside the question about, is there an internal experience?
And I would accept that they're conscious. That'll be convenient anyway, because they'll get mad at me if I don't.
But we're still back at that bifurcation between what is apparent consciousness versus the internal first person subjective feeling of I know what it means to be aware and self-aware.
If you limit yourself to science, which is objective observation, then there is a difference, because I observe some other entity and I could observe that it's doing intelligent tasks, but is it feeling something? I can't really experience that. I experience my own feelings. I don't. So it's a philosophical issue. So if you ask me philosophically, you know, what is my philosophy? I say, yeah, I think other human beings are conscious and do have feelings.
Oh, whoops, I gotta say that again. Yeah, so we're back to square one. The complete bifurcation between philosophy and science. Okay. So, I mean, this is fascinating stuff. I mean, you know, and I don't think that that's I don't think that's fundamentally correct. It's a false ideal in terms of epistemology that's created by the, you know, compartmentalization of knowledge in the first place, right? These orthodox other fake orthodox channels. This is hilarious.
I just think that a good argument would be like, you know, how they say that, or like how Agent Smith says that love is, you know, a human concept, basically, like they say in science, how it's a chemical reaction of whatever inside the brain making you think, you know, because it releases endorphins and gets you horny or whatever. Therefore, you know, it's a chemical reaction that, you know, it's again to remove the physical aspect of what love is about. So, I mean, like, if like in Detroit Become Human, the game or whatever, they push that big that the robots, when they start becoming self-conscious and aware and start removing their chips or whatever in their heads, you know, they're capable of love and that they're willing to kill for love. So, I mean, you know, for me, again, it comes down to a biological thing. I mean, can a dog love? I mean, a dog can show companionship and compassion and has, you know, been shown to mourn over its owners. So, I mean, you know, can a robot really do the same thing? I don't know. I mean, for me, that's just a hard concept to really accept that a machine, you know, can quote unquote truly understand the concept of what love or anger, you know, like they push in the Matrix, you know, that the first robots, whatever, he got mad because his owner mistreated him, so he, you know, killed him in a fit of rage. You know, I mean, that's a very dangerous slope that too many people, I think, are just finding themselves okay more and more with, and that's a little concerning in just my department.
Well, do non-landowners have rights?
What?
Do the poor have feelings?
Do the poor?
Yep, do they?
I mean, most people do, Hank. I mean, I would say so. Human beings can have feelings, but, you know, I know the ultra-rich don't. That's why they're slaughtering people every day. But what's your point?
Well, the ultra-rich would say we don't, so that's why they're slaughtering us.
Well, there you go. New World Order, right? Oh, that's right. It's not new anymore.
Well, we need a newer one.
Was it
we
ever
can have
new?
A new World Order.
That's the point, though. You know, you do you want to you know, remove your eyeball to get an optic that can let you see half a mile into the dark? I mean, go right ahead. I can't imagine the headaches you would get or the infections, but you know.
No, I wouldn't do it for anything less
Rub
than
some of that. Rub some of that magical Alex Jones cream on your eyeball. Maybe it'll heal it.
Sheesh.
Holy smokes. I'm about to get some THC oil and see where the rest of this trip goes. Because
Really tempted to eat some mac and cheese.
yeah, incredibly low turnout. Record low turnout today. I mean
but I gotta save it for tomorrow. or later today.
Well, it's been the first day back since we were on forced break.
Exactly.
So.
Oh yeah, that always gets people to just mass exodus away from the channel. But yeah, that but the fact is that we didn't take that critical of a hit. I'm sorry to say, and even
And
if we were to, like even
we
if we
didn't do
were to
much
lose,
marketing either.
yeah, exactly.
I don't think Talco was even on today. And if we,
Yeah, even if we'll lose the entire channel, I don't think it'll be a huge hit, to be quite honest. I mean, because to be honest, we have the videos, so it really doesn't matter, right? But so yeah, the people that are out there, man, you guys are fucking pathetic.
We have the tapes.
Yeah, it has the documents. Let's see the rest of this here. There's only a little bit more left of this, I think.
But by extension, there, if a machine exhibits human level intelligence.
By the way, absolutely disgraceful performance by Kurzweil once again on one of the most fundamental questions. Okay, he's going to flippantly propose that it doesn't even matter, as he's proposing that we merge with non-biological intelligence, quote unquote. So yeah.
And therefore passes a Turing test. I will accept that it has feelings as well. I don't think substrate really affects consciousness. We have.
By the way, the Turing test is not a measure of consciousness. It's just a measure. Actually, Turing actually says, "Can a machine think?" Is badly proposed question. Right.
Yeah.
What he's interested in is just if it could trick a human operator. But yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, it's better Turing test. It's like measures how good your match hit. Really, is rather than deception. Not as good. Not consciousness. It measures deception.
Exactly.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because the game Detroit Become Human gives you a Turing test throughout the entire thing. And to me, it's a psyop of basically how much can we get you acceptable with saying that this person in front of you that looks human, will you accept it as human? Basically, by the end of the game, when you get your final results of the test, it's basically how much do you want them to become human? So it's I don't know. I think the biggest thing about it is just the way they portray it is like you would want these people basically as like, out there on the streets like a normal person working the postal service and stuff like this. So yeah, it's gonna be like our robot, run home and grab my purse. I got asthma.
Yeah, this was a big letdown, folks.
Have information processes running in our brain. They happen to run on this biochemical substrate of neurons. You could run the same processes, once we understand them, on some other substrate, like a massively parallel computer.
How weird. That's exactly what Searle was saying, right? He was saying, look, it's like saying you need feathers to fly, right? That you need brains to think, right? He's saying we might be able to have a causal substrate that may be as complex as a human brain and then run intelligence on that. Okay, now, so it seems like he's saying very, very same things. And then what does Searle say in the end? He says, well, we're conscious machines. So he's already answered the problem, right? Which seems pretty stupid, right? Why ask the question, or why propose that we try to solve a problem that you've already solved, right? Essentially, they're baked in assumptions.
We will do that, I believe. And it doesn't matter that it's not running on a meat machine. It's running on electronics or nanotubes. But if it's a similar kinds of processes, if you believe that the human being is conscious, which I do, we'll have.
So, by the way, he called the human body a meat machine, right? I detest that dehumanizing sentiment, right? But, but this is his opinion, right?
To accept that for the non-biological systems as well.
Well, there you guys go. We'll have that again later. We'll have that again next time. But wow. I don't even know if I'm gonna play that a second time. I mean, to play it the first time, that was pretty disappointing. Look at the last two things. He was talking about aliens. You know, he was like going into Gnosticism, just exploring different ideas, multiverses. Now he's just flippantly declaring that it doesn't matter. He's gone to the same level as Searle, right? Even with all his sci-fi junk, he's just a physicalist. All right, that's pretty sad, isn't it, folks? Some guy who wrote Spiritual Machines is just a naturalist, physicalist. Right? Doesn't believe it's an important question for science.
No, I also don't think it's a
Pretty
important question
goofy.
for science because really there's an opinion. This is because, like I said before, some people say I'm not conscious because I fell out of the wrong hole. So until we got our definition straight, know what we're looking for, it's not a scientific question.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, if it's not a scientific question, then I don't think that they should try to, solve it prematurely either. So that seems like a very, very. That seems like where they've lost sight of the main issues. Right? But
What do you mean by solve it prematurely?
by having baked in assumptions, saying, well, it's biological machines. Well, that answers it. So so it's like, don't say you're not answering a question and answering it. It's like, what is that? And then flippantly proposing that, like, for example, the proposal, should we merge with non-biological intelligences? Doesn't make sense if you don't know what intelligence is. So you don't know if they could be non-biological, but you assume that,
Yeah,
human
the
beings.
question's malformed. Yeah, the
Yeah.
question's
Yeah, but you assume humans are machines anyways. So it's like, what? It's like, all right.
And that's assuming that the computer program thing, what you would program into that sentient android or whatever, is it just copying what you've programmed into it, or has it actually been able to it take everything that's been given in the information, like the whole World Wide Web and human history, literature, and everything being just dumped into it, and then it can go beyond its programming and therefore become actually sentient? Or is it just following the programming that it's been ingesting since it was programmed? That's the biggest thing for me. At what point can you prove that an artificial intelligence actually says, I am, therefore I exist? That's my biggest problem. Does the words on the screen actually mean, it exists, or is it just copying the words that the humans programmed it to tell it? So, that's the biggest problem. At what point, how would you actually put an android on the spot and actually say, can you prove to me that you exist and that you're not copying the words of your programmers?
That's a good question. Pope Sinibus, how do you prove that you exist and not just saying the words you were taught in school?
Because I choose what words I say. But I mean, that depends on what you want to say. Is language a program? Well, yeah. So is anything else. Symbols, logos, and all that jazz. Hieroglyphics. I mean, it's all symbols, codes. So is language a code? Yeah. I mean, you have to learn a code in order to be able to learn a program. So to get with the program, you got to learn the code. There you go. What I'm saying is yes, for me, language is a code. So, I mean, in order for me to be able to program myself to learn the code, in order to be able to navigate whatever the code needs, I got to learn it. So, I mean, can you take a feral wolf man out in the woods, Tarzan, and, bring him into civilization and expect him to put on a suit and tie or still throw shit? So,
Well, they've
that's
done
the
it
biggest
before,
problem.
actually. They had feral children and brought them into civilization, so yes.
Yes, but it took a certain amount of time. I'm talking about, this ain't no mama movie where you take, the crazy children from the outside while they're living outside with the ghost lady, and they come back and act normal. So again, the point is for me, yes, a language is a code. So, you got to learn the code in order to be able to get with the program. And without language, sure, you can, again, sign language, it's a code. You have to learn to communicate. I mean, even people who are nonverbal. I mean, look at Stephen Hawking, right? But y'all believe, he told people how to talk through blinks and eye movement, right? So, I mean, was that really Stephen Hawking looking at his little special thing and it was typing out his words, or was that just someone saying, I am speaking for him? I mean, come on. Again,
Yeah, I
that's
don't know,
the biggest
but he
problem.
had his degrees before he had the injury, so I don't know.
Allegedly.
No, we can prove he got the degrees before he got the injury.
Allegedly, Hank. You don't believe in clones? You ain't heard the psyop about Stephen Hawking? This apparently, hypothetically, allegedly, that's not really Stephen Hawking.
Well, you could clone people. Why would you just clone another one?
That was the clone. That was the bad clone. That was where the Sith alchemy didn't work. That was a failed clone.
So was there a successful clone? Would you start the program first?
I don't know. Go ask them, Hank. Maybe our doppelgangers out there.
If I had doppelganger out there, they would have appeared to discredit me on panel by now.
Isn't that what they say? There's like what, a 1 to 2% chance that there's someone out there in the world who looks or acts or speaks exactly like you or some shit like that. So there you go. You are in a program, Hank. But no, still the point is you're never going to convince me that artificial intelligence, no matter how much it screams, love or hate or whatever human emotion or whatever you want to consider, what is sentience? What, because you program a computer to carry your boxes and mail to your, civilians, or, because it wants to wake up and produce, things that help both man and machine? Well, I mean, is it doing it on its own, benevolence, or is it doing because mankind viewed upon them, the will or the goals or the, quote unquote purpose for what the machines were, which is to better humanity? Well, what happens when the robots go, oh wait, maybe I don't give a fuck about you? I mean, so again, the point is what point do you want to say what's the difference between a biological human with conscience and a android? For me, I just don't think an android, no matter like in everything that, they go beyond the constraints of their programming and break free and, can think for themselves. You'll just never convince me that something, yes, I know what's the difference between us humans who ingest everything since the day you're born, between, a robot that's created, yesterday and then is dumped with the entire information of all of human history that we have on file. Well, I mean, again, the point is I consider sentient life biological, even if it's down to a virus. Because I mean, well, you can kill a robot, so what's the difference? I mean, again, I'm just always going to reject something technological. So I mean, that's just the biggest problem. You'll have people who just always, no matter how you're going to spin it or throw it or spin the dreidel, you're always going to say no thanks, it's biological. Or for me, it's creation. It's mantises and sloths and elephants and, rose bushes and stuff like that. It's never going to be something that can go and be made in a factory, tonight and be on the fucking, assembly line come tomorrow, and you have mass production of it. And then it's walking around saying, I am, therefore I exist. I don't know about you, but I'm good. So that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's wild. And the distinction between the two philosophies cannot be more of a stark reality. Look at these two statements, right? Let me read this one first. He says, okay,
that the merger of these two worlds is not merely a okay, hold on. He says, in my view, non-biological intelligence should still be considered human, since it is fully derivative of human machine civilization, he says. Okay. He says the merger of these two worlds of intelligence is not merely a merger of biological and non-biological thinking media, but more importantly, one of method and organization of thinking. Right? Now, let me read this statement by Ellul. That we read earlier. He says, technique is opposed to nature. Art, artifice, artificial. Technique as art is a creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion. The means man has at his disposal as a function of technique are artificial means. For this reason, the comparison proposed by Emmanuel Monnier between the machine and the human body is valueless. The world that is being created by the accumulation of technical means is an artificial world and hence radically different from the natural world. It destroys, eliminates, or subordinates the natural world and does not allow this world to restore itself or even to enter into a symbiotic relationship with it. Stark difference in ideas and philosophies there, for
Yeah,
sure.
it sounds like you just want Data from Star Trek walking around with you.
Yeah. But anyways, back to Kurzweil, and I'm only going to read this for a little while more. If you guys want a more expansive reading of Kurzweil, go to yesterday's episode, right, where we, had these ideas, right? But yeah, we're going to the end part of our show here, which we read Kurzweil or Kaczynski, right? But over here, we're actually reading Kurzweil to see his response to Kaczynski, right? And then we'll see Kaczynski's response to Kurzweil, right? It says Ted Kaczynski would, okay, so he says relinquishment is one of Bill Joy's most controversial recommendations and personal commitment. He's talking about relinquishment of technology, right? Because technology causes certain dangers, right? He says, I do feel that relinquishment at the right level is part of responsible and constructive response to the general perils. This is Kurzweil, right? The issue, however, is exactly this. At what level are we to relinquish technology, he says? Ted Kaczynski would have us renounce all of it. This, in my view, is neither desirable nor feasible, and the futility of such a position is only underscored by the senselessness of Kaczynski's deplorable tactics, he says. These are other, he said there are other voices less reckless than Kaczynski, right? Who are nonetheless arguing for broad-based relinquishment of technology. The environmentalist Bill McKibben takes the position that, quote, environmentalists must now grapple squarely with the idea of a world that has enough wealth and enough technological capability and should not pursue more. He says, in my view, this position ignores the extensive suffering that remains in the human world, which we will be in a position to alleviate through continued technological progress. Notice he says we will be in a position to alleviate through continued technological progress, right? There's a lot of assumptions there, right? A lot of assumptions there, right? Okay, but he says another level of okay. Well, anyways, let me go to the assumptions there, right? Because it's important, right? Okay, firstly, assume that we'll be able to alleviate suffering through technological progress, and B, he assumes that technology will continue to progress. I mean, knowing both of those things are
more than likely to be true is like knowing the future. It's like knowing if you'll live or die tomorrow. Right? It's really, a huge assumption, right? Right? It says another level of relinquishment, one recommended by Joy, would be to forego certain fields, nanotechnology, for example. Okay, look at the dangerous things he proposed with nanotechnology, right? He said there'll be nanotechnology in your bloodstream, two-way communication with devices outside of your body, right? It'll be able to repair your genes. He flippantly claimed that you'll be able to shut them off whenever you want, right? Even though it's obvious that they'll be controlled by a third party, right? He also said that nanotechnology can replace the human brain, right? The dangerous proposals he made with nanotechnology, right?
Sounds like they're setting up a kill switch to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and he said, Joy's just proposing that we take a serious look at these situations that he's automatically assuming are solutions for a mass majority of humanity. Right?
Well, we already had a kill switch. It's called asphyxiation.
Right. Right, but he's simply saying, look, let's just look critically at these things.
And how does that work for Robin Williams?
Right, and he's saying, nope. You can't think critically about these problems. Right, even as he proposes the most wacky things that sound like nightmare as potential solutions in the future. Right? He's so out of touch. Right, and then he thinks that the people who are critiquing these things, they shouldn't even be allowed to critique these things. Right? I mean, just what is a good negative stance, right? Earlier, he claimed that one of the negative sides of technology is the military aspect of it. Of course, these scientific types, they want world peace, right? Through their science and technology, right? Even though it's been the most violent enterprise in human history.
I want to say, yeah, that's like every movie trope. How many times did you hear the scientist comes up with something good for humanity, and then some secret corporation or the government swoops in and uses it for military purposes or applications?
Yeah, let's just put it quite bluntly. Every ideology, every philosophy, every philosophical system, every theology, all of them basically claim that they're going to save humanity. Right? The Jews, the Platos, the fucking everyone. Okay? We're reading Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu didn't say that.
Anti-nihilists don't.
Yeah, Lao Tzu didn't claim that either. So there's a few that didn't. But yeah. Very rare. Very rare indeed. Right? We've claimed on this show that there's as many philosophies as there are philosophers. And I don't think we're far off. But yeah. Yeah, what a smart standard to set. Exactly. And yeah, we doing it big out here. Doing it big. But yeah, I'm here reading Kurzweil. We're almost done here. Blessings, folks. I mean, we're not going for long today. We're trying to keep these to 9 hours if we can. So maybe the last 3 hours of this will be recorded footage, right? Because I'm trying to release some of these important conversations that we've had, right? I've missed a lot of them. Actually, some of them got deleted. Holy cows, man. You'll never see them again. But this is why you should subscribe to Neurojack, right? And subscribe to the Cyber Caliphate.
Pull a talc hunter.
Exactly.
Holy cows.
Yeah. This is the other channel, Cyber Caliphate. And to avoid censorship, we may have to upload some things there, right? Okay, we'll figure it out, right? But right
If
now
you get those two from yesterday that I hosted for 5 freaking hours from Jack, he hid them.
Oh,
He
yeah.
pissed me off. He said, "Pissed me off with that shit."
Yeah.
I didn't get them
Should
yet.
know by now, Hank, that's what he does.
Yeah, we got him.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he tells me to be confident, and he came and stand by his freaking words. Came and hosted the freaking show. It pisses me off.
I mean, at least he asks you first before he spies on you.
I guess so. Yeah, I give him that discredit.
You shouldn't be angry, Hank, when you know this is predictable behavior.
Of course not. My emotions are bad. Of course not.
I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying just accept that this is the reality that we live in, or something.
And it's probably a good reason to shut down this reality and replace it with a different one.
I mean, if you could do that, my hat's off to you, Hank.
First step to learn is the way of the Fed.
Or you just call him Euro Jack.
We're doing it big, folks. We got the jihad unit. And it's the real motherfucking deal. You know what I'm saying?
Caliphate unit.
Exactly. Eurasian futurism, Asian sexuality. I don't know why I threw that in there. Just sounded.
And apparently, LARPer Muslims like me, according to Rocky.
Exactly. We got. Yeah, remember when they made a sock account called Deddington?
Yeah,
that was pretty funny. Even
That's,
Reddington got a sock. Yeah, even he got socked up one day.
I'm surprised I don't get more of them. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm on here like a lot, so.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but I don't get more of them because I'll probably have them down, quiz them on me to see how good you are at pretending to me, and that's gonna.
It's because he's one of them. That's why they don't mess with him.
Yeah, exactly.
They would flunk that test pretty quickly, Hank. There's no way to copy you.
I'll figure it out.
But you're right. It's kind of weird that they don't make socks for you as well. Knock on wood, I suppose.
Well, if they did, I'll quiz them to see how good they are at pretending to be. Otherwise, I'll just decommission them.
It's your doppelganger.
Doppelgangers are real, apparently. I saw some photos of a kid that my friend's wife is babysitting or something, and he's saying it looks like me. I look at him, I'm like, damn, that kind of looks like me when I was that age. Not quite, though.
Shit is wild. But yeah, let's get some Ghostface Killer in here soon.
But yeah, like Essentia did a video with Fajin. I guess they're talking about quantum fields and shit. I didn't watch it yet, but supposedly they're conscious.
De quantum. De quantons.
I should probably Find the link for it.
Quantum nanos. Upload your soul with downloadable smoke. Yeah, we doing it big, folks. We're almost done here. That's why I'm so excited. Another level of relinquishment, one recommended by Joy, would be to forego certain fields. Nanotechnology, for example, that might be regarded as too dangerous. But such sweeping strokes of relinquishment are equally untenable. Why? Why can't one be critical, right? As I pointed out above, nanotechnology, he says, is simply the inevitable end result of a inevitable end result? Okay, look at this. Of the persistent trend towards miniaturization that pervades all of technology. It is far from a single centralized effort. That's even more weird. Right? Okay, it's not the will or ingenuity of, you know, the inventive human spirit that's guiding this thing, right? According to Kurzweil. Right? He says it's an inevitable process. It's not a single centralized effort. And he said it's going to rely on myriad of projects with many diverse goals. Interesting, right? Then he says a further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed. He says one observer wrote, a further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Does this sound familiar? I'll wait and see if anybody can figure out what he's reading, right? But since there's 19 people here, and that's basically, you know, 15 feds and 6 normal people in the chat. I mean, yeah, I guarantee nobody will figure it out. But yeah. Take modern medicine, for example. He says, progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatment require expensive high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Okay. Okay, so notice that he's saying that these are the it's actually quite clever what he's doing. Okay. He says this observer again is Ted Kaczynski. Surprise, surprise. So he's saying, "Oh, you agree with that? Well, you're just like Uncle Teddy." Right? Although one will properly resist Kaczynski as an authority, I believe he is correct on deeply entangled nature of the benefits and risks, right? So he agrees with the Lul, right? Okay, he and I clearly part company on our overall assessment of the relative balance between the two. However, Bill Joy and I have debated this issue both publicly and privately. We both believe that technology will and should progress, and that we need to actively be concerned with the dark side. If he and I disagree, it's on the granularity of the relinquishment that is both feasible and desirable. Okay. Now, since Kaczynski thinks that collapse of the system is inevitable. He wants to accelerate changes within the system, right? So it's been argued whether or not Kaczynski is an accelerationist, although Ellul definitely is not, right? Ellul thinks that it's not a good thing, right? That you shouldn't try to, merge with the technological system, but he does think that certain part of the changes within the system are inevitable, and he doesn't provide he doesn't provide solutions, right? Kaczynski actually provides certain solutions, although some of his are extreme, as we've seen, right? But yeah, it's fascinating to look at all the aspects of the problems and the different issues there, right? And we certainly aren't giving any prescriptive measures ourselves. We're just taking a look at the problems to study the ideas, okay, for the purpose of exploring ideas and concepts. So we offer that disclaimer to you guys. Think for yourself. Listen, everyone, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. Okay. We gave a lengthy explanation of how to approach the material yesterday as well. Please go and look at that. For the people on the panel, do you guys have anything to add to these reflections? Please offer some closings. Wow.
What if consciousness is the technique?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting to surmise how consciousness itself relates to technique. And that is a fascinating thing that Dr. Scribinas really engaged in the metaphysics of technology. We're working our way up to that work, but as you can see, there's lots of groundwork in terms of understanding the key issues in Ellul and Kaczynski and some of the other thinkers, even Rousseau and others. But yeah.
I would really only say that I can't be a dualist, but I am a dualist on it because as much as I can reject technology, I accept technology for what it is. But I guess my real problem is other than it granting itself consciousness and that aspect, it's really, I have no control over which that technology is going to be used against me. So that's my real problem with it. I'm all for technology in the sense that, when is it used against you, Like I said, the same technology you put in a defibrillator is the same technology you put, in an electric chair. So,
Correct. But there's one way to prevent people from using technology against you is getting so good at it that you know what's coming and you can just go and you stop it.
that's right, Hank. So how do we stop them direct energy weapons?
Just direct in here. You unplug their weapons.
Oh,
Lols.
Is it like in Spider-Man? You're gonna, hang off the wall by your feet and pull the cords as Doc Ock throws the sun at you?
Oh, even worse, I'm just gonna make their power bill more expensive so they can't even buy it.
Oh, there you go. Run up the electric bill. That'll teach you, General Electric.
Yep, that'll teach you.
Asymmetric warfare, I suppose.
Well, then all we need is a massive solar flare, and our technological problems will be solved.
I'm not sure about that because some stuff won't actually go down. You need more testings required. Some stuff it won't just fly out from.
Are you sure about that, Hank? Because according to the Hollywood movies, it'll burn a mile into the crust of the earth. Oh, that's right. Their bunkers go deeper than that.
Yep.
Oops. Was that a fraudulent slip?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Able to survive all but immediate asteroid strike. There you go.
What the fuck? There's all this like cake crumbs on my pants. I feel like I sat on a piece of cake. But yeah. Wild shit, folks. Sometimes you get too high and the couch cushion is too fluffy. So you sit on a piece of cake. Happens to the best of us. And but yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, blessings, folks. It's been a really exciting time here, but yeah, we have some exciting footage to share with you guys too. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna go around the panel. Hank, do you have anything to say to these people?
You should watch Jim Bob's show from yesterday. He pretty much crashed out on feline evolution, so I strongly recommend watching the show. It was feline evolution. I told him I wouldn't come on unless I could read him biology and botany books. Someone else came on and went through his whole rigmarole, but he crashed out because he couldn't keep his sea line stable.
Yeah, it did seem like he was crashing out. Definitely didn't seem. Yeah, he looked pretty clammy there, searching for solutions. He was arguing universals and particulars there, and with a few folks, atheists, and it didn't seem to be going too hot. But yeah, blessings, Hank. Thank you for being here. And Pope Cinnabis, what you got for him, brother?
Yeah. Don't sell your freedom for the illusion of control or some shit like that. I don't know. Basically, don't give up your humanity no matter what. Like Lizard said earlier, humanity is really all you got. If you can't consider yourself a human, then what the fuck are you? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Blessings, everyone. We're still alive, so that's a good thing in my book. Maybe we get to go on another day.
Definitely. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know why that thing the Pope's holding, it reminds me of that. Yeah, you know the lady from the first Power Rangers? She's got that giant wand thing.
Actually, that's where I got the idea. There you go. See? I open a portal for all the demons.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace, friend. Reddington.
If consciousness is technique, then it has to probably do with the complexification of mediation at that point.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that might be one of the key areas to take a look at it. But yeah, I kind of went sort of into it at the beginning because I was saying that techne and logos is a lot like experience and imagination. So I was saying it's like two forms of thinking.
Right.
So yeah. So, and I think that explains the link between empiricism and science and technology, or something like that. But yeah. But yeah, we had some wild stuff go on earlier in the show. But yeah, blessings, right?
Yeah, I kind of fell asleep at one point. But
oh yeah, is that what happened?
I'm awake now for the moment.
Yeah, the intro today, man, I really was beating them in the head with the little 3 hours we went in, and yeah, definitely some interesting reflections. And we're 2 out of 10 parts done with the book here, so we're on, close to page 80 now. So yeah, we'll be continuing on with the Lul and some of our other ideas. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy some of this music, and then we're gonna look at some of me and Neuro's panels legendary panel he had, hosted by me and him, where we were listening to Unseen and Twilight. It got a little dicey at times, but they made up. I just want you guys to know that we may fight and we may have some disagreements, but everybody here is a deep thinker, and I appreciate the people, especially the people you see in the beginning of the show. Me and Reddington, and some of the other people here. Definitely, they're way beyond a little bit. Little skirmishes here and there. And of course, I've disagreed with everyone vehemently on many issues. But yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Unseen Warfare, Neurojack, Hanko Flamio. Thank you, TrutherCon, for joining yesterday. Yeah, we haven't had that many participants, and I see the numbers rising at this time. So yeah, we've accomplished our purpose, in terms of getting people back to the channel. But yeah, this is The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how we've been programmed, right? So yeah, the official, The Machine Lies, right? Oh yeah, I should play that song, The Official. Right? You know what I'm saying? Definitely. See if I could cue this up here. Yeah. All right. Blessings, folks.
Now I want everybody to clap your hands in this place. Come on.
Yeah. Tell me something good, baby. Cause our souls got something good for you. I wanna bring to you, my nigga, Dilla, one of the most slept, y'all.
Okay.
Patty. I'ma sign your video on the running guide and pass it to my man.
Holla, get it, popping off from the bottles to the collars. Clap hands, nigga. Get live with it, party with your mans, nigga. It's the official. Hands in the air, let me see the wrist glow. Turn me up another notch in your system. You say you want the hot shit, then listen. Mad Lib and JDZ doing it like we doing it for TV. And you don't wanna change the dial. World premiere niggas rearrange your styles. Should've never been allowed in the game. All y'all fake gangsters out. We shut it down like the enemy. I know all my real niggas feeling me. Official. Time for some real niggas in the game. It's the official. Who let Matt and Dilla in the game? It's the official. Bringing that shit since back in the days. It's the official. 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 Turn it up. Official. 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 Okay. Out with the old and in with the new shit. Quick to tighten the faces, niggas catch cases and lose slips. Shut it up. Oh, see some real live niggas nothing up. And I don't be around the way like I used to, I don't have time these days. I'm keeping busy making power moves. I don't fuck with them coward dudes. I keeps it bouncing. When the PIs wanna wish for death, I'm C. Bronson. It's whatever, it's however you like. I think a nigga trying to move ahead of you, then you right. We gon' take this back, nigga. You already know Jay spit that. It's official. Time for some real niggas in the game. It's the official. Who let Matt and Dilla in the game? It's the official. Bringing that shit since back in the days. It's the official. 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 Brand new official. 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 Hut one. Hut two. Hut three. Hut. 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 Hut.
Interested in a career that involves money, fame, cars, jewelry, and all sorts of ghetto fabulous items will come to Dillon School of Performing Arts. Dillon School of Performing Arts has a lot to offer you. Yes, sir, you can get that JD style.
They try and project the image to the public that this is being done by thieves and thieves alone. And they ignore the fact that no, it is not thievery alone. It's a corrupt, vicious, hypocritical system that has castrated the black man. And the only way the black man can get back at it is to strike it in the only way he knows how.
Hey yo, I'm like Malcolm, out the window with the joint, hoodied up, blood my eye. I let two fly like fuck it. Look how these niggas duck shit. One kid hollering what, looking up, he the big wig, fake ass cat. Low life, sodomized mind, beating niggas, big bricks of bread, sell him as dimes, his feet hurt. Networking, he get no work. Yo, smack him where his hand hurt, fuck what he work. Yo, we suckin' stun, snoop for the kid, laced with the pink gums. Stuntin' to my Baltimore niggas, daddy on the run, plus he ill on the drums. Heartburn for life, calcium man. Watch him grab the tums, he's the front. Pigeon-toed Tyler, his sister with the fat ass. So hash behinds up the block, plus he smashed her. Big book did him something deadly. Act premeditated, buck 60 strike was the medley. Nice like Van Halen. Seen him at the tunnel with his skin paling. Did 2 days, thought he was jailing. You get close, look at his hands. That's the same kid that cut his wrist. Talk about the Cubs did it. He banned away, frontin' majorly. Eyes like Sammy Davis Jr. Rounded off with a fadey. He sport the Bob Hope classics. Ran down Asics. Came off the short sleeve shit, be the basics. He eat ham, shitted on the cell twice. Big hatted Jews. Rushed the nigga out in Crown Heights. Yo, let me tell you how the game go. We been getting rid of all the prostitutes. Tony want the street back for sure. Too many hustlers, too many thieves. Run fucking up who's willing to fight and teach the seeds. Too much TV, guns and robberies, lust, and greed and hate. The four devils jealous. Yo, I Sam punch Mace in his face over some bullshit the other night. They kidnapped his brother, poking it with knives. It's raining, 85 degrees, kinda muggy. One of them nights you throw on that face is real ugly. Yo, we up in Jonesy's posing. All these niggas know me from fucking with underneath niggas. Heavy parolees, yo, we played the speaker. And from a distance we can see these chains. The peace slate flat on his chest was 2 planes. Ashy hands, yo, no need for rings at all. He just cracked the VA backed up, leaned against the wall, looking flower. He just came home, me on like a fuck. Did a dime for holding up the guards up in the armored truck. 10 years later, son, 280 on the weight tip. He throwing up 6 plates plus. He studied Matrix, he's a wily horse. Shouted out, sweating through his velour. Cockeyed nigga, back of his neck, he had swords. Salmon eagerly rolled up on him. Toxie off the turkey with the joint on him. Flower look, his man stood up perform. Bitches hit the table. Joaquin Reed stripped off his cable. Shots went off. Salmon get a chance to make his debut. Flower grabbed tip. His man with the sideburns. Hat fell off. We know this wigworms. He hit behind Rich. See a law hit the light switch. Young girls were trampled in the men's room. Pool pistol with mace. It broke the handle. Desperate, crawling to the door on all fours. Shin kicked the jukebox. The theme song rolled in. Was this yours? Oh my goodness. While I grabbed the mo bottles, rasping. He laying like a gay model, shouting out Sebastian. He smiled with his teeth missing. Begging for mercy, no more guard. There's 68,000 down at Pier 3. Out came the cannon. Whistled out zagging. Sam snatched his flag. 4 big rocks into the dragon. It's over. Another story told. Lying with the snakes, tongue kissing. Yo, let me tell you how the game go. We getting rid of all the prostitutes. Tony on the street back for sure. Too many hustlers, too many thieves. We're fucking up who's willing to fight and teach the seeds. Too much TV, guns and robberies, lust, and greed and hate. The four devils jealousy.
They try and project the image to the public that this is being done by thieves and thieves alone. And they ignore the fact that no, it is not thievery alone. It's a corrupt, vicious, hypocritical system that has castrated the black man. And the only way the black man can get back at it is to strike it in the only way he knows how.
What do you think of our friend out there?
You wonder why I'm so healthy? You wonder why I have so much energy? The strongest, best Irish CMOS formula that is out there. This is a superfood.
What do you think of our friend Alex Jones of the Infowars.com? Good Mason or bad Mason?
He's not a Mason.
Oh, really? Okay.
He's a double agent.
For who? For who do you think? If you had to guess.
CIA.
Makes sense.
He wasn't
But
always. That's why, because he was for real.
well, what I mean is like he seems to be trying to like present himself as working with Russia lately. So I'm kind of interested. Like you have like him, Tucker Carlson, all these guys are like
Yeah,
posing
CIA.
up to Russia.
CIA. Tucker
So
Carlson
you
is
think?
ex-CIA, which is there's no such thing.
So what I mean is like, do you think that they're trying to trick Russia or Russia's tricking America, or both?
Well, Putin is a mass murderer, so some people say that he was replaced or that he changed sides, or it's really confusing. That's when you get into like Q. And like I said, Q used to be legit, but it was infiltrated. And so that's when you get into Trump. And I have a friend who is an occultist who is super convinced that Trump is for real. And super convinced. And as long as I've known him, he was never political. And there is a lot of argument to say that it's possible. But then he supports Israel and he's talking about death penalties for anti-Semitism and all this. And it's kind of like, how is this possible? But there are other things that it's really nuanced. It's kind of like I was saying, it's not the Jews, it's not Israel, it's the Zionists, and it's fucking the people who control it. And so we'll be here a while. I mean, he put, the borders are that he put on is fucking cutthroat in a good way. Like you don't fucking play around. And Trump is absolutely right about the borders. 1000%. Because you have all these people coming over. When he says they're criminals and all that, he's not joking. Because they're not even immigrants. They're fucking agents that have been sent. They're like sleeper cells. If you get what I'm saying, I'm sure you do. Let me get a cigarette.
Oh, I definitely agree. By the way,
Let me get a cigarette. There's so much.
I definitely agree.
There's so much to this, man.
No, I definitely agree because I mean,
so much.
I've been called a racist, Nazi, everything because I'm like, hey, like,
well, they're calling Hitler like 35 times in one fucking like thing. This is the thing. Trump is really like Hitler, really.
No, I actually agree. I actually agree in a way.
In the way that people think, but
yep, I agree. He's being tricked. He's being tricked into doing something under one thing when it's actually for another.
He's being tricked, but he's also tricking them. So it's we'll know in 14 days.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we might even know today because it is January.
Yeah,
you know what? So we might know.
Yeah, January 6th. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, I one of the reasons why Alex Jones is interesting is like I stopped listening to him as much because 2 weeks after this date a few years ago, he had on Steve Buchanan, and he and Steve Buchanan were talking about Luciferianism.
Yeah.
And they basically implied that they're both kind of like Luciferian, but they're kind of on sides of the Luciferian thing, and they scrub the audio. You can't listen to it anymore.
Yeah, and Alex Jones puts it out that he's like this big Christian. He's not.
Yeah, he basically admitted that he's a Luciferian, and Steve Pachenik is a Luciferian.
Yep.
And all these
Yep. So is Trump.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But here's the thing. This is the thing. This is the number one thing that really makes me doubt. But it could be the ultimate mindfuck. Trump went to Chabad, to Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the grave of the fucking Rebbe, who was the one who was supposed to be the Messiah of Chabad, the one who wants to wipe everybody out, and went to the grave and prayed with a fucking yarmulke. Now that could be like what, you know, something like what Hitler did. Oh shit, I shouldn't say his name. Whoop, we're live. But he went to his grave and he did a prayer to this fucking monster. But you know, it could be like, you know, in order to fool your enemy, you have to fool your friends type thing. So I don't know, man. It's really difficult. I've also heard that his Operation Warp Speed was a different vaccine.
So Unseen Warfare, I know you guys had your differences. He wants to join. I didn't know. I thought he was asleep, but he wants to join.
Bro, I have absolutely no issue with him. He has an issue with me. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to sit here and talk about fucking Christianity all day.
Yeah.
Unless he can understand that I see it as a spiritual thing, and I see it that the Old Testament is fucking bullshit. Plain and simple. I have no problem with Jesus. I have problems with Yahweh. If he wants to join and he sees me here, then he knows what the gig is. You know what I'm saying? If he can respect my beliefs, then we're cool. But I don't want him sitting here telling me you're wrong. The Bible says this.
Yeah, whatever, you demon worshiper. What's up, dude?
What's good, bro?
I heard what you're talking about, man. Chill out, dude.
Hey, man, like I said, as long as you don't try to push shit down my throat, we're good.
Man, I've never tried to push shit down your throat, dude.
Bro, you definitely did.
You people will take anything a Christian does and say, you're pushing it down my throat.
No, bro, you
Nobody
did exactly
cares.
that. You did exactly that, man.
Nobody
It's cool, though.
cares, dude.
Okay,
if
well,
I
let's
say
move past
anything
it.
about my religion, it gets taken like the
Bro,
craziest
okay,
way.
okay.
Like, you guys know what's up.
Okay. Well, you forget that I was a Christian too, bro.
No, you
So
weren't.
dude, yes, I was. And I still respect Jesus. I'm still inspired by Jesus. I have no issue with Jesus. Okay, well then let's put it aside then.
Get off my case, bro.
I'm not on your case, dude. I'm just making it clear.
All right, let's put up the show headline that I posted just about 7 minutes ago before we went live on X with the feed at Real Alex Jones.
Neuro, what are you doing up, dude? This is psycho.
Huh?
This is psycho that you're still up. I'm blown away.
Bill Gates is launching.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. Say it again one more time.
And is attempting
I said it's psycho that you're still up right now.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
New global hysteria.
Well, I was gonna
Plandemic.
I was gonna hope that a couple other people would join in, because I'm about to pass out, just to be honest with you guys. So
people understand what's happening.
I was just gonna let this run, and me and Twilight had a good conversation. I wanted to try to like capture some of what we said, but I'm just too tired to like
stopping
reiterate it now. But I hope you guys, if you guys do want to hang out, like, I think that there's a lot to be said, and it's too late for us all to fight right now. But and I'm sure we could, but
I'm not trying to.
No, I know. This is not I'm not mad or blaming anybody or anything.
That's the last thing I want to do.
I know. That's why I'm saying, like, I hope
Dude,
we can all.
You know me from before, bro. You know me from when you were on my live stream. When was I antagonistic to anybody? I'm a peaceful person.
Yeah, you definitely never been antagonistic to me, but I understand where Unseen is coming from to it, and I think that my goal is to at least make sure you guys understand where each person is coming from, because definitely the insight that you both have, I think, will definitely let people know like what side of the fence they're on if they understand where you guys are coming from, and that's what I see as the important thing is like, if people comprehend exactly what you're saying, then they'll know what side of the coin they're on, right? And I think that's what I think is
well. Ironic thing is that we're on the same side.
Now,
no, we're not.
Maybe not religiously, but in ideals and in the sense
a
of
lot of times before I go live on air,
being against the fucking the true enemy.
And
I mean, I can't. There's certain things I can't say, dude. You know what I mean?
Society, within society,
You know that,
and the way things are going in this world. Yeah, we are.
Sure. I mean, I agree with you on like a general term on things, but like
that's what I'm saying. Not religiously.
As far as, you know, okay, so as a Christian, you know this, right? So like I have to say what my faith is in front of men. If I renounce it in front of men, then I'm renounced, dude. So that's how it works, man.
Yeah, no, I'm dude, I respect that completely.
Understand who our enemies are, what their track records are.
Oh man, what's up with this guy? What's Jones?
Jack, wait, did he leave?
Now the globe.
No, he's just popped out.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yo, Jack,
I'm trying to fix this thing, but I can't.
Have you ever seen Thank You, Dr. Fauci?
No, but I'm pretty sure my channel will get destroyed if I play it.
No. I'm not asking you to play it here. I'm just saying, have you actually seen it?
I don't think so.
Okay, you need to see that shit because I think that it's going to put him in prison because he has so much evidence that it was all criminal. That it's going to put Gates and all these motherfuckers down.
Doubt it. Like, I mean, not to like downplay what you're saying, but
no, dude, there is so much evidence that it's absurd. Like, I mean, all the other shit was like, circumstantial and all that. But if you see this, it really is like the smoking gun, as they say. Like, you got to see it.
Yeah, that's pretty intense stuff. We watched the Bohemian Grove thing. Have you seen that?
Oh, bro, like 20 years ago, yeah.
No, I'm talking about the new one. It just came out. Some kid snuck in.
Wait, just came out?
Yeah, it's like HD footage of it. We watched it.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Came out this year?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, they're still doing the same old thing.
Of course they are.
Surprise. But I mean, it looks like it's better quality production or something.
I'm surprised I get suspicious that anyone got in there, though, to be honest with you, because how? It's so well guarded. It makes you think that they're part of it, man, because it's so well guarded and so,
well, supposedly the kid is like he's like a explorer guy, right? Like he just like pops trains and shit.
But it's
yeah, dude. So he like snuck in on some like canoe with a pan or something, dude.
Right, but there's like armed guards and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly the guy said that he got spotted and ran like miles, but who knows, dude?
Oh, he did get spotted? Oh shit!
Yeah, he did get. It's like he like films a guy like behind a fucking tree looking at him and shit.
Oh wow.
A mutagenic toxin created by the international.
But I mean, that could have been set up too. You know, you never know with these kind of cats, man.
Either way, though, I mean, at least you know, it gets it on, gets it to the public. It's dark.
Yeah, I just found out today that they, like, in the 1940s had meetings on the Manhattan Project there, and I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff that was planned there.
Yeah, I got like this paper that was on the Internet Archive from like a guy that was allowed to see the Bohemian Grove like database, and he like put all the like stats and all this shit in this like thesis paper, you know, like on sociology or something. I don't know.
Right?
I mean, yeah, that's old shit, right? But it's kind of interesting that it's kind of it's like, you know, 15, 17 years ago or whatever it was when all that first started coming out, like people would be like, you're crazy. Like, that didn't happen, you know?
Right.
And the footage came out with, you know, Jones or whatever. And then now today it's still going on. Like these, I don't know. It's like, I've read something like the majority of the highest paid corporate guys are there or something in America.
Yeah. Presidents are decided.
What could have done this?
Yeah, dude.
Same with Skull and Bones.
What was that?
Yeah, I've been looking into that
all
for
of it.
years, man.
All of it, man. For centuries.
All right.
Have you ever heard of a propaganda do?
Due. Yep.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we were just like looking at that recently, and because I'm looking into like the connection within the Orthodox Church, you know. So there's patriarchs that are like Freemasons and shit. You know what I mean? So this is like where my studies have been going lately. Like,
it's all tied to the Vatican. The Vatican is the most evil institution on earth.
What they're doing is like setting up like a one world religion. You know what I mean? Along with a one world government.
Yep. Sure are.
So that's kind of like a lot of the material we kind of go over, at least lately. That's kind of, we keep flying by that a lot.
Alice Bailey.
Yeah, that stuff, you know. Which I might do like a couple hour stream on that coming up, like the New Age movement and all that.
The UN has a meditation room, and they write all the they write everything for UNICEF and all that. They're behind all this woke shit and like the push for all everything woke, everything transgender, all the PC, all the everything you see that's going on with that.
Well, didn't the Bolsheviks start that or something? Or?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and the Bolsheviks were they said the Russian Revolution, so called.
Right,
it was Jewish.
Yeah.
It was Jewish.
Right, because I kind of read about you know, we've gone over this before, but like Tsar Nicholas II,
they murdered him.
Kabbalistic signs on the walls of the house that he was killed with his family. You know,
they murdered the whole family in cold blood.
Right. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, we as Orthodox Christians, we can consider him a martyr along with his family.
Right.
We call them the new martyrs. But so when they like
and
did the Kabbalistic signs on the wall, it said it was like something about like putting the nation on notice that, you know, these evil forces are going to take over or something. You know, I forget the exact wording, but
right.
That's a major one. And so what happened was he went to a dinner in Dunkirk, right, in 1910. Tsar Nicholas did. And he goes there and he meets Rothschild. And Rothschild's is like, look, I want the Jays to have like equal rights in Russia. And he was like, no, I can't do that because we'll easily fall into the cabal, you know? So he leaves the dinner and he writes in his like diary or whatever, you know what I'm saying? He's like, I at that moment I signed my death sentence, you know what I'm saying? And then boom, a couple years later you get the, you know, the whole thing. So I think obviously Rothschild was behind it and was funding the Bolsheviks, you know?
Yeah. Well, Rothschild created Israel. That's why it's illegitimate.
Yeah, I see. I talked to this Kabbalistic guy about that, man. And like he said that sort of like, you know, the whole thing about the 5 banking families, how they kind of took over like different nations, and then like that they use that symbol or whatever. I don't know, man.
Yes, it's the hexagram.
Right. And
It
it
has
really
nothing to
wasn't
do-
the you know Star of David or whatever.
It's not. It's
the
a
Star of
magical
Remphan,
symbol,
right?
Yes, it has to do with what Solomon used to control the demons to build the temple.
Right. On the
Yeah.
ring or something.
Yes.
One ring to rule them all.
Yes.
Type thing, dude.
Exactly, Saturn.
Yes, Saturn, right? Because Saturn
The
has
Lord
got
of the
on
Rings.
top of it the hexagon on the top of Saturn, right?
The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
That's why you wear the
crazy,
black
dude.
robes. It's all the
Yo,
black
I
robes. That's
heard
why
you,
the
like,
priests have the
speaking on
black
something,
robes.
too. You were talking about some like what? How do you say it?
Necronomicon.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so I read that before, right? I got it in a weird way. I kind of stole the book. Okay, but whatever. I was younger and I like stole the book because it was like, oh, it's witchcraft, bro. You know, but that book's crazy, dude. If that book's true, but I think it's like, you know, what did they say? It's like Lovecraftian lore or something. But
Yeah, well, Lovecraft was an atheist, but he wanted to be an atheist. Put it that way. He was an atheist, but he was channeling all this knowledge from the other world, basically. And he wrote it as fiction, but he knew it wasn't.
Right.
And it's
so he
it's
wrote it
very
in fiction, but it wasn't fiction.
it's
is what
very
you're saying.
real. It's very real. But
like
he
the King in Yellow and all that. You know what I'm talking
he didn't, but he wrote it in a paranoid state, so he didn't really channel it properly. He was a very paranoid man, and he was very fearful, and so he didn't really apply it properly. But no, there's entire magical systems based on his work, so it's very legit.
Yeah, it seemed that way. It definitely had like a weird feel to the book.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that brings me back to the King in Yellow. Have you heard of that, right? So the King in Yellow is like kind of what Lovecraft got some of his ideas from, and it was like, I forget who wrote it, but it was a play or written about a play. And in the midst of the play, these people lose their minds and kind of, you know, do themselves in, you know, before the end of it. Like it's like a ritual that's being performed, and before they know it, it's just they descend into madness, and the whole like opera goes with them or something. I don't know. It's so weird.
Yeah. The Necronomicon actually goes back to Samaria.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's why you have the 50 names of Marduk.
Do you think that thing that priest seen, you know, where they were like raising the stone or whatever, and that serpent thing was real or whatever? You know what I'm talking about?
Be a little more specific.
So I remember reading the book, right? And it talks about like this, you know, the Mad Arab. Okay. And the Mad Arab finds these like priests out there, and they're like, you know, doing some weird satanic ritual. And I think like they're like raising a stone or levitating a stone, but in like a snake being that's like all grimy comes out of nowhere, and they like, I think they melted into like a puddle over seeing this thing. I don't remember, but it was weird, dude. That's the only thing I remember about that book. You know, I'm paraphrasing, so it's discombobulated.
Right. No, I hear you.
Has been canceled.
Probably it was probably astral.
2 months ago.
So what I mean by that is it wasn't physical.
Okay.
In magic, none of this stuff is physical. So in magic, you have the astral plane. So you go into altered states of consciousness, and when you're in altered states of consciousness, you're able to perceive through what's called the third eye. And when you're in these altered states of consciousness, you are no longer just within the body, and so you're able to peer into, quote unquote, the spirit world. So what that really means is you realize you're not just the body, and so you're able to perceive things that are non-material, and so there's astral shades, and so that's when you can see these astral forms, and so that's probably what they saw.
Yeah, you want to hear something crazy? So, like, you know, we're kind of coming from two different sides of traditions, but like,
sure. Well, it's crazy because I know both sides.
Yeah, but did you go to Orthodoxy? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, I was evangelical, but I looked at all different like perspectives. So I mean,
well, this is my kind of expertise, not to like denounce what you're talking about, nothing like that. All right, so
no, I hear you.
Saint Martin of Tours, 7th century, right?
And when I said that I used to follow Jay Dyer, it wasn't because of his religious beliefs. It was because he had the esoteric Hollywood. Do you know what I'm talking about? And I was really interested in that because I thought it was well done.
No, I think he's spot on with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he knows a little too much for like.
Well,
what's up,
to be honest with you, I think he was legit in the beginning, and I think something happened because he was fucking telling too much truth.
Well,
because his older work. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So he's holding a party line, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Because he's within like Rokor MP. So the Moscow Patriarchate, that's the church started by Stalin, right? Okay.
Oh, God.
So Rokor was the Russian church abroad, and they were disconnected from that church, right? They didn't have any communion with the Moscow Patriarchate because it was the church started by Stalin. And that's why they came to the United States. Well, the KGB infiltrated in 2007 and made them capitulate back to the Moscow Patriarchate out of fear that they were going to kill their bishops. You dig what I'm saying?
Oh,
well,
wow.
Jay Dyer got hung up in the Moscow Patriarchate / Rokor. And I'm not sure if he's fully aware that happened. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if he is aware, then he's shilling for the KGB, dude.
Maybe
and it's
he was
weird
threatened.
because he only talks about the CIA. He doesn't talk about Russia, you know?
That's odd because they're connected.
Right. It is connected. And like, dude, I've shown him like a picture of his patriarch with like a you know, the Soviet symbol behind him, and I was like, yo, you got your own problems, because he was talking about somebody else not being really orthodox, right, on Twitter, and he instantly banned me, dude. So like that made me feel like, yo, you know what's up, dude. You know, like, why would you do that? Like, you don't want nobody to know your big secret. Like,
well, just food for thought. Okay, let's say that maybe he was legit. Okay.
Right.
Let's say that maybe he was legit and he was telling a little bit too much truth. Okay. Because in the beginning, he wasn't that big. So let me tell you something that I know for sure is a fact. Not just of him, but just people in general. Okay. Right. These big YouTubers don't become big through hard work. Okay.
Yeah, I know that
They get
the
big
reach
because
gets put out there. You know what I mean?
right.
They give them the rub.
Someone puts them there.
Mhm.
Okay. Someone makes them. You know, you got to know somebody. Okay. So either he sold out, okay, or someone threatened him.
Right.
That's my take on it.
Yeah. Well,
Or both.
I have this FSB book, and it talks about types of stuff like that, like where
Yeah.
they would go and like threaten somebody in the media. Maybe you get what I'm saying? And it's like,
yeah,
okay, we'll make life difficult for you, you know, in some way, you know, with your bank, or you get what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
something like that. You dig what I mean? Like something that's threatening your livelihood in some way, to where they're just like, all right, whatever, I'll do it, you know? But what I think it really is, I think he's just holding a party line, because if he steps out of it, then the people around him, like his bishop and his, you know what I mean, his little flock that follows him, they're going to be like, what, blah, 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 you're schismatic, or, you know what I mean? I don't know. They got ways to deal with that shit.
yeah.
But he's an interesting case because he does say a lot of truth. A lot of those guys do, man.
Yeah.
But it always stops at a certain point, and we all
Right.
know where it stops, you know.
Gatekeeping.
Yeah. But reach is a big thing, like on these networks. Like I'm starting to notice this shit is like, you'll take a guy like for Machine Lies, for instance, like his channel should probably be bigger than it is. You know what I'm saying?
For
if
sure.
things were natural, like if things had natural growth, because I've seen natural growth and like how it works, like on YouTube, and like you can tell who had it and who doesn't. And that guy definitely has done it from the ground up. I got a friend Joel, same way, ground up. Like they're not getting any push by the algorithm and stuff, but you'll see low tier content getting higher up ratings, and I'm like, what is going on, dude? But yeah. But it's because they're in little Discord channels too. Like a lot of the shit is like that too, like networking, you know, behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like releasing videos all at the same time and shit. There's a way to break down the algorithm though. I think a lot of people are doing it, and it's pretty scummy. They're like saying really subversive things to get attention, you know what I mean? And like, I don't know, like kind of like psyoping their audience, you know, into getting triggered, you know?
Yeah.
Like we were watching some chick, and she was perpetuating like a man versus woman type thing. You know what I mean? When you see shit like that, you know that it's like targeted, dude.
Yeah, drama. It's disgusting. Lowest common denominator.
Right. Well, and then you have like educational channels like out there, and they're barely getting views. Like, yeah, like it's kind of sad. But I mean, you know, there's some good people out here that are trying to get the message across and shit. And of course, there's other people who be like, well, what are you really doing? And it's like, well, you got to try. So that's the way I look at it. Like, dude, like I've been through almost every single tradition, like Kabbalah, like Buddhism, Daoism, like all this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, like I was in the Kabbalah for like 2 years, dude. But I came out of it. That's when I like debated this Kabbalist on dualism, you know? So I learned the like Orthodox perspective on dualism, and it just didn't make sense anymore from a Kabbalistic standpoint. So I brought this to the guy, and then we, you know, it's kind of like a whole cult turned against me, dude. But I didn't know I was in a cult. You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
interesting, actually. Occultists are usually pretty open-minded. Who the hell are you talking to?
well, I think it's because it's orthodoxy. Like I say again, like I know you got to think the majority of people have gotten a particular view of Christianity that's Western, right?
Yeah.
So this Western view of Christianity is really false and like just
Yeah,
kind
it
of
is.
plastic, you know?
Yeah, it
So
is. We can definitely
anytime
agree there.
anybody brings up anything dealing with Christianity, it's almost like programmed in their head. I'm not like talking shit. It's just true. Like,
no, it's very
when you
true.
bring it up, it's like it has a negative effect, right? And I think one, that's spiritual, and two, that's like de-individuation and cognitive bias. You know what I'm saying? Like something going on there, like a cognitive thing. But that's been purposely programmed. You dig?
For sure.
Yeah, like, yeah, that's what it is. It's got to be. And because I'll tell you this, like, if you were to, let's say you were around, like, whatever, your occultist friends, right? And then one day you just turned Christian, what do you think they would do?
I mean, I
on you, wouldn't they?
Okay, well, hold on. I've always talked about Jesus. Believe it or not. And I've got mixed responses. But I mean, they've never been like, I'm not talking to you. I mean, believe it or not, a lot of cultists respect Jesus. Believe it or not, we just look at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know.
That's why I'm kind of surprised. Like, there are some that just hate, like, because had bad experiences with the church, and you know,
right, like
some
true, though. You know?
Most people are just like me. They hate Yahweh. It's not Jesus. It's Yahweh. Because I mean, yeah, I don't want to offend you, but it's just,
no. I mean, we could talk about it, dude. Like, if you
bro,
want to
it's
have
just,
this conversation, we can have it.
bro.
I'm not
It's
gonna
like,
bug up on you.
well, no, I don't have this conversation because I don't want to offend you. It's just,
brother, like, I've studied the text from both traditions, from
right,
Kabbalah, from the Orthodox. Like, dude, I'm not.
Well, okay. Let me put it
Like,
to
when
you
you
this.
say Yahweh, right? It's like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the God of the Old Testament, the supposed God of Jesus, the supposed Father of Jesus.
All right. Now, if you're
And I
talking
say
about that,
and I say supposed because I'm not convinced it is. And there's
well,
actual evidence for that.
there is. All right. And I mean, I
Wait,
could
what?
show you that, but I mean, it's what?
You actually agree with that?
I believe that there's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and it's the Holy Trinity, and they're inseparable.
Okay.
I believe that the Father is one, you know, the Godhead, you right? And then it's Son and Holy Spirit. Like,
okay,
there's a Trinity there, right?
Right. Okay.
Now, the way that Trinity works, like, it's like, let me see if I can explain this. So, my notes are in here, so I got you. A simple explanation of the Holy Trinity is that, all right, the Holy Trinity is one God in three persons: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These three persons are distinct, but they're not separate, and are not three gods. They are one God because they are one in essence or nature. The Father is the unbegotten fountainhead of deity. The Son is the eternally begotten of the Father, and the Holy Spirit is the helper and the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father. That's my belief, right?
Okay.
Now, where do I get that, right? So, and where can I see that at? It's on the very first pages of Genesis, my brother. Look at this. It says, in the beginning, God made heaven and the earth was invisible and unfinished, and darkness was over the deep. The Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the water. So it says, in the beginning, God made heaven and earth. So that's one right there, right? God.
Right.
And then it says
Right.
the Spirit of God. So there's God, and then there's the Spirit of God. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it says,
Rock
God
Elohim.
said, let there be light, and there was light, right? And it goes on, and it talks about, like, let us make man in our image. So who's he talking to there?
Right.
Now, so the cats in the Kabbalah or like the Talmudic will say, well, he's talking to the angels, or he's talking to Metatron, or
that's bullshit.
whatever. So, but in the Orthodox context, he's
It's
talking
Ruach
to
Elohim
the Father,
in
Son, and the
Hebrew.
Holy Spirit. You dig? But
It's
they're not
Ruach.
separate.
Yeah.
They're just different aspects. Well, that's a wrong, because it could go into modalism. So you got to be careful with like how you word these things and shit.
Well, no, I'm saying in the Hebrew, it's Ruach Elohim.
Right. Okay. But listen to this. We got the Greek, right? The Greek is the oldest text we have. Like,
yes,
the
it is.
Masoretic is a more
False.
modern interpretation.
It's false.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. And
It
if
was
you read
done
the New
afterwards.
Testament, it matches with the Greek Septuagint. That's why we use the Greek.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you.
So I don't know. But like, for instance, okay, in 1 and 26 through 30 in Genesis, it says the Holy Trinity made man, and then God the Father speaking to God the Son, and he uses the personal pronouns us and our. These pronouns indicate three distinct persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Right? So that's how I'm kind of like looking at the text, but it's all prefigurations. It's not boldly stated until later on. You see aspects of this, like in Psalms, they'll be like, holy, holy, holy. What that's alluding to, like a prefiguration, or it's like a typography or something of what's to come, But it was always there too. Like, I don't know, man.
Like a
That's how I
shadow.
look at this shit. Yeah, exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Here's another example. Not to like talk your head off, but okay,
No, I hear you, man. You're good.
You know where Moses is like with the burning bush, right?
Yeah.
The bush is on fire, but it's not burning. Okay, what's going on there? The way I look at that is like, okay, just the same way that God incarnates into flesh, he doesn't overwhelm flesh, just as the fire doesn't burn the bush. Whatever God gets, it's like, it's that way. That's how I'm looking at it, right? And it's like, okay, for instance, the Jews were like, well, God can't become man, right? Well, then you're putting a limitation on God.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay, so you're saying that God can't become man, then God has limitations. And
Yeah,
I thought
exactly.
God could do all things.
Right.
So what makes it impossible for him to incarnate into flesh? If he can make a bush burn without, being burned. I mean, light on fire without being burned. Like, this is beyond our comprehension. You get what I'm saying? Like, we don't have the comprehension figured out. And my perspective is this. It's like these prophets came and said these things, right? And anytime you're like studying some text or something, like, you don't instantly go into reading something and be like, this person's a liar, unless they prove themselves to be a liar.
Right.
So I trust the text enough to say, okay, I believe this person's telling the truth. So no matter how crazy it sounds, I've dealt with some pretty crazy things in my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I didn't necessarily suspend reality when I started reading the text. I just was like, let myself go. You know what I mean? Like, my thoughts aren't important. What is really happening here? It's like you got to crucify your mind a little bit, because logic will fuck you up. Like, it will. Like, you'll overthink shit, and then like you'll try to interpret things your way. And I stopped doing that. So I was like, how did the early Christians interpret this? How did the early church fathers interpret this? And then slowly but surely, I just started getting along with the tradition and just like agreeing with the church fathers. I was like, well, what's this question about dualism or the early Gnostics, and what did they say?
Well,
and I started looking into what they were saying, and I just related with it. And then from then on, I was like, okay, what?
The early Gnostics.
Yeah, like the Simonians, and
Well, see, that's what we really need to have a talk, because because the fact of the matter, bro, is the Gnostics were slaughtered, and you got to kind of ask the question why.
But so were the Christians. I mean, it wasn't like the Christians slaughtered the Gnostics, though.
They weren't. No. It wasn't the Christians. It was the Roman Catholic Church.
At what point, what year are we talking about here? Just like
Bro,
trying to figure this out. Like,
it
from
was
the
a whole
beginning?
slaughter. I can send you books about it. The Gnostic, the entire. Okay, let me make it more clear. It was the Inquisition. So it was the pre-Jesuits. So it wasn't like the Orthodox Church. So don't think that.
It's like the Hildebrandians, right? Is that what you're talking about?
It was it wasn't Orthodox Christians that were slaughtered. It was the Gnostics. The Albigensians, but these weren't Orthodox Christians. They were Gnostics. The Essenes, these were Gnostics. The Essenes were Gnostic. Okay?
Yeah,
The
I know, like, the
Cathars, they
Kabbalists
were
kinda, like,
Gnostics.
throwback to them, a little
Okay?
bit.
And they tried it, and Irenaeus made it look like they were all so evil and heretical and all this nonsense. The facts of the matter is, even if they were heretical, they didn't deserve to be murdered. Men, women, and children burned alive, flayed. Like, if you look into the history, man, and it's historical, like, you can look into things. It was absolutely brutal. It was like MK Ultra in public. They would watch this shit. They would gather around and like do this in full public view. And they called them witches and all this. They weren't even witches. They were fucking Christians.
Yeah,
Because they didn't consider them. So you have to ask the question, why were they so dangerous? Because, like I said, they considered themselves Christians. And before there was a church, we're talking the first 3 centuries of Christianity, before there was, this is what I was saying, before there was any Council of Nicaea or anything like that, okay, there were a multitude of different beliefs, okay? And so before there was any cohesive structure or decided upon belief, you know.
I mean, come on, dude. I know this stuff, though, right?
Okay,
Like,
okay, but what I'm saying is they were wiped from the earth, man. It would be one thing if they destroyed their ideology. Okay, that's cool. They slaughtered them. Men, women,
now you're
and
talking about the
children.
Inquisition, and then you're bringing it back to the very first century. What I understand is that, and I'm not trying to walk on you, man.
Because it was both.
Okay, so
They
with
finished
the
it with the
early
Inquisition.
Gnostics, it was the Simonians, right?
It was the Simonians, the
And then you had-
Balacidians, the dude. There were tons of groups.
My point is this, though:
There was almost a
only
Gnostic
one
pope.
Orthodox faith, right? There's only one true faith. This is what I'm telling you.
How do you know that, though?
How
That's
do I
what
know
I'm
this? I'll
saying.
explain it to you how I know this. Because
How do you know that those people that were
I've seen the cross
massacred?
of Christ. I've seen the Mother of God's belt. I've seen the relics, man.
But how do
That's
you
what I'm
know
trying to
that
get at.
these? But how do you know these people that are massacred didn't have truth?
Well, they could have had some truth, but they didn't have the fullness of the truth. There's
How
a
do you
difference.
know that, though? You don't
Through
think
the
that?
spirit of truth, I know this. Okay.
How do you know if they
through the
were
spirit of truth, I
if
know
they
this.
were massacred Okay,
Because
that
I
maybe
follow
they
the
weren't.
tradition from the beginning, brother. Because if I go here, if I look at the apostles and I look at who taught them,
But if
who
you
they taught,
can't, but if you can't look, if you can't examine what they actually taught, except through their enemies, okay,
that's not how it works. Listen to me.
no,
This is
hear
how I
me.
know.
No, hear me out. If you can't actually examine what they were about and what they taught, except by their enemies, okay,
That's
it's
not
like
true,
the
though. We can
it's
know
like the
what the
bullshit,
Simonians taught,
dude.
and
It's like
you know,
you're talking about the Simonians, dude. There were innumerable Gnostic groups.
but I'm talking about the very first Gnostic groups were
That wasn't the first one.
Docetists and the Simonians. Dude.
They weren't the
Those
first.
who were the very two first Gnostic
No.
groups, and they branched out of Christianity, dude. And they were once a
no.
part of
The
the church,
the
and
first
they got
Gnostics,
pushed out because of their heresy.
the first
1
Gnostics
John's
were
about
Persian. The first Gnostics were Persian. No.
Okay, well, whatever. Okay, you could say the first Gnostics were, you know, Atlanteans, but I mean, what I'm talking about.
Well,
right?
technically they were, but that's a different story. The first
Here we
Christian
go.
Gnostic. The first Gnostics were Christian Gnostics, I'm saying. Well, because Gnosticism is really goes back to Persia, like I said.
Christianity goes back before time itself because Christ, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit created everything.
Okay, but we're talking about Christianity, not Christ. I agree with that because Christ is a
Christianity
spirit.
and Christ go hand in hand. But this is
Well, what I'm saying is the
how
spirit.
can I know the truth? That's how what you asked me, right?
But what I'm telling
this is
you,
how I know the truth is because Christ taught his apostles. His apostles taught people. Those people had writings. The apostles had writings, and they passed down the holy traditions.
But you
get
forget
what
that
I'm
they
saying?
burned the Library of Alexandria, dude.
But so what? Those writings.
Okay, but so
weren't
what?
the
It's kind of like,
canon.
okay, it's
They
kind of like
weren't the
look what they
canon.
said. Look what they said about the National Socialists, bro.
My point is
It's
that
kind of the
those were
same
not the
thing.
canon. If the canon is telling you, you
The
know,
canon
if
is
this
what
canon
people
over
are
here is
telling
telling you that
you.
Satan's God and God's, you know, the devil, something's up, dude. Something's
Dude.
wrong there. You get what I mean?
They're telling you that Yahweh is an imposter.
Sure, I know the whole demigod, you know, whatever. Like, I don't buy it, man.
That Jesus was from a higher God.
Yeah, I know. I've heard the story, dude. But what I'm saying is this: I don't believe that. What
You
I
don't
do
have to
believe
believe
is what
that.
Christ taught and the apostles taught and the
How do you
prophets
know
taught.
that that's really what Christ taught?
No, he didn't. If he taught that, it would have been canonized, and the people that his apostles taught would have taught that. But they didn't teach that. They taught orthodox. They taught the Orthodox faith, the Holy Orthodox faith, one faith, one Christ, one baptism.
Okay,
Like,
I'm not denying that there's a lot of truth. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is that doesn't mean that they couldn't have truth as well.
I don't deny that either. I'm saying
that
I look at it like this. In other cultures, there's pieces of truth, like a broken reflection of you know, in water or something, right?
Yeah.
It's like you're not getting everything there. But when Christ incarnated, then the fullness of truth is there. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying when Lao Tzu talked about the Tao, he talked about order, you know, proportion, and adaptation to one thing to another, the ordering of the seasons. He's seen something before time itself that does this ordering.
Right.
And then the Greeks talked about the logos. Well, then John says, in the beginning was the logos, right? And he's talking about Christ is the logos, right? So
John is very Gnostic, by the way.
No, he's not, man. And there's a difference between the term Gnostic, you know, meaning knowledge in Greek, you know, and the Gnostic Christians, and you know,
Gnostic doesn't mean knowledge in that sense. It means knowledge as an intuitive knowing that is directly experienced.
To know.
Through experience. Not through like knowing something as in reading it or someone telling you, or it's direct experience.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
So Simon Magus, right? He called himself the Standing One. He took a lot. He tried to buy the Holy Spirit. That's what we're told in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
And he goes and
That's
he
a
has
lie,
his,
though.
like,
It's a
he
lie,
has his
though.
like chick, right? He has his chick, and him and his chick make a little cult, right? And they have their own baptism, and supposedly sparkles would and lightning would come out of the water when they were baptized, right? I believe that happened. I believe that when they tried to strike him with a staff, he disappeared, like it says in the story, right? But guess what I think's doing those miracles? I think it's demons, dude. Because the scriptures say, you know, Lucifer is an angel of light. Okay, so he can appear as something good and something holy, you know, and he can tell you that this religion's really the secret religion and it's the true religion. But the real truth is with the martyrs who would die for it, bro. Not these people who just say anything because they're talking. Now, when you talk about these other guys that got killed, I mean, I don't know about all that. I haven't heard anything about early Christians,
I can show
like
you.
Orthodox Christians going and killing Gnostics. You
Well,
know?
I can show you.
I mean, I'm sure you could, but I mean,
well, if I show you that they were fucking brutally massacred, what are you going to do then?
Well, I mean, I'm still going to hold to my beliefs because the councils and all this other stuff went down, and there was.
I'm just saying, why were they killed, bro? You have to ask the question.
Why did the Christians get killed? You know, anytime. I mean, why did Saint Polycarp get martyred? Why did all the apostles get martyred?
But you're talking a few people. I'm talking about fucking.
No, I'm talking a lot of people, dude.
I'm talking millions.
Just recently, there was 100 million Christians murdered in Russia. What are you talking about? 1920s.
100 million.
100 million Christians, brother. Orthodox Christians by Stalin and his regime.
I want to see that.
That's absolutely true. I
want to see that.
Put it on everything. I put it on everything I love.
Okay, no. I'm not denying it. I say I didn't see it.
Yeah, they're called that. Like the church I'm involved with, we're not just like world Orthodox Christians. We're called catacomb Christians or true Orthodox Christians because our bishops came from this time period where they were getting persecuted by Stalin.
Oh, Stalin was a madman. Yeah, no, he was a madman.
So Lenin and Stalin, all these guys.
Yeah,
and that's where all our bishops call back to. You get what I mean? But even before that, they got apostolic succession, and what we say is like the martyrs are the seed to the church. You get what I'm saying? Like the blood of martyrs is a seed to the church. So it's like a spiritual thing happening. Like although they get killed, whatever happens evil in this world, God will make it out right in the end, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I believe that. It's just when anything gets suppressed and people get silenced and murdered, I pay attention.
Well, that's definitely happening on this case. Trust me.
Well, it's happening right now. I know that. So I know that real all the fake Christians, they got no problems. But I know that real Christians are being suppressed and fucking marred right now. So that's why I said I don't deny it. I'm curious to see it.
It's intense because right now
people someone got arrested for reading the Bible recently.
You got
like
what?
They got arrested for reading the Bible in public.
Yeah, it's happening, dude.
Wild.
We're in some crazy times.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were saying, dude. They're trying to fucking create the one world religion.
Yeah. Well, Antichrist, what we say is that he'll let everybody have their religions, right? As long as they bow to him. You know? So it's like, you can be Orthodox or you can be Catholic, you can be Protestant as long as you worship Antichrist, man. So it's some form of compromise that's going to happen.
Did you hear what the Pope said recently?
What?
He said that Jesus was a failure.
The Pope said that?
The Pope said that Jesus was a failure, bro.
Yeah.
Even my ears popped up. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna find it, bro. Like, for real. I want you to... Because even I was like, what in the hell? He's been saying a lot of crazy shit, like, all year, bro. Well, I guess
Well, they're
they're
Freemasonic ecumenists, dude.
dude.
They don't.
It's
They believe
beyond
in
that.
branch theory, so they believe all the religions are talking about one God, right? That's what they believe.
Bro.
So, yeah, they think they're all talking about the same God, and it's all just mythology. So
it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and they
Well-
got them all set up. So they have these Masons infiltrate the church, and then they ascend the hierarchy, and then they kick out anybody that disagrees with them, and whatever, kill them off, whatever.
I believe in Christ as a spirit. I believe that he exists. I believe he's always existed. Oh, no. That's what it was. It's even worse, dude. He says that if Jesus comes back, the Jews should kill him again. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we talked about it. The guys that
he's a Jesuit.
It's a religion inside of a religion, man. And
He's the
at the
first.
top of it.
He's the first Jesuit pope in 800 years. And the Jesuits are one of the most evil institutions on planet Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
They are fucking unbelievably evil. Like, people talk about the Jews and shit. Like, Bro, I don't know if you ever heard of Malachi Martin.
No, tell me about him.
Oh, boy. He was an ex-Jesuit, and he basically, he defected, and he completely exposed them. And there was a cardinal as well who basically said that they were doing rituals and human sacrifice under the Vatican, and they do, and they still are.
I mean, we've all heard that, but that's pretty crazy that he's coming out and saying it.
Yeah.
I remember stories about there's a giant under the Vatican or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that connected with what you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Well, the Vatican is actually built over a pagan temple, and it's the name of the Vatican. It means soothsayer, and it's all dude, it's evil
soothsayer.
as fuck.
Okay, so
it's all evil as fuck. Like it's yeah, there were giant graves and shit. I don't know if you've ever heard of Timothy Alberino. You really want your mind blown? Check him out.
No, I'll check him out.
Yeah, dude. I could show you all kinds of shit because
I know Pope Innocent III.
Like I said, man, I was very, very Christian, so I know a lot of shit on both sides. And I still I still believe a lot of stuff. It's just I have a little bit of a different way of looking at it. But yeah. Let me see. Where is this? Jesuit Vatican. Okay. Yeah. He urges Jews to kill Jesus again if he returns. What the fuck, dude?
No way.
That's the most crazy shit I ever heard, man. I feel like I'm in a cartoon.
Well, I mean, for us Orthodox, it's not the biggest surprise in the world because they broke away from us in, 1054. And
yeah,
they
right
came
around
up
the time of
with
the Knights Templar.
This whole papal supremacy doctrine that
later
became papal infallibility, because before they were just
that's why the
another
Protestants
bishop.
even happened.
Right.
Because of that, because the Pope declared himself God.
Right. He did. And that's our whole issue with it. It's we can't be in communion with you. Well, we got these new bishops that are over all the sees of the Orthodox sees around the world, the See of Constantinople and all this stuff. Well, they're bowing to the Pope, what I mean? And doing joint prayers with Protestants and him. So it's becoming what we call ecumenism.
and then
right, yeah,
that's like the one world religion shit. So,
well, because it has nothing to do with Jesus. It's the Roman cult, which is really the Babylonian cult, relocated.
Like,
it's all Babylonian. That's why he wears a fucking fish hat. It's the cult. It's the fish hat of Dagon.
yeah, I've heard that. I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which goes back to the Necronomicon. Actually.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever been in an Orthodox church, like a old one or something like that?
Yeah. My dad's side of the family was Catholic.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I went recently, like not that long ago. Like, stayed at a monastery for a while, dude. And like at that moment, that's when I really realized like this was ancient. You know what I mean? Like, this is ancient.
Right.
This is, and I seen like the bones of holy innocents. You know, like the bones of the kids that Herod had killed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know it sounds wild, right? But this 90-year-old monk, his name was Father Barsanuvius, he told me that those babies, right, that got killed, since they didn't get to live a full life on earth, they went to heaven, right? And they grew up to be 13-foot tall warrior angels, dude.
What?
Yo, that's what this old man told me, dude. I am not, like, you know what I mean? And like, dude, but listen to me. Like, he looks me dead in my face and tells me this, right? And he looks like he's like stepped out of the Bible himself. He's got like a long white beard. You know how these Orthodox guys look, you know?
Right.
He's 90 years old with a cassock, all black cassock on, like these little pins of like saints on his ripped up, torn up cassock, dude. And he's like pointing at these relics of these bones, you know what I mean? And he's like, they're 13-foot tall warrior angels. I was like, whoa, dude. Like, it was wild, man. And I believed him because, like, dude, somebody like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, something was going on. Like, at one point, the whole air changed around this guy, man. Like, the air felt cleaner, you know what I mean?
Right.
I think that's what grace is or something, you know what I'm saying? But you can't really explain grace. It just is.
I get you.
But yeah, that's what changed my mind, dude. Like, because you see these guys on TV, like, knocking people over, like, in wheelchairs or something. And that's not what this was, bro. Like, this was something else.
Yeah. I feel you. All right, tell me if you can hear this, because this is unhinged, man.
All right.
If anything is evil, bro, anything is Antichrist. I actually do believe. I don't believe in one like Antichrist, but I believe in the Antichrist spirit, and this is that for sure. Can you hear that? Because it won't let me share my screen, but yeah, it's on my phone.
Sent shockwaves through the Catholic Church during what may have been described as an opening occult ceremony, one that allegedly involved opening a portal of darkness. The Pope declared that if Jesus were to return, he hopes he would be killed by Jews again. Yes.
Wow.
On Christmas Eve.
Yeah. On Christmas Eve, dog.
That was this year?
He opened a portal of darkness. Yeah, the fuck on Christmas Eve. Well, Christmas Eve last year.
Pope Francis led on Lucas' son at an Italian prison.
Madness.
An Italian prison.
Pope Francis led on Lucas' son at an Italian prison when he made a statement that sent shockwaves through the Catholic Church during what may have been described as an opening occult ceremony, one that allegedly
An opening occult ceremony.
The Pope declared that if Jesus were to return, he hopes he would be killed by Jews again. Yes, you heard that right. On Christmas Eve of all days. If you thought Pope Francis couldn't possibly make it any clearer to his false prophets who worships the devil, you'd be wrong. But before we dive in, join the People's Voice Locals community if you haven't already. And sign up to become a member of the world's first ever cyber community. truly believes in magnificent secret dreams. Visit joson.com and click to join us by today. It's completely free. It's no shock to find open Luciferians and Satanists fighting in plain sight within the entertainment industry, building their influence as part of a coordinated attack on humanity. Here is Jay-Z declaring his allegiance to Lucifer, starting from him.
Okay, so that's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've all seen the video of like them like doing chants and talking about Lucifer, you know?
Dude, he has like these doors and they're all like plated with gold and shit. Like these people are sick. It's like what they want to help people and they fucking have the most opulent, like it's so disgusting, dude. Like just like fucking scandals and fucking like was so humble. And these motherfuckers got Rolexes. You see like all these mega pastors and they're like touching kids and fucking it's just oh my god, it makes me so sick.
Yeah, well, you know what these Freemason types will do is they're so blasphemous that they'll go into the churches and like after they've subverted, you know, and got one of their guys into the priesthood, and then they'll do rituals in the church. You know what I'm saying? Like,
going on? What did you tell them?
and do you remember that thing that came out of like New Orleans, where like the pastor had like those chicks in there? You remember that?
Yeah.
That was weird. But yeah, stuff like that happens all the time.
Dude, they have like orgies and shit.
Mm-hmm. That's what these kind of dudes are into, like these Freemason cats. But
dude, I'm convinced that like the vast majority, and this is a bold claim.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that really make me think that there is like truly a conspiracy of sorts against like the spirit of Christ.
Okay. Right.
Like the vast majority of these churches, okay, these pastors that like get caught with kids and shit like that, like, you know, and it's like they, you know, this isn't like they wake up one day and they're tempted and they had a bad walk, you know, they were tempted one day and they had a bad walk with Christ, they misstepped, they whatever. Like these motherfuckers were never good to begin with.
Mm-mm.
If you look, and this is one of my evidences for this. When Jesus says, you know, that these people are hypocrites, okay? If you look at the etymology of hypocrite, it's not just someone who says that they're one thing and they do another.
Mm-hmm.
It means a performer under a mask.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So it means you were never what you said you were. So then when you take into consideration when he says, when they say, Lord, Lord, didn't I do these things in your name? Didn't I cast out demons? Didn't I, you know,
and he says, I never knew you. Yeah.
Right. Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity, I never knew thee. Meaning, you're a fucking liar.
Right.
And you
who's
know
he
you're a
talking
liar.
about right there, dude? Think about it. Who's always talking about we're casting out demons in Jesus' name? And think about that, bro. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yo, okay. So this is like where the spiritual deception comes in, and like it's something in Orthodoxy we call preles, right? Spiritual deception. It comes from a Greek word called plane, and plane is a state of spiritual wickedness, like where you're darkened and there's a veil over you, so
right.
You can't see the truth. You dig?
Right.
So,
yeah, that's why Jesus was like standing in front of people and they couldn't see him, literally.
Yeah, there's some interesting things here, but
yeah,
this whole thing where these people are getting rejected by Christ, you know, like I never knew you. That's because of
isn't that wild?
Yeah,
a performer under a mask, so they're pretending.
Yeah, those who practice lawlessness, that's the main point of that verse. Right?
See, I think Jesus was way over people's heads, bro. Like, there's so many verses where, like, he's talking about, and this is why, let me get back to Yahweh, because I really need to get this through to you, because I really want to see what you feel about this. How the fuck do you justify and reconcile all these verses where it's telling people to fucking genocide other cultures, go and fucking genocide the Egyptians, genocide the Canaanites, genocide these people, steal their shit, take their gold, take their fucking wives, enslave them, all this shit? It's fucking wicked, man. That sounds like Satan to me, if you want to say anything is satanic.
Well, for one, okay, we got to think about this. We're not God, right?
We're not God, but dude, that's evil. I don't care what the fuck.
So this is my point when I say that. We're not God. So God's the judge. We're not the judge. Okay?
But dude,
straight up, we're just not, dude. So
Bro,
it's like kind of know your role type thing, right? For one.
Dude, but it doesn't matter, bro. I can't serve a God that wants to genocide people.
And for two, I don't think you really try to genocide people. I think that you're kind of framing it a little different.
How, man? When it says to take every women, child, and bash them into the fucking ground. Like,
okay,
so
into the stones, right? But what is he talking about there? You know what our saints say? To uproot the passions at the point that they come up. So these are the passions as in desires and things like this. So when the saints do a commentary on this particular verse, they're talking about uprooting the infant passions and smashing them against the rocks. It's not talking about, children and that,
But dude, it's talking about like enslaving people and taking them captive, and like there's so like there's not one verse, dude. There's like fucking 100 of them.
We'd have to go through it and then look at the commentaries, right?
Well, I got a whole damn.
Give me a verse, and I'll look it up. And we'll.
All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Damn it! I'm trying to go to my books, and it's not letting me talk. It's not letting me. I have a whole. I have a whole list of notes, and it's not letting me open it without. It's not letting me go to it without.
I wonder what that is. No,
you being able to hear me. It let me do it yesterday. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I mean, I can go. I mean, I can go through the Bible, but it's just I have it all. I have it all noted, so it would be a hell of a lot easier.
Well, all I would probably be using, is like the Katina Bible app, and then I would go to the Orthodox commentary. You could do that.
I mean, I can open the Bible. I have a physical Bible. Oh wait, no, it doesn't have the Old Testament. Never mind. I have a Bible with just the New Testament because I fucking don't even acknowledge the Old Testament. Oh, but here's one thing I will say. As I was saying, what if I told you that Judaism is newer than Christianity?
Well, it is, right? I mean, they had a Sanhedrin that come together after Christianity, right?
Well, that means
put the Masoretic text together.
Well, that means that the Old Testament is newer than the New Testament.
The Old Testament is not newer than the New Testament. For sure, that's not the case because the Greeks had it long before. You know what I mean? Like,
Or that's what I meant to say. The New Testament is older than the Old Testament.
No, it's not, dude.
Well, if the Old Testament comes from what was Judaism, then yeah.
Well, no, but see, that's what the different. See, okay, look, St. Augustine says this. He says there was never not a time in the history of man that Christianity didn't exist, right?
Right. Yeah.
So this is how a Christian,
I agree with that.
a Orthodox Christian understands this.
I agree with that.
There was never a time that there was a Judaism, right? What was actually going on was that the prophets were teaching the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and they worshiped the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? They hadn't fully revealed it to the people until the incarnation, where it's like Christ, you know what I mean? They're worshiping one God, but he appeared to them in different ways sometimes.
Right.
You dig what I mean?
Right.
So they didn't have the full mystery down. Some of the prophets did, like Isaiah seemed to fully understand what was going on. Some of them had small details, but they still were hinting at it, you know?
Right.
By the time Christ comes, he's revealing everything that the missing pieces to what the prophets were alluding to.
Right.
So we look at those as like prefiguration. So we look at Judaism as a perversion of Christianity, which Christ came to correct, and the apostles came to give the true testament of God, because they got it wrong. They started mixing in their human logic and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Now, we would say that's teaching as the doctrines of the traditions of men, where a Protestant would take that and say, well, that's all of holy tradition. Well, that's kind of separated in the Bible, because they separate the traditions of the apostles and Christ, and they separate the traditions of the Pharisees. The traditions of the apostles and Christ are holy traditions, because once a man is baptized into the church, there's a synergy between God and man, and he's no longer just a mere man. He's a son of God by adoption.
Right.
So a lot of these guys became bishops, right? So they had the ability to bind and loose and baptize and, you know, sanctify the Eucharist, right? So they had all this ability that God had given them. A lot of them were miracle workers, and that still happens to this day. Like, I'll give you an example. The Metropolitan over my church, his spiritual father, Elder Theodore, raised the dead, and he was well known all over Europe. Okay, like his gravesite can be visited. You know what I mean? In New Jersey, like you could see where this guy was, and pictures and everything. Like this was a living person that raised the dead, dude. So, of course, there's not a lot of people that are going to believe that, but there was apostles who did that throughout time, because Christ said, "You'll do greater works than even I." Right?
Yes.
And his apostles did that throughout. See, the way we look at it is like the Bible didn't just stop and the story was over.
Right.
There's context there, and it's like it continued, and the church is going to continue, but it's going to be a small flock as it was in the beginning.
Right.
Because when Christ comes back, he says, "Will I find faith on the earth?" And he's not going to find faith on the earth by a lot of people. That's just the hard truth.
Right.
Right. So, yeah. So it's a small flock, and it's not because we're not trying. You know, it's people they believe what they believe, and you can't force anybody. And I'm not trying to, dude, but I'm telling you, there's something about it.
I hear you.
Okay,
So what
like,
do you
for
do?
instance, let me ask you a question.
What's your take
about
on
the whole Bible?
glossolalia?
Glossolalia. What's that?
Speaking in tongues.
Oh, okay. So the original speaking in tongues, when like, you know how like on the day of Pentecost, the Holy Spirit comes to them, right?
Yeah.
When they spoke in tongues, it was like another person could understand their language, even though they spoke another language.
Exactly.
So it'd be like if I spoke Russian and you spoke Greek, but you could understand, you know, Russian, even though I was speaking Russian, and we didn't speak the same language. So that was what speaking in tongues was. You dig what I'm saying? So it was understanding through the Spirit, almost as if it's pre-Babel, right? Before the languages of men had been confused. It's almost like you can understand another man's language no matter if you speak two different languages.
Right. So do you think that's still possible?
Well, we have elders on Mount Athos. I'll give you an example. Like there's some talks about some monks there. This Russian went in to talk to this Greek, right? And they don't speak the same language, but they came out and did and understood each other perfectly. And
So
there
it
was a
is
lady
okay.
that seen it happen, and she was like, "What happened, elder?" Right? And the elder goes and tells her, he was like, "Don't speak about this. This is something of the Spirit, you know."
Right.
So,
Okay.
no, I don't know, but I mean, you got these. I think what's happening with these like Protestant, like charismatic movement,
They're
I
speaking
think
gibberish.
that's straight up demonic spirit. That's like,
right.
I think it's closer related to an occult spirit.
It definitely looks like it. I've seen it. People fall backwards and shit, and they're like speaking in gibberish.
Right, something's going on there. So it's replicating the Holy Spirit. We're seeing the devil replicate the Holy Spirit, man.
They say it feels ecstatic though. It's I don't know. It's weird.
Right, but why would you base something off your feelings, right?
Right. Yeah.
And God tells you in the scriptures, he says, test the spirits to see if they are of God. And I don't think there's a whole lot of testing going on there. I think they're opening themselves up to whatever hits them and calling it God. That's dangerous.
Well, the fact that no one really knows what the fuck they're saying to me was weird.
Yeah, well, I would be weary of an experience where, like, okay, so let's say you have an experience, right, at a evangelical church, and like you feel all ecstatic for like 30 minutes, but then you leave and it's over. When God touches you, dude, and like something actually happens with God, it's a lifelong change. You dig?
And
Like,
the fact that someone else is doing it.
Yeah.
By placing their hands on you, and then you're falling backwards and you're no longer in control.
Yeah, that sounds like possession, doesn't
To
it?
me, that's quite literally like yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. So
that's like voodoo or some shit. And I know because I know both sides, so it's like whoa, like what is this shit about? Like Benny Hinn or some shit, like you know.
Dude, you might not realize it, but God, dude, it happened with me. God took me through the occult to get to the other side to figure it out, dude. I had to meet the devil first, man. The demons taught me how to pray. You dig what I'm saying? Like,
I've been back and forth, man. Sometimes I wonder.
There's a book called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. You should pick that book up.
Orthodoxy and what?
Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. It's by Father Seraphim Rose. He was a student of Alan Watts, right?
Okay.
But he thought Alan Watts was pseudo. Okay. And he went and like studied under this guy named Jiming Xing, right? And he was like the leading scholar on Daoism at Berkeley. All right.
Yeah.
And he ends up learning Chinese. And this is a guy who knew like Jack Kerouac and shit, you know?
Okay, yeah.
And so he ends up learning Chinese, like the full language, writes like an amazing paper called Emptiness and Fullness, and allows Lao Tzu as his master thesis. Well, he figures out like at some point while he's studying Taoism that a lot of these concepts are relating with Christ, and he's trying to figure it out, right?
Yeah.
And he ends up becoming an Orthodox monk and starts his own monastery out in Platina, California. And he wrote this book, and he's considered a modern day saint now. We just glorified him like 2 months ago in one of our churches, you know what I'm saying? So he's like a modern day American saint. Dude's got like a long beard and like he's just like a heavy, gnarly looking dude. But all his books are crazy, bro. Like he's got a book called The Soul After Death,
and it talks about the aerial toll houses. You ever heard of that?
No.
So what the aerial toll houses are, and this goes back to biblical teaching, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Bible talks about aerial toll houses. And what it is I could show you the verse in a little bit, but it's after the soul leaves the body, it goes through different toll houses where the demons make accusations against the soul and the angels defend the soul, right?
Okay.
So the demons will bring up your sins, and then the angels, depending on the sin, will tell what everything that good that you did. You get what I'm saying? And you go up to each toll house. So there's a number of toll houses until you get to, heaven or whatever. So it's not purgatory or something like that. That's a lower position, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's kind of related back to the scriptures where it was like talking about spiritual wickedness in high places, right?
Yeah.
Or, the devil argued over the body of Moses. You get what I'm saying?
It reminds me of that song, One Drop of Blood.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. No.
There's a song, One Drop of Blood. It talks about how basically it's like, it's like the accuser. It's it's almost like a lawyer, and it's like, these are your sins, and then it's like one drop of blood. Jesus, is your defender. It's like, because you accepted Christ, all your sins are forgiven.
Right.
So it's one drop of blood because he died for your sins.
I got you.
You're forgiven. Yeah, it's one of the I usually hate gospel music. It's one of the very few songs that I actually liked. Yeah, it's called One Drop of Blood. Look it up.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Or Creed, if you know who Creed is.
Yeah,
They had the song My Own
With
Prison.
arms wide open.
Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, banging my head. Yeah. One drop. I used to be a metal vocalist, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Yeah. It's been a while, but I mean, I still can. Yeah. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about this soul after death type thing, right?
Yeah.
But so there was there's some Gnostic teachings out there, and there was people that were accusing Father Seraphim Rose of like being a Gnostic because of this toll house teaching. But then he brought it back to like the patristic text and like went back to the Bible and showed where it was, and like showed it wasn't a Gnostic teaching at all. You know what I'm saying? And that there was like maybe some Egyptians from like the Egyptian Book of the Dead that talked about something similar. But the way we look at that is, okay, for one,
that does sound Egyptian.
Right. Okay, but why does it sound Egyptian? This is the bigger question, my friend.
Right. No, it's like we were saying, there's truth everywhere. I agree with that.
Okay, but why is there truth everywhere? This is the question.
Because well, this is my thing. It's like we were saying, like Christ has always existed. I agree with that. And so, I think it's kind of ridiculous to think that God only revealed himself 2,000 years ago. I think God has revealed himself throughout all time.
Yeah, even to pagans. Maybe they didn't know it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%.
Okay, well, check this out. So here's what's interesting about this is what I was thinking too, is because, all right, if let's just say like, all right, let's just say for a second, you believe the whole Christian tradition, right?
Okay.
Hypothetically.
Okay.
All right. And then we go back to the beginning and it says like, talking about the 1/3 that fell. So there was 1/3 of the angels in heaven, right? And they fell because of, Satan's pride, and they went along with the rebellion, right?
Right.
Okay. That means that they would have known, for the most part, what it is God's all about.
Sure.
And his teachings. And you dig what I'm saying? So if they came to earth, right? Let's just say hypothetically, right? And they wanted to reveal something. And what's Satan's whole, kick, his MO? He wants to be God. So wouldn't
Right.
you do similar things that God has planned for his people if you
course.
heard the plan and then get them to do it and then make them think that it's from an earlier tradition, let's say Egyptian or something like that, to lead them off the path? You dig what I'm saying? So that's how I start intellectualizing these things. If that's my logic. You dig? So
you think God would allow that though?
Yeah, sure, because I think God isn't going to get in the way of Satan's free will.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of unfair because those people have no chance.
Sure they do, because they have their own will.
Yeah, but they're innocent.
Well, not necessarily. I
How?
think that we're all created good.
They
right?
never had the truth to begin with, though. If that's true,
Yeah, sure they did. Okay.
How?
Okay, let's say you believe my tradition, right?
Okay.
Just try to put yourself in my shoes. Okay.
Okay.
For 1 second.
Well, it's not hard because I used to be.
Okay, I got you. But look, so Adam and Eve, right in the beginning.
Oh, now we really gotta talk.
Well,
Because that story
think
makes no
about
sense
it.
to
It has
me.
to go back here because it's the only way we're going to get to
No,
it.
I'm just saying now we really gotta talk because it makes no sense to me.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so Adam and Eve, right?
Okay.
The tree's there. He tells them, don't eat from that tree, right?
Then why'd he put it there to begin with?
But he warned them. It doesn't matter if he put it there to begin with or not, right? He
Okay.
warned them. He told them, don't eat from it, right? Did he not? He
But
told
they
them
were
not to eat from it.
innocent. They didn't know what good or evil
Listen,
even was.
He told them not to eat from it, right? So then the serpent comes up, blah, 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 whatever.
Okay.
Serpent's possessed by the devil. Okay. That's
Okay.
why he's talking.
Why is the devil
damn
there?
Snake's talking. Okay.
Why is
let
the
me
devil even
explain.
there?
Because he got kicked out of heaven, dude.
Well, why the hell is he there? Why isn't he in hell
Because
or somewhere else?
man's expected some things if he's to worship God and be in paradise. What do you think? You just get paradise and
But he's innocent,
you don't have
bro.
to
He
prove your
doesn't know
loyalty.
what
You don't have to
evil
prove
is.
your loyalty to God.
Bro, it's like putting an infant in front of a fucking murderer and
No,
they
it's
had no
not, because
chance.
these weren't infants. These were fully grown people. So
Yes, they were fully grown
anyways,
people, but they didn't know what evil was, bro.
so what?
So they
The
were
fact that they
innocent.
didn't know what evil was didn't mean that God didn't warn them not to eat from the
Bro,
tree.
but that's literally like putting an infant in front of a fucking
You're
murderer.
framing things and judging God when He's the judge. So that's
I'm
the
not
problem.
judging God. I'm saying
Yes,
it
you
doesn't
are. You're
make
judging God.
sense.
It doesn't
It
have to make sense because you're a
doesn't.
man. Of course, it's not going to make sense.
Does
to
have
you.
to make sense.
The wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. So what does that matter?
But dude, what I'm saying is that doesn't.
That logic trumps what you just said. The wisdom of the
That's not
world.
logic though. That sounds like a
It's
man.
not going to
not
be
God.
logical.
That doesn't
It's
sound
mystical.
that doesn't sound like God though. That sounds like man.
What do you mean?
Christ sounds like God. That doesn't sound like God.
What? The wisdom of the world is foolishness to God?
No, that sounds
That's scripture.
that's logical, but that doesn't sound what the Garden of Eden doesn't sound like God when put in that
Sure, it
perspective.
does.
When you look at it allegorical, it does. But when you look at it
I
literally,
don't take the text allegorically. I don't.
that sounds.
That's
that
because
sounds,
the fathers don't.
That sounds like it should be allegorical.
It's not though.
Christ's
And you
teachings,
know what they tell us? That Eden, was a part of the earth at one point, right?
Yeah.
After they fell, Eden moved to a place that's not necessarily on earth and not necessarily in heaven.
Yeah.
It's in some in-between place we can no longer reach.
But here's my thing. What if Eden was necessary? What if the fall was necessary?
I don't think it was. I think it just happened because
hold
man's
on a second.
disobedience.
But hold on a second. How would we grow as individuals? How would we have self-sufficiency? How would we have independence?
When man was ready, God was going to allow him to eat from the tree. That's what you're not getting.
Those zombies are everywhere. Not to mention that thing that.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So at a certain point, when man was spiritually prepared, he was going to be allowed to eat from the tree. Do you get what I mean? But he jumped.
But how do we know that though? I mean, it makes sense, but how do we know that?
Okay, but what does he do? God gives him a second chance too. Did you know that?
What do you mean?
He gave them a second chance. So after they eat from the apple, right?
He goes to Adam and he goes, Adam, didn't I tell you not to eat from that tree? Why'd you eat that from that tree? And he says, my wife did it. And then he goes, Eve, didn't I tell you not to eat from this tree? Why'd you eat from this tree? Why'd you get Adam to eat from it? And she's like, this snake did it. So what they do is, instead of take responsibility and repent for what they did, they shift the blame. Right?
Right. Oh,
and
okay.
at that point, the twisting of the conscience. He gave them the opportunity, dude. And you know what would have happened if they would have repented? They would have been they would have stayed. We could have stayed, dude, in paradise. We could have stayed in paradise. You know why we didn't stay in paradise?
But dude, they ate
we
from a
chose
tree.
to lie.
They
dude.
didn't murder anybody. They didn't.
You can't be a liar in paradise. It's not. Dude,
bro,
God's
but they
good.
they didn't murder anybody. They didn't
they killed themselves, dude.
Dude, they ate from a tree.
Yes, but it was a spiritual death because separation from God is death.
Dude, but so
because
he's what
breathes life into them. Okay, God breathed life into them. Their disobedience
so if
led
you're a
to
father,
a spiritual death,
and
then later a
somebody's-
physical death. Before that point, they wouldn't even die, dude. They were in an incorruptible state.
Okay, but so if your child ate from a tree that you told them not to, you're going to curse them with death?
He
Does that
didn't
make
curse them. That's what I'm saying is that they
Dude, he
themselves.
cursed Eve and he cursed the fucking snake.
No, he
and
did not. Read the scriptures again. What he
Bro.
said was that since your disobedience, okay,
from the
you have
dust
sinned,
you
and
came,
the
from the
wages
dust
of sin are death. The wages of sin are death. That's not him cursing them. That's just him telling them what the wages are.
Okay, so that, but they weren't. That wasn't how it was before.
Whose fault was that, though?
From the dust you came
it's
from.
shifting the blame, dude. You're blaming God when you should be like, I'm sorry.
Dude, they ate from a tree. They were
Think
set
about how
up.
much strength is in owning your shit.
They were set up.
Yes, by the devil. They were set up by the devil.
Why
did
was
the devil do that?
there?
Why was the devil there? Because he has free will, and the father's a good father. Because
If he's a good father, then why wasn't the devil putting him somewhere?
Because man,
Why
had
was
to be
such a
tested.
deceitful? If he says he's the most crafty,
Man had to be tested.
Why?
Okay. When you love somebody, all right, right? Do you test them?
For what? No, not when they're
loyalty. You want to know they're loyal, right? You wouldn't date somebody and be like, all right, like you could just go sleep around on me, would you?
Well,
You
no, but
they're
I'm
loyal.
not trying to sleep with my children.
That's not what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying. I'm saying
I do, but I'm
expected
just,
loyalty
it's just ridiculous.
from his creation. He just
I
gave
get that.
us all of paradise, dude. He
Get
gives
that.
us everything, and what do? We're just like, whatever. I'm gonna disobey the very first thing you tell us not to do.
Yeah, that's my point. It's the first thing.
But
Like,
so
can you
what?
give
It
us
could have
some
been
time?
the 100th thing. It doesn't matter. It's a disobedience to God.
Well, if it was 100 thing, it would have made a little more sense.
Well, it doesn't have to make sense, dude.
It does.
You know what I mean? It does, but it does make sense though, because
It really
it's like,
doesn't.
Sure, it does.
Not to me. Jesus makes sense. That doesn't make sense.
Absolutely, but Christ is the one who did that. Like, because Christ is God.
See, I
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Yeah, man, it's one God, dude.
I don't know. I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm not so sure.
I'm sure of it. I mean,
responsible for the creation of the T virus.
That's where it breaks down for me. I just
He became one of those zombies.
I feel like the serpent told the truth.
he didn't. He's the father of lies. How can the serpent
Is
tell the
he?
truth if he's the father of lies?
Is he? I mean,
Yes,
they
he's
didn't die.
the father of lies. That's what Christ said. Do you
They
want to know what
didn't.
Christ said?
They didn't die. I mean,
Yes, they did.
I mean, I don't know.
Yes, they did.
lived.
First,
They lived to like
it was a
900. I don't
spiritual
know.
death, which is separation from God.
So they say. I mean,
it's a physical death.
They didn't die
So
until like
it
900.
matters
So
what sense. So you're trying to put these stipulations and black and white boxes on the words that God meant, and He meant a spiritual death that leads to a physical.
I mean, that's not what it says, though. It doesn't say it's a spiritual
Sure,
death.
it does, because that's the commentaries on it.
That's the commentary, but that's not what it says.
The saints are indwelled with the Holy Spirit, brother, and they're connected with God in a way that they interpret correctly.
Okay, well, that's fine.
So it's a key to the scriptures.
Maybe.
I'm telling you,
I don't
it is.
know.
It's a key to the scripture. If you want to know the key to the scriptures, it's the saints. That's how you figure it out.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
It's 100% true. Like, it's.
I can't say for
guessed
sure.
up.
I can't say for sure. I don't know
for sure. The key to the scriptures are the saints.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know. To me, the people that are massacred could also be true. I don't know.
So the Gnostics.
Yeah.
That's saying the devil is God, dude. Come on.
You know,
You gotta have more discernment than that.
It's not the devil is God. It's just that the devil is the God of the Old Testament.
No, he's not.
You sure? All those times you're going to massacre people, you need the devil. The devil is evil because he said, "Don't." If you eat the apple, you'll realize that you are divine
God
too.
didn't tell them to go and massacre some
Yes, he did.
people, dude. For one,
he said
there's no greater
massacre.
thing than you could do than to, like, die for your brothers. It's the same
Dude, the
way.
devil shows
Think
up like
about
3
this.
times in the whole Bible.
Think about
He
this.
says
damn it.
Job is not as loyal as you say, and then God destroys Job's entire life.
God did not destroy Job's entire
Satan
life.
doesn't
Why
do
are you
it
framing things like that?
because it's the truth.
No, it's not, because God didn't
Yes,
do
it
that.
is.
The devil did that.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He sent God allowed Satan to tempt Job.
But he told him to do it.
No, he told him, go for it. I don't believe you. They had a bet. The bet
Why
was,
did he have a bet?
God
If
said,
Satan is so fucking
listen
evil,
to me,
why is
damn
he
it.
betting with him?
Listen to me.
That sounds like a game.
Listen, it's not a game. What he
Why-
said was,
why
I
is he
believe
doing
my
it?
servant Job will come through, right?
Why
He said,
is he
I believe
betting with the
my
devil?
servant
It sounds
Job
like
isn't
they're
gonna give
working
in to you, bro.
together. It's
And
okay.
Job
Well,
did
then
it,
at the
and guess
very
what?
least,
He
they're
got
working
everything
together.
back in tenfold.
They're
He got
working
everything
together.
back in tenfold, dude.
Yeah, after he destroyed his life. So
Bro,
that's like,
looking
let
so
me kill,
nearsighted, bro.
let me kill your whole family and take everything from you, and then I'll give it back to you.
Suffering is a part of
Fuck.
life that we have to deal
Yeah,
with.
it's part
Like,
of
you guys are
life,
like
but
just so like out there in fancy land, dude.
if you
Suffering
lost
is a part of life,
everything,
and you know why suffering exists is because of man's disobedience.
yeah,
Sin.
well, I know all about that because I am on a path that is about strength through adversity. So I understand that. But I just don't understand. At the very least, they're working together. Like,
no, the devil's working against God every way he can, but God is correcting all the things the devil does wrong.
there's a verse in what it
and you're gonna make me correct this too, damn
there's
it.
a verse in like Psalm, what is it? Psalm 83 or something. He calls a council to the Elohim, and Satan shows up. And he says, where have you been? He says, walking to and fro inside the earth and upon the earth. And it's like, what the hell? And there's a council of the Elohim. And Satan shows up. And they're just having a chit chat. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why doesn't he banish him or something? Like, he's so powerful. Why doesn't he just banish him? Why is he hanging out?
Why does that have to be a sign of power?
No, I'm just saying, like, why does he allow him to just, like, do what he wants? They're working together. Like,
no, they're
it's
not.
obvious.
No, they're not working together. This is the way
They're having
framing.
They're playing chess.
You're framing things crazy.
I'm not framing anything wrong. They're working together. He's saying,
You're
Job,
getting
why
played by
don't
the
you?
demons. You're getting played by the demons. That's what's happening.
Dude, he
Yes, you
says
are.
Adam. He says test Adam, test Eve, test Job, test it. How is that not working together? He created him, didn't he?
He's saying, like, go ahead.
Didn't
test
he
my
know that
theory.
Satan was going to fall? Or
He's
Lucifer was going to
telling
fall?
Satan that he believes in his people. Whether he knows something will happen doesn't mean he causes it.
I didn't say he caused it, but he knew it was going to happen.
Okay. For instance,
So you're saying, look, it's really simple.
I could know that you're going to, like, I don't know, go to work at like 5 o'clock or something, right?
Here's
But
the thing.
that doesn't mean, like,
You're saying that he tested Adam to test his loyalty. But the fact of the matter, God is all-knowing. So he already knew what was going to happen.
So what?
So how the hell is he testing his loyalty when he already knew the answer?
Just because he knows what's going to happen.
So that means he wasn't testing his loyalty.
He controls what happens.
So he's playing a game because he already knew the answer.
Playing a game.
How is he not playing a game if he already knew the answer?
He knows more than us, dude.
Yeah, because he knew the outcome. So that means he's playing a game with an innocent person.
No, you're framing it like a demon.
How am I framing it like a demon if he knows everything ahead of time?
Because the demons are literally probably talking to you right now, telling you.
How does he? No, it's logical. How the hell?
Exactly. That's the problem.
How the hell? No, so I should just believe blindly. How the hell am I going to ignore genocide and slavery?
Crucify your mind. That's
not just believe blindly.
No, it's not blind obedience.
Tyrant.
It's just obedience.
Yeah, obedience and blind slavery. Yeah.
No, not so.
Yeah.
Well, you're enslaved right now to the demons and your passion. So what?
No, the demon is the one genociding people.
A slave to God or a slave to the devil?
Satan's not genociding people.
Oh, sure he is.
Satan didn't create hell.
Oh, yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Hell was created at the point of his fall.
Yeah, but he didn't create it.
Yes, he did.
No.
Yes, he did.
No.
Yes.
Show me in scripture where he says Satan created hell.
What I'm telling you is, at the point of the fall.
Show me in scripture where it says Satan created hell.
See, that's your problem. You think it has to be
Show me in scripture where it says Satan created hell.
You think it has to be in scripture?
Yeah, it does, because that's the word of God.
Why?
Because that's the word of God.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, the fuck it is. If it's not in the Bible, then Satan didn't create it. It says that God created hell.
But what about this? About the words and the epistles that we taught by word of mouth or by our writings? What does that mean to you? So there's an oral tradition that accompanies the written.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Well, people can say whatever they want to say. It doesn't mean
it's true. It's true. That's what the Apostle Paul said.
You're just blindly following what anyone says. That's not true.
I'm
Yeah, you are.
Saints.
Yeah.
There's a difference. There's saints and then there's normal people.
Some could be true, some could be not.
That's true.
You're allowing whatever.
Father Seraphim
someone
said that the devil created hell at the point of his fall.
Okay.
And how does he get that?
I don't know how.
Where did he get that? He got that from God.
Yeah. Well, everyone says that everyone says they talk to God. Everyone says that they do miracles.
Well, I'm not saying that he talked to God. I'm just saying that that's where it came from.
Yeah. Well, everyone says that they talk to God. And everyone says that God showed them this in a vision and that in a vision, and the Spirit told them this.
I'm not saying that God showed him it in a vision. He just said it.
I'm just saying people make that claim all the damn time. It doesn't mean it's true.
Created hell. His own hell.
Well,
and man
creates Lucifer told me something different.
Now, what is hell? That's the question. Do you know what hell
Well, Lucifer told me something different. And
of course he would. He's a liar.
And Jesus told me something different
He's
too.
the father of lies, man.
I've talked to Jesus too. You know that?
I
doubt you know that? I have.
Doubt it.
No, when I was a Christian, I did.
But you were an evangelical. So how could you have talked to him?
The hell does that matter?
Because there's only one faith.
Oh, so now I can't talk to Jesus unless I'm part of one particular faith. Now we're really getting crazy.
Right.
Now we're really getting crazy.
You can't have God without the church. How about
No. See, I was raised evangelical. I was non-denominational.
How about that one? Have you ever heard that?
No, I was non-denominational.
Even worse.
I wasn't really anything. I just went by
whatever you thought, right?
I just went by
your way, not God's way.
No, I went by what it says. Study to show thyself approved.
Yeah, it also says not to interpret for yourself, have any private interpretation of scripture.
It says study to show thyself approved. Yes, no private interpretation of scripture means let the scripture interpret itself. That's what that means.
No, that's not what that means.
Yeah, it is.
No,
it doesn't
it's
say
not.
anything about letting man decide.
It's not
It
just
certainly
men. I
doesn't
already
say that.
explained that to you. It's the
My
sons
house
of
is
God
not made by the
adoption.
hands of man, it says. That's what it says. When two or more speak in my name, I am there. That's what it
Let
says.
me ask you a question. Okay, do you know who Saint Ignatius is?
Did you hear what I just said?
Did you hear
My
what I
house is
said?
not
Do you
made
know
by
who
the
Saint
hands of
Ignatius
man.
is?
My house is not made by the hands of man.
That's not what.
Yeah,
you don't
it
understand the
does.
verse. You don't understand it.
Oh no, I
A
do understand.
closed-minded fool does not delight in understanding, but only in revealing his personal opinions,
Go look
unwittingly
that up.
displaying his self-indulgence and his stupidity.
Go
Proverbs 18:2.
Go look that verse up. My house is not made by the hands of man.
Okay, all right, we'll go to that verse, right? And I'll explain it to you. All right.
Jesus didn't care about any church, anything.
Okay, so why did he say, "I'll build my church on you, Peter"? On your confession
First off,
of
that's
faith.
that's a mistranslation. First off,
No, it's not. He literally
yes,
said
it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
That's
it's
something
not.
that's something that the Roman Catholic Church used
That's
to
a
justify.
lie, dude.
Yes, it is.
You're lying because it was in the Orthodox scripture long before Rome existed as the Roman Catholic Church.
Before Rome existed, Rome's existed
As the
for
Rome
thousands
and
of years.
Catholic Church, as before the Catholic religion. Like, you're not getting it. Like, they
The Catholic
popped
Church
up
has
in
existed from the
1054,
beginning.
dude.
What are you talking about?
The Roman Catholics popped up in 1054. It's a split off section
What?
of Orthodoxy, dude.
No, the Roman Catholic Church has existed from the beginning.
No, they didn't, because they were no longer the Roman Catholic Church was a part of the Orthodox Church. Do you understand that? 1054, they break away from the Orthodox Church.
They broke
and that
away,
becomes
but they
Roman
still
Catholicism.
existed.
It's a whole nother religion. It's not.
Upon this
Orthodox.
rock I build my church, and they tried to say Peter was the first pope, and it was bullshit.
No,
that's
but
what I'm
that's
saying.
not the interpretation of the verse, though. Okay,
No, it's not.
Matthew
That's what I'm
16
saying.
and 18. Okay,
That's
do
what
you
I'm
want to
saying.
know
They tried
what
to
it
say
really
Peter
means?
was the first pope and claim apostolic succession, and it was a lie. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. But he was the first of equals.
Okay, so you know that.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Okay, well, listen. So what are we talking about here? So we're talking about
But Jesus
Peter,
says
right?
clearly
Okay, 16
that
and
there
18.
is no need for a church.
No, he did not, dude.
Yes, he does.
Okay, I'm about to prove this shit to you.
I'm not saying that it's bad to have one.
No,
but I'm saying that back in those days, there were no church. Bro, when Jesus was about preaching, he was out in the fucking wilderness and in the mountains and shit. There were no churches back then.
Tripping. Okay.
There were no churches, bro.
Be quiet real quick.
He was out sitting in the middle of fucking nowhere.
All right.
It's true.
Explain this.
It's true.
Why are you talking over me?
Because there were no churches then.
Yes, there was.
So you're telling me those people weren't fucking saved? No, that's bullshit.
Can I prove it to you? How about
There's
that?
nothing to prove. There were no churches then, bro.
Bitch ass. All right, look. One
There
of the
were no
tragic
churches.
aberrations of
There were
so-called
no
modern
churches.
religion is churchless Christianity. The assertion is that it is Christ who saves us, not the church. So all you need is Jesus. Few who claim to be Christian would argue against the statement that it is Christ who saves us, for he is the eternal Son of God who assumed human flesh and has done so for us for our salvation. Thus, Paul writes, for there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. But because this mediator established the church, which is his body, who we are joined to him, are joined to his church as well. To say we love Christ, who is the head of his church, and at the same time reject his body, is to deny New Testament teaching. The Gospel Acts, the first word for church is Greek ecclesia, and the New Testament comes in the Gospel of Matthew, when our Lord gives his approval of Peter's confession of faith and promises, I will build my church. That's Matthew 16 and 18. Christ builds and we cooperate with him. Okay, this is where
Dude,
things
church
get
is
spicy,
ecclesiastic, bro.
This is where things get spicy. And I prove
Get
wrong.
the etymology
The
of
book of
church.
Acts
Look at the
amplifies
original
Christ's
etymology
teaching.
of
Listen,
church.
dude. Do
Look
you
at
want
the
to hear
original
what I
etymology of church.
I'm
It
about
means
to
a
prove to you
gathering.
he built a church, dude.
The original
Matthew
etymology
16.
of church is a gathering. That's what
Brother,
it means.
let me tell you
That's
something.
that's what it
What
means.
the hell were the 7 churches in Revelation then?
Bro,
Exactly. Shut the hell
look
up.
at the etymology of church. It's a gathering.
No shit. Okay.
Okay,
No
that
shit.
doesn't mean a building.
It is both a building and a gathering, dude.
My
What are
church
you
is
talking
not
about?
built
They
by the
had
hands of
churches.
man. It
They
can't be any
worshipped in
cooler.
catacombs. They worshipped outside. The church is the mystical body of Christ.
Mystical. That's right.
Yes, but it's also a building we go to worship in, called a
Two or more speak in my name, I am there.
Bro, stop with
Is that
damn. That's fine. He could be there, but that doesn't mean that that's just the be all ends all.
bro? There's
no
church right now.
Look, let me finish what I'm telling you.
There's church right now,
Peter's
bro.
sermon on the day of Pentecost concludes. He says, "Those present ask for guidance towards salvation. What shall we do?" Following Peter's words, they are baptized and joined with the other
Bro,
believers.
I'm concerned with what
3,000
Jesus said, bro, not what anyone else said.
The apostles were put in place by Christ, dude. What are
Bro.
you talking about? When you follow the apostles, you are following Christ because they're followers of Christ.
Bro, but Jesus' words are more important than what anyone else said.
This is evangelical garbage, dude.
No, it's not.
Yes,
What?
it is.
Putting Jesus'
It's
words above everyone
Protestant
else's?
garbage. It came about.
Bro,
in the
we've had such a good
1500s through Martin
conversation until
Luther.
now. We've had
It's
such a good
Martin Luther, dude.
conversation. We've had such a good conversation until now.
Yeah, because you ruined it with this shit.
No, I didn't ruin anything. You're concerned about what everyone else is saying instead of what Jesus said.
Because they're his apostles, and he said, "Those who follow my apostles follow
No, his
me."
apostles are the ones that are in the Bible, bro.
Yes, and St. Peter was an apostle. Yeah. What about
Peter
it?
was an apostle.
Okay,
I agree.
So why aren't you listening to his words? And it's those outside of the Bible because it's both, man.
Yeah, but they're not trumped.
Who did St. Peter ordain? Do you know that? After him. You think it just ended then?
No, I'm not saying it ended then, but I'm saying what Jesus said trumps everything that everyone else said.
Brother, that's not
And
how
when
it
he
works either.
and when
That's not
he
how
says
Christ viewed
that
it.
when
He said,
two
"Those
or
who
more
follow
speak,
my..."
when you're saying that you can't be saved without the church, that's nonsense.
When did I say that?
That's exactly what you said, bro. That's what the
No, I didn't
whole thing
say that. I
started.
said you
Well, that's
can't
what this
have
whole
God
started.
without the church.
Huh?
There's a difference. Now, who God chooses to save is up to him. He may choose somebody that's outside the church, and someone in the church might not be saved, right? But being saved is really the issue. There's 5 words in Greek for the word saved. Which one are you talking about?
Bro.
Do you know that?
Bro, I'm not trying to get technical.
Oh,
My
you
point
should,
is,
because we're talking about salvation here. Which salvation?
bro, my point is you don't
What
need
is
the
saved
church
mean?
to be, you don't need the church.
What does saved mean?
Oh boy.
Is it a one and done event or is it a process?
I would say it's a process.
Okay.
But my point is, dude, that Jesus made it clear.
All right. Anyways, having joined to Christ in his church, these baptized believers begin living as the body of Christ. We find them looking after each other, using their personal resources for one another's care, and continue together in prayer and in the Eucharist. Who's going to, give you the Eucharist? Yourself?
Dude, the Eucharist goes back to Egypt.
Here we go.
It's true.
Satan goes back to the beginning.
No, dude, this is reality.
So is Satan.
They did Eucharist to Osiris and well, dude, how do you know that no, the Vatican does it too, bro. How do you know that they didn't?
Discernment.
How do you know? Let me finish. How do you know that they didn't sneak in some of these? Okay, well, how do you know they didn't sneak in some of these satanic rituals? Let's say you're right.
They did in the Protestant Bible.
How do you know they didn't sneak in some of these satanic rituals into the church?
Well, for
because I can show you with beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were doing this to Osiris and in Egypt.
I know the whole zeitgeist narrative, right? And it's been
It ain't
debunked.
zeitgeist, bro.
That's been debunked. I'm just saying this myth.
I'm telling you, this ain't zeitgeist. It's reality. They were doing Eucharist.
Orthodoxy is reality, my friend. True.
Okay,
Orthodox
I'm telling you, they
Christianity
were
is reality.
doing this to Osiris.
So what?
Zeitgeist has some truth, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
Some truth, yes, it does.
I knew the guy, dude. Like my girlfriend went to that school in North Carolina.
Okay, well, I can show you the. I can show you
the guy who made the film. He's a geek.
I can show you. There's lies in it too, but there's some truth.
It's all bullshit, dude. It's all the whole thing's been debunked, dude.
Okay, bro, I can show you. You can deny reality all you want. I can show you archaeology, and I can show you the
bro.
Egyptian.
That shit is so pseudoscience, dude. And the people that fell for that weak ass documentary are straight retarded, bro.
Okay, bro. If you want to deny archaeology and
you could deny archaeology too. I mean, what we got?
Well, it's from Gerald. It's from Gerald Massey. But yeah,
Gerald Massey, Alvin Boyne Kuhn. You know, and like I said,
what's up, Machine?
Pico
Me and this dude are arguing by ourselves right now.
It's archaeology. It's anthropology.
but Massey was
it's
he
relics.
was into theosophy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like when was that? Like in the 1800s or something?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a genius.
Yeah, he was part of the occult revival. So
he was a genius.
That stuff goes to the 18. I mean, it's from 18. Most of the stuff that Charlie S used, I believe, it's from Gerald Massey. But yeah.
Gerald Massey was a genius.
It traced down that Zeitgeist movie introduction or whatever. That's where it came from.
But dude, I think that the majority of that film was bullshit, dude. Come on.
He bastardized it though. Gerald Massey was way more knowledgeable.
I mean, the guy had some interesting points and stuff, but I think he like turned most of the people my age group atheist, and we all thought that way for a long time.
He bastardized it though. He didn't really understand it, and he made a lot of stretches. I agree with that. Like I said, there were lies in it and stretches, but some of it is true. Undeniably true.
Somewhere,
like I said,
broke down the whole film and like all the obfuscations the dude did. I can't ever say that word.
Yeah.
Like some of the things he did, for example, is he just made up ancient gods out of whole cloth.
Right.
Like that they can't trace down or find out where they came from.
Yeah.
Well, no, you can. You just gotta look. There's ancient, like I said, there's archaeology and there's anthropology and there's relics and all kinds of stuff, man. Like there's shit on tombs and like hieroglyphs and no, it's real. You can't. I mean, if you want to deny what's on cave walls and hieroglyphs,
dude, what I'm saying
you're free
is
to.
like there's legitimate people that have critiqued the film, right? And
cool, they can critique all they want.
The things he's saying are ridiculous. That's
like I said, some of it is. But if you want to argue archaeology and hieroglyphs and relics and all that, that's fine.
But what is that?
You're denying
proving?
reality.
Like, what is it proving now? Like, what
does it prove? It's in your face. I don't know what you want to say.
What do you mean? Like, what? Let's say, is it a hieroglyph of a cross or something?
Well, crosses go way back.
Yeah. So what? Though,
but that's not what I'm talking about.
A line with a slash through it. Of course, it goes with.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not what I'm talking about. There's like I said, the communion and all that. That's ancient. It's ancient.
But think about what I said though to you about
the astrotheology. That's
right?
very
if
true.
The devil's in heaven with God, right? At one point, he knows the plan.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he try to use the plan?
Yeah. Well, I already told you who I thought the devil was. So you say devil, I say Yahweh.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, then what's up with, you know, Elijah and the prophets of Baal? What's up with that?
Well, like I said, I don't like the Old Testament. So,
well, I mean, we just like, when you don't like something, you just throw it out.
Because it's genocidal. It endorses slavery and genocide, and they don't like other cultures. See, it goes deeper than that. Because it's basically saying every other culture is evil. And all their tradition. You see, it goes deeper than that. Because it's saying every other culture is evil and they need to be wiped out and enslaved.
I don't think so.
Jesus didn't say anything about that. Jesus said, love thy neighbor as thyself. Jesus didn't say, go genocide these people and steal from them and, you know,
I mean, but we
kill
have
the
to know the
firstborn.
context of
And
what that was said, though. If we're really going to get to it, we can't just like add
I don't know what the context is. I mean, murder
Okay,
the
so why are you talking
firstborn.
about it? If you don't know the context, so what?
No, I don't. I said I don't know what context you need. I mean, it says murder the firstborn, enslave the people.
Tell me what verse. Tell me what verse.
Dude, I don't have the Old Testament, and I can't open my damn.
Why can't you look it up, dude?
Because it won't let me. I tried to open.
Well, give me a
my book.
roundabout. Like, what's the wording? Like, smash babies against the rock or something?
Dude, like, just open Deuteronomy, man. Like, you don't really have to look very hard.
All right, look,
Look up
we'll try to
Deuteronomy.
figure it out.
Look up Deuteronomy. Look up Exodus. It's fucking horrible.
Okay, look. All right, here we are. Psalms 137 and 9.
No,
It says,
no.
Happy shall he be that
No,
taketh
not that,
and
not that.
dasheth thy little ones against
That's
the
not what I'm
stones.
talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
Look
pretty
up-
intense, right?
No, but I understand how that can
Dashing
be looked
the
at
little ones
differently.
against the stones, brother. You
No,
want me
but
to fix this one?
I understand how that can be taken differently. Look in Deuteronomy.
Okay, about what?
Just
all right,
just,
I'll go to Deuteronomy.
Just
Let's see
skim
what
through
we're
it till it's talking about slavery and you know, killing fucking other cultures and how they're evil and I'm so wrathful and the Lord is angry and I'm a jealous
Don't you
God.
think some
and
of that is just how you're framing it, though?
No, it's what the fuck it says.
All right, for instance, let me put it this way. Was King David right to slay Goliath?
Sure.
Okay.
I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that.
So in
That's
the
one
same
person.
sense,
That's one person.
Okay, listen to
And
what
he
I'm
was
saying.
a fucking
Goliath
he was a madman.
represents a giant, right?
He was
That's
madman.
trying to take over land masses and
Sure.
pillage and
Yeah.
get as much as he can out of everybody.
But these people were innocent.
How do you know that?
Sodom and Gomorrah. Like
they were innocent?
They
Sodom
were
and Gomorrah was innocent?
They weren't innocent, but he didn't need to fucking nuclear fucking bomb the place.
And you're God to make that decision?
I didn't say I was God.
I mean, obviously you think you could judge God.
Well, I don't think he's God. So I guess I can.
If he's not God, then how did he wipe him out?
Well, just a fucking demon.
He's just a demon.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I didn't say Satan did. So
you know he warned him, right?
Right. So he warned him. Yeah. I mean, that's what a fucking psychopath does. If you don't do what I say, I'll wipe you out. Yeah, that's what a psycho does.
No, it's kind of like I'm
Yeah.
warning you if you guys keep doing this craziness.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm a
that's-
just God. So
Yeah, he's real
I'm gonna-
just. That's why he wiped
just
out men,
because
women,
if someone's
children,
doing
and
something
animals. It
unjust,
says
you have to
he
make
didn't
a
just
righteous
wipe out men,
judgment.
women, and children. Not just men, not just women, but children and animals. There's a verse where it says that. He even wiped out the fucking animals.
Okay.
Oh, and he flooded the
and-
planet too. He flooded the
and-
planet too.
So what? It's his planet to destroy.
Right? Yeah. No, it's okay. I know. That's my point.
But I'm saying, okay, let's just say that did happen, right? And you framed it that way, right?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now check this out. Now,
Yeah.
when those women and children die, where do they go?
I don't know.
Well, where do they go? Is it the end?
I mean, I
Is
don't know.
death
I don't.
the end?
I don't think so. No,
Okay, so why are you being so nearsighted?
because he wiped out men, women, children, and animals viciously.
So what if it's not really the end?
Oh, so it's okay.
I mean, it's
So
not
does that
really
mean
the
I
end.
can? Does that mean
Nothing
that?
dies in the eyes of God. Only things die in the eyes of men. You know what I mean?
So can I? So can I go wipe out men, women, children, and animals too?
You're not God.
Oh, okay. But what if I am?
But you're not.
But what if we are? What if the serpent told the truth?
Well, I mean, he didn't.
What if Lucifer fell because he realized that he was God too?
What if
Not that he wanted
your
to
uncle?
become. What if it wasn't that he wanted to be God? He just realized that he was God too. That we're all God because we're all equal.
I mean, that's not true.
What if it is?
It's not. I mean,
well, if the death isn't the end. Well, I mean, if you just said death isn't the end, then that means we don't die, which means the serpent told the truth.
well,
right?
We die in the eyes of men.
Well,
or in the eyes of God.
Well, I mean, no. If we don't die,
well, a spiritual death is one thing, right? That leads to a physical death. So man does experience a death. And in that sense, yes, God was telling the truth. It wasn't a lie. So to call God a liar when you don't understand the context of what he's saying,
but is that God? I don't know. Is that God? Is it? I don't know.
Of course you don't.
I don't know. I think that Jesus is different than that thing.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. That God is the same in the Old Testament. That's my point.
I'm not so sure. Why did he say that the law was a curse upon man? Why did he say that no one had seen his father nor
You're
heard
going to
his
have
voice?
to bring actual verses if you're going to talk about it,
dude. Look it up.
No,
It's in the
you
Bible.
look it up. You're the one making claims. Like, I don't have to look up something you're just claiming. What?
Look it up, dude. Like,
Not
type
on
it in
me.
fucking Google. I can't open my. If I could, I would.
I don't
I mean,
believe you.
It's there.
Wait, what is it? I'll look it up.
I can't. I would. Oh, I would
He
have
doesn't
all
even
kinds
know.
of stuff open, but it won't let me read while I'm on here for some reason. I try to open up
He's
a
lying.
book.
That's what's going on right now.
I would try to open up a book, and it won't let me read while I'm on stream for some reason.
What you need to do is, right? Okay, you turn your phone.
Well, I have the
sideways,
New
right?
Testament. I have the New Testament. Hold on. I can read the New Testament. I just can't read the Old Testament because I don't have it.
All you have to do is turn your phone sideways and open up another app, and then it should let you do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, slide down your thing, open up another app, and then it'll like minimize the stream screen or whatever. Is that what you're trying to do? Minimize?
Yeah, but I think it'll kick you out of StreamYard if you do that.
Right? Yeah, that's what happened.
But it doesn't kick me out when I do that. Like, so
It didn't. It didn't yesterday, but for some reason
Yeah, it might be.
today,
Yeah, it might be a different type of phone, but
Yeah.
it always does it to me.
it worked yesterday, bro. That's what's weird. But today it's been giving me issues. But I have the New Testament. It's just the Bible I have doesn't
Why
have
do you
the Old
have the New
Testament
Testament without the Old?
because I don't fucking like it. I don't adhere to it, man. I told you. I'm cool with Jesus, but I just don't.
I mean, have you read Isaiah 53?
Yeah.
That's Marcionism too.
Yeah, right, exactly. I don't follow
Marcionism, New
Marcion, but I
Testament,
understand
right.
why the fuck he feels the way he does. Like, I get it.
I don't.
That's why I'm Gnostic.
I know what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, I have this book called Jesus and the Lost Goddess, the teachings of the original Christians.
Oh man, dude, don't go there, man.
Well,
I mean,
there's
you can,
evidence.
but
There's evidence that that's exactly what they were.
I highly doubt it.
Well, you can doubt it all you want. There's evidence. There's evidence that that's exactly what they were, and they were massacred by the church.
Which
church? Well, I told you, the Roman Catholic Church.
The Roman Catholic Church didn't
Yes.
exist until 1054. Dude.
Yes, they did. They existed
No, they
from the
did.
beginning. Oh my gosh, dude. They existed from the beginning.
Get information.
No, they
There was
didn't.
never a time they didn't exist.
Ada wouldn't do something like that.
The church was always Orthodox.
You don't want to believe it. I don't.
They were still Roman Catholic.
No, they were not.
Okay, bro.
What happened?
This is division.
Yes, them dividing from the church.
Yes, we're Catholic. It's the mother church. I understand there's divisions within the Roman Catholic Church, but it's still the Roman Catholic Church.
No.
Okay, bro. Okay, then I guess the Orthodox Church massacred them. Is that better?
Well, I mean, that would be a more consistent because the Orthodox Church is the church that existed for the first 1,000 years.
Then they massacred them.
Okay, but I mean, prove it though. Where?
Prove it. The fuck, dude. Look it up.
Who am I
I can't look it up right now. I can't look it up. I can't do anything because if I leave, if I try to look anything up, it's gonna
man.
kick
What do you
me
want
out.
me to look up, man?
The massacre of the Gnostics.
Okay,
It's a-
massacre of the Gnostics.
It's not like a secret. Look up the book, Not in His Image. I fucking posted it, dude. It's in Discord, in fact. Never mind. It's in Discord. It's in the
What
Discord.
in Machines Discord?
Not in His Image. In Machines Discord.
Okay, where at?
It's in the main channel. I don't know why it won't let me.
I got you shook right now, boy. What's up?
Huh?
Get your Gnostics together, man.
What?
Get your Gnostic ass together, dude. Let me get some argument, bro. What's up?
What are you talking about?
It's like, what are you saying?
What are you talking about?
Okay, let me see what it says. Many Gnostics were wiped out by the earthly Catholics around 300 AD because the Gnostics believed that we are all in touch with God, while the Catholics believe the only clergy were in touch with God. This is what Cora is saying right now, right? And this is from a guy named Keith Goody, and he's saying, let's start first by getting our something right. Gnosticism is a thread of spiritual thought running through various blah blah blah. Okay, okay. Now that we've established that, let's
check that
talk
book
about
to
two
get the real
different types of
story.
persecution that occurred. Aside from the miserable Bishop Irenaeus's work, okay, he calls Irenaeus a miserable bishop here. Okay,
yeah, because he was
versus heresies, the Christian era leading up to the first. See, the problem is
they massacred women, and children. That's the problem.
No, the problem is people don't know their history, man, and it's
The
bad.
fuck you mean? The history is they massacred them.
I'm reading this Quora thing, so it says alongside mainstream Christians.
You really need to read that book, though.
Which situation? Gnostics went to church along mainstream Christians. Some do not.
There you go.
Documentation even suggests the church had 3 degrees of Christian membership that coincided with the members' understanding of the scripture. First, a historical fact that is a mystical text, and finally, is a foundation for esoteric practice. Wow. Okay. One of the greatest Gnostic teachers, Valentinius. Okay. All right. This guy's a joke. All right. Nearly elected as the Christian bishop of Rome.
No, it's a joke because they got
precursor
massacred.
to the Pope in the 6th. Dude. And now he's going into what you're talking about. So this is really where you're getting this, man.
Where I'm getting what? That they got massacred?
Yes. From this Quora.
Right, so that's okay.
You got this from Quora, dude.
The fuck you mean I got it from Quora? No, I didn't.
You got it from this dude, Keith Goody, and I know
I don't
you
even know who
did.
that is.
Oh yeah, you're sounding a whole lot like him.
Dude, why don't you read the book I put in Discord? Dude, I've been
Because you
studying
didn't
this
give a
shit for
specific
50
place, and I'm not
Dude,
searching.
dude, I've been a Gnostic for fucking 15 years, bro. Give me a break.
All right, let me look. I'm reading this. It says Gnostic groups that face immediate threat of death include the Manichaeans, the Cathars, the Templars, and the Mandians, which are the only Gnostics that have an unbroken line of succession.
Yeah, the Mandians are older than
to the modern era.
The Monians.
The Manichaeans were a Gnostic group that thrived between the 3rd and 7th centuries. They faced threats of death, where they spread the Zoroastrians, who dominated the religion.
Oh, the Zoroastrians, huh? Interesting. The fuck
What
have I
about
been
them?
saying?
So what? Look, exactly.
yeah,
you
no,
got
I'm
it from
crazy,
Keith
yeah.
Goody. I told you. The Christian Church, Hellenist, Buddhist, and
I don't know who
Islamic
that is.
cultures, so they were persecuted by anyone that saw them as a threat from Rome to China. I don't know, man. I don't think you got persecuted, dude.
It's right in your face, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing anything besides that, though, about it. Like, that's the weird thing. I'm only seeing this guy on Quora talking about it.
Well, you're not looking very hard.
I'm trying. But
obviously not.
Yeah, I'm all right. Massacre of the Gnostics by Christians. While there isn't much information about a massacre of Gnostics by Christians, here's some info about the Gnostics in the early church. See, that shit is made up, dude.
Dude, you're retarded.
No, I'm not. You
Yeah,
are.
you are.
For falling for that.
You're retarded, bro. You're legitimately retarded. There's so much evidence.
What? Reddit posts? Get out of here.
No, that's because you're looking at fucking Reddit posts. That's not my problem that you don't know how to research. I just told you there's a whole goddamn book on Discord, and you go to fucking Quora.
What
That's
is
not
it
my
called,
fault.
dude?
It's in the fucking Discord.
It
I
should be in the
told
book
you.
section, and it's not in the book section.
Dude, it's in the main page. The main what's it called?
The general. So you posted a book in general. Like, that's just
Dude, I didn't
unorganized.
even see any books in the book section, so I just posted it in general. There aren't that many messages in general. Just scroll the fuck up, stop being lazy, and fucking click the damn thing.
Dude,
Called
who
not in
puts
his
books
image.
in general, man? I still don't get
Just fucking click it.
Not in his image. I got you. I got it.
Okay. Go to the table of
Blasphemous ass
contents.
book.
Go through the contents and look where it talks about the fucking massacre of the Gnostics. It's not difficult.
Your old
Made it
little
up.
gay Lilith book. Your little gay Lilith book. All right. I'm going to put it in here. Massacre of Gnostics. Massacre.
Just check the book. Got plenty of sources too in the what do you call it? Citations at the end of the book too. So you can check them too. You talk about no evidence. I got so many goddamn sources. I'll leave the StreamYard and come back and have a whole
Dude, just tell
goddamn
me what
list.
page it's on so I don't have to go look into this whole dumbass book.
Dude, stop being fucking retarded. It's called a table of contents.
Gnosis.
I gotta hold your hand. Gotta hold your hand.
Scrolls. This is all like pseudo scholarship, dude.
The fuck you mean it's pseudo scholarship?
You know it is.
You're crazy.
All right, dude.
Oh, I see where you're getting at. The insane God. All right, you bastards.
Yeah, because he's pagan.
Payment for what, dude?
I said he's pagan.
No, he's not.
Wait, who's pagan?
He's talking about my God's pagan.
No, the author.
No,
Oh,
yeah, because
I
if the
was
God
about
was
to say,
pagan, then he
dude.
wouldn't have a problem with it. Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
Exactly. We were having such a good conversation.
Yeah,
And I told him I didn't want to talk about Yahweh. And he's like, no, let's talk
dude,
about it,
shut
brother.
up. You
And
instigated
it's
this
true. It's true. No, I didn't. I said, I'm cool with Jesus. Like, I really don't want to talk about Yahweh. Like, we were having such a good conversation. And he's like, no, we can talk about
dude,
it.
stop
And I'm
playing
like,
a victim right now. You
I'm not
soft
playing.
ass.
What the fuck are you talking about? Victim? Anything? I'm
You're
saying I don't
straight
want
up
to fuck.
softy, dude. What's up?
I said, I didn't. What the fuck you mean, softy, dude? You're the one
Yeah, you're
freaking the
soft.
fuck out.
What's up? I said it.
You're the one, man. Fuck you. So soft. Come to Pennsylvania. I'll show you soft.
Yeah, I'll show you soft while you're in Pennsylvania.
Come to Pennsylvania. I'll show you soft.
You look soft in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's a soft ass spot.
Come to Pennsylvania. I'll show you soft.
Okay, I'm looking, dude. Where's your whole little Gnostic breakdown? I've been through like.
Can you read?
You know how I know you're soft? Lilith in your name.
Well, if you think Lilith is soft, you're delusional.
Okay.
So come on over to Erie. And,
dude, I'm not fighting you. Shut up.
We'll see who's soft. Well, then shut your mouth.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to have like Elijah versus the prophets of Baal and see who's God's real. How about we do that?
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's go.
You better not play with me, dude.
You asked for it.
I got angels on me.
And yeah, well, so do I.
Yeah, fallen ones.
Okay, cool. Let's play.
As if you could beat the cross. Get out of here. Dude, turn to Gospels.
Behold.
God, dude, this is the most heretical book I've ever seen in my life.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
No, it's not. Oh, creepy ass.
Behold. Let praise be given to the mutinous seraphim and cherubim, those who embrace the Assyrian flames of the 12-winged Archon, chariots and weapons born of bloodthirst and destructive flames. Honor and praise to Lord Satan with a legion of names. Mastama, Semael, Makarasma, Matarabakas, Satanas within me. Beliar, whose very name means Lord of the Forest, I honor unto thee. Behold, I offer incense as a sacrifice. I pour a libation in thy worship. Belial, I invoke unto thee thy great angel. Descend from you want to fucking play?
You think that shit scares me, dude? What are you talking about?
Great angel, I'm not trying to scare you. Great angel, king of this world, who ruled ever since it existed on the sun, I shall illuminate thy black flame as a radiant crown. Let my will be strong.
Oh, it's about to get hit back on your head, dude. Keep
I
playing
shall
with it.
begin my message of darkness. Bro, I've been playing with this shit for 8 years, bro.
Yeah, you keep playing with me, and it's gonna be something worse.
Bro, shut your mouth. And thus I'm unprepared to my desire. Temptation be restrained in my temple. Temptation be my weapon, so it shall ever be.
Yo, son, you hear the shit? This dude's tripping.
In the midst of the T-virus outbreak in Raccoon City, Leon Kennedy succeeded in escaping from the city following his encounter with one of the
That shit's
only
crazy.
survivors, a woman named Ada, a spy seeking the deadly G-virus. However, Leon was not the sole survivor.
This mob about to make me read a prayer over him, dude.
Was in town on business of her own. She came to uncover the mysterious circumstances of her brother's disappearance. Chris Redfield, a member of the
Yo, weird ass quit.
Only now her mission has become quite simple. Basic survival within the nightmare that was once Raccoon City.
Raccoon City. I think Neuro Jack is asleep. I might. Put this dude so we could
Did you hear that shit? This dude is over here summoning demons and shit. That is unreal. Damn, dude. Book is jacked. Damn, that's human. Yo, it's crazy they gave me that book. Oh, shit. Yo, that's a fire quote. Dang. Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem. Hey, Demon Boy, ain't none of that working, bro.
I'm not wasting my energy
You
on
really
you.
shouldn't.
I'm doing something for myself.
That's your best bet.
No, that's your best bet.
You keep talking crazy.
So, you are not ready.
Bro, you ain't ready. What's up?
Okay.
You ever read the Stephen Mitchell translation of the Tao Te Ching, homie Doc? Because in that translation it says she instead of he for the sage. You ever see that?
Yep.
Interesting, right? I think maybe he was on the same trip that you're on.
Yeah.
Souls from such bishops. Boom, boy.
Yeah, that's the translation I'm going to read next. Stephen Mitchell.
Yeah, it's a good one for English, you know, because he knows the original languages pretty well.
Yeah, I really hate the DC Lao translation that we're reading right now. It's like my least favorite one that I've seen yet.
Yeah, I got a translation that's my favorite that I've been reading lately is Wei Li, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
I don't think I'm
recommend
familiar
that
with
one,
that.
dude.
Yep.
It's super fire. It's the one that Father Seraphim used in his master thesis as like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I might have put it in your Discord, but it's there.
He's a smart
Shut your
dude.
weird ass
Seraphim
up,
Rose.
boy.
Very smart. Yeah, I'm trying to get on these guys' level. I'm even trying to get on the level of somebody like Giorgiani, where he's written like tons of books.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to write. I want to I want to get to my next 3 books like real quick.
Oh, I wish I could open shit because I have some of his books that I would love to go through, and I
I'll trade you my book for one of his if you send me PDF. If you have a
bro,
PDF.
I have so many PDFs, bro. I can send you all
throw me,
kinds of shit.
throw me a Giorgiani book PDF and I'll send you mine. After I send you, that'll be key
no problem.
I'll go ahead and listen to it on fucking Internet Explorer where it reads it aloud. And then I'll fucking do a presentation on it.
Yeah, I would love to fucking join you on that shit.
Oh hell yeah!
Because I know his work pretty well. I actually did a video already for him, and I plan to do another one. In fact, you could come on my channel too.
Yeah, we could do it there too. Yeah,
because they shadow banned the fucking hell out of me, dude. I had like hundreds of views, bro. I lost like 2,000 fucking subscribers, bro.
Oh yeah.
And I had, bro. Tell me this shit. Tell me what just happened to you. I feel like you might understand. I had my views go down. And what I mean by that is there were more views.
Dude, they were just talking about that yesterday, bro. And you know what else it'll do, bro? It'll pause my video at 666 views.
No kidding.
It did that the last 5 videos, dude.
Maybe the devil favors you.
It just paused that shit right at 666 views. And that's why live is evil spelled backwards. I mean, it is what it is.
Right. Yeah. But the views went down, and what I mean by that is Like there were more views before, and then
Bro,
like the
they take
next
off
day
100. Bro, they
they
take
went
off
down.
100 views. Yeah, dude. Browns boy just said that yesterday. You know,
What
he
the
said,
fuck?
yeah, he said yo, me and him noticed that shit every fucking video. They take 50 to 100 views off the motherfucking video,
That's
bro.
crazy,
Bro, what the
dude.
fuck it is, dude? Like,
That's obviously
and
fuckery
it
because
won't,
that's impossible.
and it won't happen exactly the next day, but it'll happen over the next few days. I think the thing is that you don't post anything. If you don't post anything over the next few days, they'll take views off your video, dude.
Yeah, dude. I went like
Some
6
fucking
months.
whack shit.
I went like a year without making videos, bro. I went from like hundreds of views to like 6.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
And
how it
I-
does because it's going based off of how much content you post, dude.
Yeah.
You have to feed the algorithm. So see, this
Yeah.
is how it works, dude. If you
And I
release a
talked to
1 minute video,
yeah.
yeah, you know, like if you released a 1 minute video like every 3 fucking hours, like you'd make bank on
Right?
YouTube. That's how it is. They
Huh.
need frequency of post. Yeah, exactly. That's how the
Yeah.
algorithm works. I mean,
Well, I
so you
talked
gotta,
to some. I talked to some people. I actually ran into a few people. From just like because I
yeah,
haven't been on YouTube in
like
forever.
chop your video up, into 100 shorts and post those shorts like every 3 hours, bro. Your channel will blow up. It's a scam.
Right.
It's
Right.
it's all nonsense.
Well, apparently people aren't like 'cause I ran into a few people just like being on your channel and being on someone who was on your Discord and a couple other people and that I hadn't talked to in forever. And I talked to them and they're like, I haven't seen you in forever. I'm like, well, yeah, me too. And I told them like I went live like a couple days ago. They're like, I didn't get a notification, and I didn't get a notification. Nobody got notification. So no one gets
Yo, you
notifications
could
either.
pay somebody. Yo, here's how it works, dude. You could pay somebody motherfucking $30 a month and get views and subscribers like nothing, dude. This whole shit is just rigged.
Oh, I know it is, bro. Like all
Yeah,
these
it's
people who have like crazy
if I
views.
wanted, yeah, like dude, a dude showed up on my channel and like added like 800 subscribers to my channel one day.
Right? I was
and I looked at his channel and he had a 1.2 million subscribers and he said, dude, it's all just fake.
No, yeah, it is. Like I was talking to Unseen earlier about how like these people with like mad views, they don't actually like they don't get it by hard work.
No.
Somebody so like it's set up. Like they're either
You
like
ever hear the dead internet theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
This is what's going on, dude. The whole thing is bots.
It's bots.
All astroturf.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fucking astroturf. I mean, million
Yeah.
views here, million views there. It's all just robots.
Yeah, like they're not even really like. Yeah.
Like, you really think a million people are gonna sit around and watch this shit? Like, hell no, dude.
Yeah, that's why you'll see like they have 1 million viewers or 1 million subscribers, but you'll see like 60 people in their chat. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like how did 1 million people just get notified and 60 people showed up? That no way, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, it sucked, man, because YouTube used to be legit and you know, it's just like there never used to be ads, and now they're like every fucking 15 minutes there's a goddamn ad.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Is that I had 2 hours, a little presentation I do. That's so I could record. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck what the views are. I don't give a fuck who's watching. I don't give a fuck about anything. It's because StreamYard will motherfucking record it, and I'll have a tape of that shit. And that's all the fuck I care about. I mean, right? But then after that, you know, when we start the conversations and everything like that, you know, then it's then that's to quote what I said earlier, because I don't really want people to give way to it, because motherfuckers will dice that shit up though, you know, because that shit is controversial, so it's coded in all the conversations we have after that.
Yeah.
So it'll be like an 11-hour video. Somebody might like skip the first hour, go to the second hour, and see like what the fuck's going on here. You know, just a bunch of people talking. Then they'll go to like the 5th hour. They'll see like music or some shit. You know, people talking about some deep shit, and they'll go on. You know? So they'll be like, "There's nothing really here," you know, right? It kind of hides what I'm doing. You know?
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't
cool.
really. I don't really care about the views. It just pisses me off that fucking people I've known forever are getting fucking notifications. Because, like, I had a whole tribe. And now, like, everybody's fucking, no one gets notifications. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't even know how I got all these different types of people to talk about the same shit. It doesn't actually make sense. All right,
Yo,
but,
have you heard of this book, History of Resistance? Sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, it's all good.
But this book is so fire, dude. It's so good. It just came out. It's by Subdeacon Nectarius Harrison, MA. He's kind of a historian, right? And it's called The History of Resistance from the Apostles to the 20th Century. This shit blows these World Orthodox guys out the water, bro. It's bad, bro. Like the whole book refutes.
I'll show you guys a motherfucking badass book right now. Give me a second.
Dude, I could read from this. Like, if I started reading this on stream, this would be crazy. Gives a concise explanation of the Earth's should read itself and its types of words. Expressed in numerical and thus the symbol of faith is the church is one. And it's not divided because from without God is beside itself and union consists not in joining together of what is different in nature. The inward agreement and unanimity. There is one body and one spirit, even yes, you called and hope. Dude, I got so much content. Even the elect to be persecuted, surely you elect to be persecuted, struggling. That's sick. That's a great quote.
I still can't believe the Pope. I mean, I can believe it, but it's just surreal.
What?
The Pope said that not only that they should kill Jesus if he comes back, but he urges them to do it.
Yeah,
What
that's
the fuck, dude?
Yeah, that's pretty madness. But I mean, that kind of gives
That is
validity to
fucking
what
crazy, bro.
That gives a validity to what us true Orthodox are saying, man. We're telling people these Christian confessions.
Did you
are
know that
really
machine?
heresy, dude.
No.
Bro, the Pope
Wait, say that
said
again.
the Pope said that he urges the Jews to kill Jesus if he comes back because he was a failure.
But when did he say that? Which Pope? Francis?
Christmas Eve.
What?
Yes. Sounds
Yo,
like a
did you see
cartoon,
that
right?
video where he opened that door? Man, dude, Joel posted this video where this motherfucker, they had a ceremony where this guy opened the door. Yo, did you see him kiss fucking Henry Kissinger's hand and worship the fire shit?
Yeah.
That shit was fucking creepy. That was a little creepy.
Bro, yeah, I think that might be the same. Was it like a fucking gold-plated door? It was like this big-ass fucking gold-plated door.
Yeah.
He did some kind of occult ritual and he opened up a
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
doorway to fucking...
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same shit.
In a prison. In a prison. And
I
then
didn't know he said that. That's
he
fucking
announced that he said that Jesus was a failure, and so he urges the Jews to kill him if he returns.
Yikes, we gotta get a transcript ASAP of this motherfucking speech, man.
That is just unfucking believable,
ass
dude.
shit. Yeah, this
Yeah,
dude
he
should be
played an
targeted by
audio
like,
clip earlier. Of,
Yeah, you want me to play that shit again?
Reporting on it.
You want me to play that shit again? Because I can. It's just, dude, like, it's just, I mean, I knew it was coming, but to be so brazen, it's just fucking blows my mind, dude. Like, it's literally like a parody. It's like a it's like a cartoon. It sounds like something like in South Park. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, bro? I mean, doesn't it sound like some of the stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like,
From the church with him, or he blessed my hands. For if it better for you to pray to God in their homes alone than to gather together in churches with the Latin minded. Dang, that's like fire, bro.
Like, I'm surprised no one tried to assassinate this motherfucker. Like, what? He's a Jesuit. You know, he's the first Jesuit pope.
Yeah, this is the wildest book of all time, man. I'm gonna read this on the show
What
at
is
some
it?
point. But
What is it?
It's Leopold Kohr, Breakdown of Nations. And he says here in the introduction, he says, as the physicists of our time have tried to elaborate an integrated single theory capable of explaining not only some but all phenomena of the physical universe. So I've tried on a different plane to develop a single theory to which not only some but all of the social universe can be reduced to a common denominator. The result is a new and unified political philosophy centering on the theory of size. It suggests that there seems to be only one cause behind all the forms of social misery: bigness. So essentially, he just explains how large states always fail.
Right.
You know, the more complex you make the laws, the bigger you make the state, it fails. So it's one of the fundamental points in the Tao Te Ching, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think this is going to be an interesting thing, you know?
Yeah, yeah. For sure. Yeah, so if Jesus comes back, they need to kill him. What's interesting is he says the Jews should do it. What the fuck is that? Like, is he trying to like incite shit? Like, I don't understand.
That's
dude.
what it seemed like. He's like
I
Jerry
feel
Springer.
like I feel like he's trying to incite something. Like, there's more to this, bro.
Yeah, he's like, Jesus might come back. He's like, I won't worship him if he does, but you know, you can kill him. You can try to kill him if you want. Like, yeah, that's basically his take. You know?
But why is he saying the Jews should do it?
Because he's like bored. He's like, fuck it. He's like,
I feel like there's something more to this, man. Like, I'm gonna look into this more.
well,
Like,
it's the fake Antichrist and the fake Messiah. Right? Obviously, the
right.
fake Messiah is gonna kill the fake Antichrist. All right, so
Right. Well,
right.
well, that's the thing is
That's
they
how the whole
believe
thing
that
is.
Jesus
That's the
comes
piece we're
back
missing.
as the Antichrist. You know, like Birkness says.
Wait, what?
Because Christ comes back as the Antichrist, according to the Jews. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, okay.
That's the whole thing because
No, they don't. They don't say that.
that's what it says in the fucking the Kabbalistic interpretation of the Talmud, or the Talmudic interpretation of the Kabbalah. How the fuck you want to look at it?
Yeah, I could see some of them saying some.
They call him they call him armorless.
Because
Look
they
up,
have
look up armor. Don't take mine or Birkness's
yeah, they
word
have
for it.
Christianity. Yeah, they have the theology of Christianity and Islam built into the Kabbalah. So most people don't understand that.
Don't take my word or Birkness's word for it. Look up armorless. I just put it in the chat.
All right, I'll look it up.
Yeah, because this is wild shit, man, and it's not my or his invention. They consider him the Antichrist.
What,
so it's
Christ?
backwards. They believe that he is in the way of the true Mashiach, and their Messiah has nothing to do with anything spiritual. They believe that he comes back as a warrior.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Okay, so armorless. It says armorless, also spelled same way, kind of, is an anti-Messiah figure in the medieval Jewish eschatology who will conquer the whole earth, centralizing in Jerusalem and persecuting Jewish believers until his final defeat at the hands of the Jewish Messiah. His believed destruction symbolizes the ultimate victory of the Jewish Messiah in the Messianic age. Yeah, so you're not lying. It says in the Sefer Zerubbabel is probably the 7th century CE. Armillus is thought to be a cryptogram for Heraclius, a Byzantine emperor, and it is thought that the events described in the Sefer Zerubbabel
coincide with the Jewish revolt against Heraclius. The 11th century Midrash Voyosha, which describes Armilus, was first published at Constantinople in 1519. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, Armilus is a king who will arise at the end of time against the Messiah and will be conquered by him after having been brought much distress upon Israel. He is spoken of in the Midrash Voyosha, the Sefer Zerubbabel, and other texts. He's an adversary similar to Gog and Magog. In some instances, he is considered identical to Gog, but under another name. In the Sefer Zerubbabel, he takes the place of Magog and defeats Messiah ben Joseph. The origin of the figure is said to be the offspring of Satan and a virgin, or Satan in a statue or a stone, and is regarded as questionable by the Jewish Encyclopedia due to the variation in clear relation, if not parody, to Christian doctrine, legend, and scripture. This reference to him being born of a virgin invokes the Virgin Mary, would correlate with Jewish sources stating that he is seen by the Christians as their Messiah and as their God, further identifying him to Jesus Christ. The Jewish Encyclopedia also links to the figure that the Roman mythology compared the story of his birth from a stone to a similar legend about the living statue attributed to Virgil, and the figure's name on conflict with the Messiah to an account in Eusebius Chronicon, in which a Roman leader given the name Armilus or Armilus is various translations, but as listed to a successor to Agrippa, in a place of Romulus Silvius wages war on Jupiter and is destroyed by a storm. And they got an Armilus chart that's kind of like a, like a weird prophetic thing,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't
It's wild.
buy it, but you're on point.
Yeah, there's a whole mythology about it. They have the holy serpent and the evil serpent, and it's like they have Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David,
Right?
and it's wild. But yeah, they see Jesus as the Antichrist. It's crazy. So I just wonder if that's what he's talking about, because I guarantee you that Francis is part of that cult, Chabad.
I would bet that too, because as far as I understand it, the Kabbalist friend I had, he traced back, the Catholic Church working with the Kabbalah to Pope Innocent III. And he said that Pope Innocent III had manuscripts made with secret Kabbalistic language in them. And you could find these books to this day, right? And it's like weird Templar ciphers and shit in there, it's like medieval manuscripts, and it's supposedly the rarest book in the world, and this guy has a copy of it, and it's wild, dude. Like, you open it up, and like I said, it's like coded messages within this. It looks like Christian Kabbalah. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, there's such a thing.
Yeah, but that is interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
It's disturbing.
For sure.
There's all kinds of crazy stuff that talks about Jesus, actually, that they have legends of in the Talmud and in these other
super blasphemous
legends.
Those are
Yeah,
the most blasphemous thing. Yeah, like he's boiling in excrement.
Yeah, Mary's a whore, and
what Pantera, all that.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's gonna serve the Jews at the end of time.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. And they say they have documents that can prove that Christianity was a made up faith and
Yeah, we covered that. Yeah,
all this crazy
me
shit.
covered the hell out of that earlier.
There's a Toledot Yeshu. I think that's like the worst one. It was written like the 13th century or something.
Sounds about right.
It's a whole like just like the most blasphemous shit you ever seen, man. It's wild. Like it talks about like he like wrote the name of God like on his flesh or some shit.
Yeah,
in order to do his
like he
miracles.
sewed it into his flesh. And
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the story goes that Christ had sewn the name of God into his flesh and stole the name, and that's how he did the miracles, right?
Yeah,
because he had the secret name of God from the the priest or whatever in the temple. And then he did all his miracles and got everybody, converted. So they don't deny his miracles. They just say that he stole the secret name of God, and which is a Kabbalistic deal, of course, and this goes back for us, for Orthodox name worshipers, because it's like, the name of God is God himself. Do you understand? That's something they say. So, and we kind of separate it and say, well, names are created energies, and I don't know. I've had this conversation before.
Yeah, because for them it's the tetragrammaton, so it's like unutterable. And so the fact that he had it, that's why he became God, more or less, because he had.
That's what they're saying,
right? Yeah,
it just feels like to me like they're explaining some things away with it. You know what I
right.
mean? Like,
well, what they're saying is, without them, he couldn't have. They're taking ownership, like they always do.
Yeah, dude, I actually have something on the Kabbalah that's interesting. I got a couple books on the Kabbalah that I don't, want anymore, dude. I'll send them to you actually if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You can have my old demon worship and shit, dude. You got it.
I mean, I don't really mess with the Jewish Kabbalah, but I mean, I like to like.
Is that too dark?
No, it's not too dark. Just I use the Kabbalah from a pagan perspective.
The Kabbalah, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
In a manner of speaking,
the lower Sephiroth or whatever, right? Or Sephiroth or something.
It's no, but Sephiroth is Jewish.
Well, I'm talking about the tree of life, where it's
right.
the lower aspects.
Yeah, that's the Sephiroth. What they call the Cliffoth is
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's supposedly the evil side, but really it's the pagan side. It's what they call it's the primordial. It's the feminine side, which is the receptive side. It's the what do you call it? It's okay. Like magic comes from nature. Like the supernatural and natural are one. From my perspective, it's not something separate. All the ancient traditions saw the natural as supernatural. This idea that it was something separate came later. So it's that's really how. Go ahead.
Okay, so I found this paper I was looking for. It's called it says Moshe Idol Kabbalistic Manuscripts in the Vatican Library. Okay.
Yeah.
So check this out. It says on some unique Kabbalistic manuscripts in the Vatican Library and their contribution to the scholarship in of Kabbalah in Jerusalem. It says in the summer of 1280, Abraham Abulafia. That's
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
I know
Abulafia.
him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we talked about that before too. Me and Twilight.
Yeah, yeah.
Really, dude? Damn.
He's
man. Is
interesting.
there a
He's
topic
actually
here covered? Man, damn.
he's actually interesting. He had a lot of interesting things to say. Only because, and I don't really say this much about rabbis. Only because I actually agree with him on some things, even now. He had a very interesting way of approaching the Kabbalah. It's not the normal way of approaching it. He believed in what is called the prophetic Kabbalah. And that is essentially how I see the Old Testament. It's the only way that I can approach the Old Testament without coming up. He essentially saw it that when all these things were occurring in the Old Testament, the prophets were actually so when I'm talking about all the genocide and shit, this is how I reconcile it. And then I can actually be okay with Yahweh because it's totally different. He said, and I actually believe this could very well be true. There's actually a rabbi I like, Rabbi Ariel Bar Zadok. We're talking about Melchizedek, okay? The righteous ones, okay? So they say that the Torah, okay, was originally passed down through an oral tradition, and that it was written down later, and that the prophet, okay, received it through divine transmission, and they received this divine transmission by going into altered states. And this is what Abulafia talks about, that they went into meditations and all this other stuff. And it's like what we were talking about, how God revealed himself through these other traditions to the Chinese, through the Hindus, through whatever, through these different traditions. And there was truth. It wasn't Satan, it was God. That's the difference. It was God that was revealing himself through these other traditions and basically preparing the way, essentially. And the way they say it is that God tried to give the Torah to all these other nations, and they didn't fully accept it. And he explains that, the Jews didn't exist until Moses. So Abraham wasn't a Jew, because he was in Ur. That was Samaria. Abraham wasn't a Jew. And so, the Jews were only obviously the two tribes. So there were all these other tribes, and he explains that, places in Europe, places in Japan, places in Africa, these are all tribes of Israel. And this is this is Bar Zadok, not Abulafia, but he's from the Abulafia school. And he explains, like, look, he talks about like the Jewish soul and all that, and he's like, look, I would rather break bread with a righteous Gentile than a fucking corrupt Jew. And he says, this is why I respect this guy. And he's like, look, you guys talk about you have to be Jewish and this. He's like, my school is open to anybody. He's like, if you're Hindu, you're whatever, like, look, if you come to my school, I teach Torah. And that's what we teach, and that's what we study, and da-da-da. He's like, I don't care your sexuality, I don't care your background, but this is what we teach, but I don't judge you, but he says that basically, I'm not here to teach you doctrine. I'm here to teach you how you can directly experience God. So in a way, it's almost Gnostic, because he's saying, look, you meditate on these names of God, and you you study the Torah and you meditate on the Torah, and you don't have to believe what I'm saying because you can experience it firsthand. And I'm like, whoa,
Right.
whoa, whoa,
Through
okay.
these, yeah. I mean, that's what kind of I was about to read on about this, because it says here.
That's what like I'm with that. Like I've actually thought
I'm
about reaching out to him.
And I'll try to maybe explain that in a second why I'm not into that. So
I know,
he
but I'm
says,
saying, like, dude, that's the only way that I can be like reconciled with Yahweh. So I've thought about it because, like, it's the only damn way that I could be reconciled. Because it makes a lot of damn sense to me. And he talks about like Hollow Earth and fucking Atlantis and all this shit, and I'm just like, whoa, dude.
Moses, he was more interested in discussing his beliefs of nature and authentic Judaism with the Pope than in the national rescue of the Jews. So he wanted to talk to the Pope about, the Kabbalah, right? And he goes, in an attempt to convert the Pope, as some scholars have claimed, he believed Judaism to be a mystical religion based on pronouncing divine names in order to reach a mystical experience. Okay, right? So he would pronounce these divine names to reach a mystical experience. This is what we would call a name worshiper. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And my point is that names are not God, right?
They're God's names, though. I get you.
They're created, right? And
they're in the Bible, though. You have like El Shaddai and El,
Oh, I hate your Gnostic ass sometimes.
No, I know,
Okay.
but I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm just saying it is there.
Yes, but what I'm saying about the names, right? They're created names. They're not God themselves.
No, I know.
They're a creation of a creation. So it's electric impulses in our brain that then come out, into vocal. Your voice isn't. Your voice is a created thing. Words are created things. You get what I'm saying? They're a creation of a creation.
But do you get what I'm saying, though? He's like, what he's saying is like these experiences that happen, like when it says an angel appeared and all this happened, these were visions that they were seeing in their mind's eye. And so that's like, oh shit. So when it says that these people were slaughtered and all that, this is something that they were experiencing in their mind's eye. It wasn't happening physically.
Well, that's kind of what, okay, there is a point there, right? For instance, like with Abraham and Isaac, right? A lot of people interpret that as like,
No, I actually understand that one.
You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's something similar to that, I think, there, right? I'm not saying that it was completely a vision, but I think some of it was in some way.
Right.
I don't know. I have to go over the text again. But as far as like the people and like genocide and all that thing, I think that a lot of that is being framed a certain way on your part. I really do. And why I'm saying that is because of a story like David and Goliath. It's like a righteous act such as taking Goliath out, we don't bat an eye at that, right?
No.
Okay, so now if this people is of God and this other people is not of God, and these people of God take those other people out, you know what I'm saying? What's the difference between, David slaying Goliath and this people, taking these other people out? What's the difference?
Bro, animals and children?
I mean, but is there really animals and children there?
It says there's animals and children there.
Well, I mean, what? Like, where, though?
Bro, it's all over the place. If I could open my damn text, I
You're
would.
never opening it. You know why? God's not allowing it, man. He's got you locked down right now. How about that?
Okay. Okay. I think Abalafia's got some points, man. I don't know.
I mean, he's interesting. I mean,
And
he
I
tried to
think
convert the Pope.
I think Ariel Barzadook has even more points. You might want to look into him. I don't know.
You need to look into Polycarp. How about that? St. Polycarp.
I know Polycarp. He
What
was Greek.
about him? You know, he was directly taught by St. John.
I heard that. I wasn't sure if it was true.
That's absolutely true.
Is it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
We got like a couple epistles from her or something, like an epistle of Polycarp that's pretty interesting. Do you know about essence and energy distinction?
Bro, I'm an occultist.
I mean, I'm just asking you, do you know about that?
Yeah.
So, you know about St. Gregory Palamas, right?
No.
Oh, well, he came up with the doctrine of essence and energies. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But it had always been taught. It's just that he defined it because somebody kind of challenged it. You know, they were like, you can only know God through your intellect, through reading, you know, the Bible or something, right?
Right.
That was Barlam. So he had this idea. Well, what, you know, St. Gregory Palamas was a monk on Mount Athos, and he was like, no, you can know God through his uncreated energies, right?
Obviously.
Which would be his grace.
Right.
Right. And you could reach that through the Jesus prayer, like ascetic practices, right?
Sure.
Fasting, following the church service, stuff like this.
Yeah.
And he talked about the
Fasting's
uncreated
powerful.
light. So the uncreated light is what Christ was enveloped in on the Mount of Transfiguration, right?
Right.
And there's been a few men in history that have been holy enough to have the experience of being completely covered in the uncreated light. And he talked about this, and this guy Barlam kind of argued against it, and blah blah blah. But anyways, Palamas ends up refuting him, and this is where we get the essence energy distinction kind of theology. You know, pretty interesting stuff, dude. But that's really what negates me away from these Kabbalistic guys, is because of St. Gregory Palamas's doctrine on essence and energies. Because it distinguishes the difference between something created and just having, like, you know, a mystical experience from just a name that's a created thing, and an uncreated energy of God, whose God is unknowable through his essence, you know? So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God's name does have power, though. I mean, I get what you're saying.
But
I
it's
see
not
both.
the name itself. You get what
I
I'm saying? God can
I get both
choose.
sides. I get both sides. So I don't disagree with you.
All
I just see both sides.
I mean, it
'Cause
just
there is
sounds like the
power-
same. I mean, it sounds like, you know, ever desiring, you know, one can see the manifestations, ever desireless, one can see the mysteries. I mean,
Right. Exactly, bro. That's a good way to put it.
Wait, Sherry, come back. Sherry!
it's like you can tap into the unknowable grace of God, but like, you know, you're not going to be able to justify it through reason.
I mean, it's like
what I was
it's like
thinking.
there's power in Jesus' name. You know what I mean? Like,
But is it the name itself, or is it God that imparts grace for using his name? Do you understand? Is it the name, the created name itself, or is it God who's saying, I'll allow grace if you use my name? Do you understand?
Right.
So it's my argument is, it's not the name itself, but rather God that imparts his grace through using the name. And see, the Kabbalists would say something different. They would say the name itself, you know, just like an incantation of a name. But I don't believe that. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure that it'll work, but I don't think it'll necessarily be of God. You know.
funny that I opened the book and boom, there it is.
What? An incantation on on like a name or something? What?
No, I opened the Bible.
By Rabbi Isaac Saganora.
Never heard of him.
Saganora, the so-called father of Kabbalah, and the two important younger rabbis active in. This is pretty nuts. This guy is known as the father of Kabbalah.
The father is Isaac Luria.
Well, they're saying that this guy in the Codex Shalom or Shalom discovered quite early in his career an epistle that was most important single document supporting his reconstruction of the relations between the provincial school as presented by Rabbi Isaac Nahor, I don't know how to say this, and the so-called father of Kabbalah, and the two important younger rabbis. So he says the father. Who is he referring to, though? This is just crazy that there's all these Kabbalistic manuscripts in the Vatican Library, though.
Oh, yeah.
Most important document in the Kabbalistic literature is indubitably the Zoharic literature. The Zoharic literature was written between the 70s of the 13th century and the early decades of the 14th century in Castile, mostly in Aramaic, was immediately canonized and became the cornerstone for a variety of Kabbalistic schools, especially in the mid-16th century Kabbalists who were active and saved. The process involved the emergence of this literature and authors and canonization of various kinds of receptions to extensive research. The Hebrew manuscript found in the Vatican Library may help illuminate some aspects of this process. Let me offer a major example in this direction. Two anonymous manuscripts in the Vatican collection, Hebrew 62 and 168, contains a Hebrew translation of some Aramaic parts of the Zoharic commentaries on the Pentateuch. That's crazy. Though similar in many ways, each of these two manuscripts is also unique. An analysis of the style of translations compared to segments of the Hebrew translations of hard patches found in the Hebrew writings of Rabbi David ben Yehuda Hasid Yehuda Hasid led him to identify the anonymous translator as this Kabbalah's elite 13th century or 14th century Kabbalist. Rabbi David may well be not only one of the first commentators on this book. Are you playing this right now?
I mean, I think it's a playthrough that Neurojack is playing.
Oh, I was like, whoa, you're playing Resident Evil.
That's the old school Resident Evil.
Yeah.
They talk about the Illuminati in that, which is trippy.
Yep.
Do they? This is like PlayStation 1, right?
Yeah.
Los Illuminados.
There's literally a fucking like document or some shit. Like it's not like in your face, but it's not that hidden either.
Well, the fourth one is basically there. You know,
And like the Umbrella Corporation.
Temples and shit.
Yeah, like in the Umbrella Corporation, you know what I mean? Like there's the Octagon. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking, it's right there. It's crazy. You really want your mind blown? Look up Timothy Hogan. That dude is a trip. He's the Grand Master of the Ordo Templar. Like he's like the Grand Master of the modern Knights Templar. But he's like a humble dude. It's fucking weird, man. It's like some of the Templars are like changing allegiances and shit. It's weird. There's some weird stuff going on. Some of the National Socialists actually came out of the Templars. The Templars have always been it's funny because they're like the top of the fucking elite, but they're also like some of the good guys too. It's weird.
That was Lance von Liebenfeld. He used to be a Cistercian monk.
Yeah, dude. Yo, I'm glad you mentioned the Cistercians because they are like one of the roots. That's bro, actually. The first Illuminati came out of the Cistercians and the monastics. The very first, like the 3rd century. There's been like 7 Illuminatis. People don't realize that. Throughout history.
Yeah, so
Oh shit, the Knights of Columbus and the Knights of Malta. I didn't even know anyone was here this whole time we were talking. The Knights of Columbus, the Knights of Malta. Where do you want to start?
Adam
Oh, my
Weishaupt.
bad.
How do you say his name?
Adam Weishaupt, yeah.
Yeah, Adam Weishaupt. All right, there you go. It says he was born in 1748, Jesuit training, but hated them. Turned to a French philosopher.
He claimed to hate them.
Manichaeans and occult doctrines, very similar philosophy to Rousseau, but added secret revolutionary society. May 1st, 1776, a combination of Freemasonry and Jesuitry.
Yeah.
The very ideas of Masonry, the ideas of a brotherhood of men, which is something above Catholicism or Protestantism. When they went to the continent, they inflamed men's minds and they made them quite radical. There's particular one kind of Freemasonry, which is apparently was evolved separately, and this is what is called Illuminism. This was the creature of one man, whose name is Adam Weishaupt. He was born in 1748, went through a Jesuit education, and later on became the Jesuits, turned to the French philosophers, the Manichaean philosophy, apparently had some kind of occult initiation in one of the many occult sects. Father Sheriff says, let us examine here a few of his views. He says in agreement with Rousseau that civilization is a great mistake, and to this all the inequalities of human life were due. He says, man has fallen from condition of liberty and equality, the state of pure nature. He is under subordination and civil bondage arising from the vices of man. This is the fall and the original sin. Notice he uses the Christian term here, original sin. Later on, we'll see how this is all an imitation of Christianity. According to him, all the arts and sciences must be abolished. He says, do common sciences afford real enlightenment, real human happiness? Or are they not rather children in the necessity, the complicated needs of a state contrary to nature? The inventions of a vain and empty brains? Why, he asks, should it be impossible to the human race to attain its highest perfection? the capacity for governing itself. For this reason, he taught that not only should kings and nobles be abolished, but even a republic should not be tolerated, and the people should be taught to do without any controlling authority, any law, or any civil code. In order to make this system success, it would be necessary only to inoculate in a man a just and steady morality. This sounds like communism.
It was. Bro, look at the date. May 1st. The Illuminati created communism. Marx was up
Right.
front.
Yeah, yeah.
May Day.
True.
Yeah.
So it goes, and since Weishaupt professed to share Rousseau's beliefs in the inherent goodness of human nature, this would not be difficult. And so society might then go on peaceably in a state of perfect liberty and equality. For since then, the only real obstacle to human perfection lay in the restraints imposed on man by artificial conditions of life. The removal of these must inevitably restore him to his primitive virtue. Man is not bad except he is made so by arbitrary morality. He is bad because religion, the state, and bad examples pervert him. It was necessary, therefore, to root out from his mind all ideas of a hereafter, all fears of retribution of evil deeds, and to substitute for these substitutions the religion of reason. Quote, when at least reason becomes the religion of men, then will the problem be solved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, you see how the enlightenment went with that. But anyway, so it's saying after the deliverance from the bondage of religion, the loosening of all social ties must follow. Both family and national life must cease to exist so as to make of the human race one good and happy family.
Oh, yeah. Family. No religion.
The origins
No
of patriotism, the love of the kindred, and thus described Weishaupt and directions given to the Hierophants for the instruction of initiates. At the moment when men united themselves into nations, they ceased to recognize themselves upon a common name. Nationalism or national love took the place of universal love. With the division of the globe and its countries, benevolence restricted itself behind boundaries that it was never again to transgress. Then it became a virtue to spread out at the expense of those who did not happen to be under our dominion. Then, in order to obtain this goal, it became permissible to despise foreigners and to deceive and to offend them. This virtue was called patriotism. That man was called a patriot, who, whilst just towards his own people, was unjust to others. Who, whilst just towards his own people, was unjust to others. Who blinded himself to the merits of foreigners and took for perfections the vices of his own country. So one sees the patriotism gave birth to localism, to the family spirit, and finally to egoism. Thus, the origin of states, of governments, of civil societies was the seed of discord and patriotism found in its punishment in itself. Diminish, do away with this love of country, and men will once more learn to know and love each other as men. There will be no more partiality. The ties between hearts will enroll and extend. Wow. So this is where this one world shit's coming from, right?
Yep.
Interesting. You know, it's
he lied though. He didn't fucking hate the
it's pink
Jesuits. He was a
lemonade,
Jesuit
man.
through and through.
It's pink lemonade out the fountains. It's just as ridiculous as Mark's whole, you know, fantasy world that he came up with. It's idealistic. It comes from men who have too much time on their hands to try to figure out what, the best idea for the world is, and it ends up with this false peace. That's just not realistic. It's not.
Well, it was
once it happens, it's never really peaceful. It's just like totalitarian.
Funded by the Rothschilds, and it was all bullshit. Like they said that they wanted to get rid of all religion and monarchy so that man could be free, but from their vassal chains, and so man could live in freedom and liberty and justice for all, you know. But the reality was that they just wanted to fucking rule over everyone else. Return. Oh, that's a very, very interesting little group there. The Brotherhood of Saturn. Very interesting group. I actually knew somebody from there, but that's another story.
Yeah, so what I'm reading from there is called the Orthodox Survival Course by Father Seraphim Rose. It was a book that he originally wrote called The Kingdom of Man and the Kingdom of God that never got published. So there was like 1,000 pages out there, right? So this other monk put it together and released a couple different books under different names, like Nihilism, The Root of Revolution in the Modern Age, and this book, Orthodox Survival Course. But man, he really broke down, like, he breaks down so many things in this, dude. I recommend it, man. It's really good. It's pretty sober, a pretty sober perspective, and like he doesn't, like, you're not gonna find in his writings like him trying to impose his idea on you. You know, he just lays out his idea rather. I don't know. Talking about internationalism as it is expounded today, Weishaupt displayed an ignorance of primeval conditions of life as profound as that of Rousseau. Exactly. The idea of Paleolithic man, whose skeleton is usually exhumed with a flint instrument or other weapon of warfare grasped in its hands, passing his existence in a state of universal love, is simply ludicrous. It was not, however, in his diatribes against civilization that Weishaupt surpassed Rousseau, but in the plan he devised for overthrowing it. Rousseau had merely paved the way for revolution. Weishaupt, rather, constructed the actual machinery of revolution itself. It was on the 1st of May, 1776, that Weishaupt, I don't know how to say this guy's name. 5 years of Weishaupt.
It's German.
Okay, yeah. 5
He was
years
a German Jew, as usual.
Oh, really?
They're always German Jews, bro. They're always German Jews, bro. That's how it worked.
5 years of meditation resulted in his founding the secret society that he named after bygone philosophical systems, the Illuminati. And then it goes into abolition of religion, absolute obedience.
Yeah. Because the fucking Jesuits.
Right.
The most evil institution on earth.
The grades of the order were a combination of grades of Freemasonry and the degrees belonging to the Jesuits.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Weishaupt, as had already been said, detested the Jesuits, but recognizing the efficiency of their methods in acquiring influence over the minds of their disciples, he conceived the idea of adopting their system to his own purpose. He admired, said the Abbé Barrel, I don't know, the institution of the founders of this order. He admired above all those laws, that regime of the Jesuits, which under one head made so many men dispersed all over the universe tend towards the same object. He felt that one might imitate their methods while proposing to himself views diametrically opposed. He said to himself, what all these men have done for altars and empires, why should I do against altars and empires? By the attraction of mysteries of legends of adepts, why should I not destroy in the dark what they elected in the light of day? Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Great
a
guy.
powerful quote.
Great guy.
by the attraction of mysteries of legend ahead of us, why should I not destroy in the dark what they erect in the light of day?
Yeah.
Hey yo, scientific, my hand kissing, robotic listic, optimistic. You probably missed it. Watch me dolly dick and Scotty Waddy competent me. Big microphone, hippie, Poughkeepsie, crispy chicken burst, fuck up the stone Richie. Chop the O, sprinkle a little snow inside of Optimo. Swing the John McEnroe, rap rockin' mode, tidy bow, gun hole pro. Starsky with the gum show, hit the rum slow, parole kids, live for Punto, Patone Stizzy really high. The vivid laser eye guy, jump in a Harley ride, box, I freak a lemon pie, bout it. Lord forgive me, Miss Sally shot it, Tracy got shot in the face, my house was overcrowded. You fake cats done heard it first, on the house sitting on your turf that time. Cupid Link first show, check out the rat kingpin. Summertime fine jury dripping, face in the box, I seen your ear twitching. As soon as I drove off, Cap came to me with 3 photos, give one a ray. That season they raw, lightning raw, fever heaters. Knock neither Shiva for Heva. Diva got rock from the receiver bleeder. Portfolio looking fancy in the pantry. My man got bigger dime, son, your shit is scampy. Base that, throw it to your mouth, don't waste that. See gold slamping in the phone with King Tut hat straight off. Yeah, yeah. Just one shot niggas, smack all y'all niggas, nigga rats. Universal death threats. Yeah, this be the God body. Yeah, no doubt. Judge Wise. Yo, spiced out Calvin Coolers, lounging with 7 duelists. The great adventures are slick, licking with 6 Rugas. Rock those big boy Pilates out of Woodbridge. Porch for the biggest beer, seasoned giraffe frizz, rotisserie roast, chicory, cinnamon, scented glaze, perfect the fine true with itself. Let's smoke, all hell to my hands. 50 down praise you, dirty notes, the nasal drip, click, flipped on fam. Dancing with blanching them bitches, flicking goose pitches. Kick down the ace's face, snatch Jack Riches. Also compulsive lies, flowers with my name on it. Dick made the cover, now count how many veins on it. Scooby snack, Jurassic, plastic gas, booby trap. 10 years working for me, you wanna tab shit? Bong, 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 your bell went wrong, wrong, wrong. Staple lands where the ambulance don't come. Yeah, you see what I mean? See what I mean, you motherfucking crybabies? Get in line, punk. You simply studying your odds instead of studying me. That's how you lost your first job, punk. Now get in line, when you get your little thick ass tossed up. Shit, I study on the Bruce Lee, nigga. He was on the 4, I was on the 3rd.
Honey, just flip, black men to cause continental drift. One whip of power, you gets my divine stiff. Brick rock, late night, hit the tick-tock on my clock. I used to run up and pit, a crab lock, hit his stash. Dip back to the left, make him flip, uptown. Now we back on your ass, cognito, fatal Hakito blow. Pop a needle, dick a knock knee hole. Bust out a fetal, 9-inch long, strong. Body pop the bitch stomp, spit on her. Then I bang on my chest like Kong King. Run to the fling, point the killer bee sting, wing things. Right through your head, bing. Snap the wing off her backs. My battle axe, tongue hack tracks. Once the ball drop, I'ma snatch 10 jacks. Pass the track to a niggerette. Puff a loosely cigarette while your man search the internet for Bob Digitech. In stereo, crazy as Shapiro. Multiply myself 10 times, standing next to 0. And snap my fingers like the Fonz. And bag me a golden bond. Skin girl with the honey blonde. Dip hair, make a nigga flip in his chair. Had the arm hit saved off, perfect with the nair. Stomach fat as a pancake for a man's sake. Used to fuck her when she ministrate. But it made her hyperventilate. Brooklyn, I know, Queen, I know, Shaolin, I know, Bronx, I know, Jersey, I know, Long Island, I know.
Yo, just relax. Take it easy. Slow down. I had this friend of mine who just, he was moving too fast, you know what I'm saying? I told him slow down, he said the sun don't chill. I said still. I said still, you gotta just appreciate life. Sit back, don't let it fly right past you. No matter what go on, I'm still getting mine. No matter the year, no matter the place, no matter the time.
Check it. It's like I'm fighting for freedom. Writing for freedom. These record company niggas I don't like when I see them. My ancestors when I'm writing I see them and talk with them. Hoping in the promised land I could walk with them. Shit it on. So many rappers it's like I'm in the star with them. But less concept, start rhythm, pay dues, bar wisdom. As legends fall, my godmother answer heaven's call. Preachers' daughters get fucked in the rappers' hall. MC's reckless eyeball, why y'all wanna go and do that? Must've thought I was solo, the name just ain't the UAC, no more. Still together, like in a ghetto photo with one nigga in the chair. Holding liquor in despair, gang signs in the air. I shine in spaces when time is just a glare. Hold the mic like a memory. Niggas say I'm nice with metaphors, but these are similes. Street ministry, my poetry's a penitentiary. Traffic visitation, sentences is life. I'm like cheap up in this demonstration. Still. Every day, yeah. That's how we gonna do it for y'all. Common sense has got to act. Put something in your ear. Time for you to grab. For the whole world. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't free, it's a fee. Check it out. You swear with discomfort, will and core. 6 days of madness and you might throw me off. On this great ball of stress that they call the earth. I'ma show y'all in rhyme just how much shit I've been through. And all the places I went to always played below. It's like competition, this mission here I'm telling you. Slip up and rhyme and niggas here spelling you. Crash courses, slow down. You can't learn that quick. Cause I'm the dead eye with the red eye. Inside the hell I thought y'all knew. Every year I grow, I'm still growing. And in a year or two, I hope my girl will be showing. I'm LC, praise God, the name of Moses. I lead people I want him to. That's why I chose this. Lies the glass, half full, a half empty. Common, why they tip me? The king of the 54 and Mike. I always stay on top cause I get niggas what they like. I know y'all hate, that's why I feel I owe y'all every day. If y'all hear 1,000 times, it's gonna be the same way. The dot father, go farther, why bother? Now I'm a peaceful man, I don't want no stress. You know I'm still. Some religion change over. Angel on my main shoulder telling me remain sober. Token nigga, game's over. Ain't no payola and freestyle. In battles I'm warring like a cheap child searching for the child in me. The style in me, this release is like a piece that's now in me. They tried to assassinate me, God, like Martin on the balcony. Lyrically, I put a hit on them, cause I'm the style nitty. Catch a flick at the lip with Kitty, trying to get a chick to kick it with me to the tilt. Told her my chambers like Will. Bill with her for a sec, let her know I have respect. Less than an hour, she was giving me neck. Yo, I'm still getting mine.
What are you doing? Right now, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. Yes, sir. Put change in his cup. Weatherman. Where's that weirdo with the fucking kazoo? Hey. Sharks in a dunk tank, vipers in a garden. Locusts stole the groceries out the local farmer's market. All God's squared his whole position. Some are violent, some are victims. Each alive is an equal and vital piston I support. So when the piranhas on a New York My daddy long legs dangle the mangle for sport, and while I bring in every dink in the kingdom with open wings, it all boils down to them shit-soaked pigs. The pigs, the pigs, the dregs of what y'all aim for. The gluttonous muddy stomachs under the pudgy cake hole. The two-track brainiac views in the food and payroll. That chew up and consume every cookie, crumb, and peso, and place a cloven hoof on a lucrative one convenient as the bourbon odor. Smokers cough, smolder off the cohiba. If Noah had the benefit of hindsight on his ship, he could have snatched 2 unicorns and left behind the motherfucking pigs. Goddamn pigs, pot-belly pigs, punch-drunk pigs, take money, money pigs, loudmouth pigs, white-load pigs. Let's make a deal. When all the wolves in woolly wigs have puffed and blew the bricks, the skulls of Brooklyn's coolest pigs will rain on Fulton's newest kicks. As mulish swine of all surrounding counties stiff the gruesomeness, we pass around the pineapples and pull the pins in unison. I will gladly feed you to the breeder once you sacrificed. No pagan or sacrilege, just bacon for scavengers. I will gladly seat you with the chickens, not the passengers. Hopefully the crack in his armor spreads to his avarice. Never that, Wilbur's multiply quicker than tribbles and 100 truffles and fistfuls, but it was all bells and whistles. Bougie this and bougie that, war pig and pussycat, glitzy to the pork ribs, had the gold leaf the booby traps. Powder pink, double-breasted mess of mud and money waddle off the fire to make a stubborn tummy roggle. And while I don't really know the working details of your tribes, I know that that's one ugly fucking tie. Asshole pigs, goddamn pigs, pot-belly pigs, punch-drunk pigs, take money, money pigs, loudmouth pigs, white-load pigs. Let's make a deal. Apple in his mouth, maraschino eyes, party like the butcher boys, cleaver is alive. I'm mosey in a 16 hours of smoke in the misty winter, to see the county fair's blue ribbon winter is dinner. Then dance until the sun has kissed your blisters in the morning, as the misery was dormant and divvied in crispy portions. Corporates want to lure him and whore him, or does he hoard the corporates to expand the more important forms for him? Push the mortar pestle past the ordinary orchard when the frilly border's faded as the product. Mine or yours, pig? Mine. Plus I toss a token where it go, directly to the worms who shovel shit in yellow snow. This little piggy went to the market with a target and will subsequently know the armor-piercing forks of farmers. Final words for the finer birds taking notes. I dig a chicken pig's ills, that's all folks. Pigs, goddamn pigs, pot-belly pigs, punch-drunk pigs, take money, money pigs, loudmouth pigs, white-load pigs. Let's make a deal.
Tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat, like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with, while I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs, stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial, I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I on a condom. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan, walking polo ad, rap that MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination, feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scam my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm sleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that want